Hello, everyone, and welcome to another action-packed day of poker here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. I am James Bond. That is the CEO of Zerg Industries, Kevin Rabichow. Little Bond reference to start the day there, Crab. Obviously, Ali Najad. Pleased to bring you today's final table. Not quite there yet in the 100K main. That's the coronation that we have on tap. But as per usual, there were crowns given out yesterday. And Kevin, well, we've renamed the man Matthias Turbinger. Any idea why?
Oh, that's a good one. I like that, Ali. This is Matthias Eibinger's fourth Triton title, 3 of which have come in turbo events. It's a shame we don't get to watch those live. He's such a strong player, and maybe a lucky one as well.
Well, listen, luck is allowed, as we have all come to learn throughout the course of our respective poker careers. This was the 50K Turbo Bounty, by the way, that we're talking about. So if you glimpse at the results of that one in the app, you'll see a little feature that shows not only the payout for Mr. Turbinger, $531,000, but also that $360K in bounties that he hauled in as well. Not to be overshadowed, Wang Ye, Kevin, doing his thing on behalf of the Chinese delegation unexpectedly beyond the borders of Jeju.
Yeah, I only remember seeing Wang Ye just start playing Tritons in Jeju last year, now coming out to Montenegro and having great success in a pretty fun format as well. 60K per bounty, lots of money up top there, of course. And how about Dan Devoris?
You know, it's interesting. I'm glad you mentioned Dan, because Eibinger and Wang Ye denying Dan, who has been flirting with that Triton Trident, the opportunity to finally claim it. Needs one in the 2-card streets.
Yeah, he already having a title in PLO and short deck, obviously, I don't know, best known for his no-limit talent. So it's only a matter of time, you would think, for Dan.
It is awfully curious, because there are others throughout time who you know, have managed to do it in short deck, managed to do it in PLO, and yet that is not what they're known for. And what eludes them is no limit. But obviously, I think it's fair to say, Kevin, and you would agree, stiffest of competition here at Triton and worldwide in general, I would imagine, comes in the 2-card streets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's turn our attention then to what took place yesterday to bring us to our final 11 in the 100K main. Diving back into the Triton Poker Plus app once more, 12 players would remain, not 11. Apologies for that. And there they are, distributed across the 2 tables, one of which will be our feature. The outer will have some RFID coverage as well. $293,000 has been locked up top, $3.8 million and change. Stephen Chidwick, slim lead.
Yeah, and I'm seeing here that Chidwick, 12th place in this event, would be enough to put him number 2 on the all-time money list. And by the way, as you just pointed out, Ali, there's 12 players remaining. So it's a guarantee that Chidwick is going to move up to second in the all-time money list. We'll see how high he can go in this one, because we know there's $3.8 million up top.
Yeah, what isn't guaranteed, however, is title number 3, of course, when you consider the competition that he has on his hands. Obviously, he had his second main event, or second title was main event after Madrid short deck in 2022. Obviously, this is why you see him sporting the watch from time to time, our Jacob & Co. Epic X collaborator. But for Stevie, it has been a little bit of a dry run of late. Maybe that's what we say because we have such high expectations of him. But we'll be keeping our eye on that chip leader. But that lead is not that big. And the man that's on his heels, Lord Vogel.
Yeah, and Vogel saying has his lone Triton title at the same buy-in level, Monaco, in 2023. He won that for $2.6 million. If he finishes top 6 in this event, he's going to move into the 8-figure club.
That is rarefied air. Not too many have managed to achieve it. You see there Vogelsang's journey thus far here in Montenegro. If you pan down a little bit on the right side of your screen, you'll see how things have taken shape. Producer James working his way all the way up to this Montenegro, and oh, that's 2024 Montenegro. Here we go. Yeah, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. There it is. 10th already in the 40K mystery bounty form, plus 80K in bounties. He was the last to pull, and then 19th in that 200K invitational, very much on form in the big stuff. How about Jesse Lonis? This is the guy that captivates. This is one of those center of attention type of players. Vladimir Korzanin comes to mind as another. Alex Kulev from time to time. Look at the festival he's put together already. Sat 3rd in chips.
It's a ridiculous run that Jesse's on, and we've spoken about how early in his career he is to be having these kind of results. Even without any of these cashes, we would have been talking about Lonis as being on a huge heater right now, and here he is with 2 fourth-place finishes. Of course, in this event, because of how huge the prizes are, a top 2 would be a new career high for Lonis.
Let's not gloss over that title number 2 that he picked up. I mean, very impressive body of work that he has turned in here in Montenegro. All right, let's turn our attention then to Kiat Lee. Malaysian delegation has had some struggles of late, dare I say. Kiat, obviously, disappointment in his last event, did not cash. The 200K Invitational, also a little bit of a heartbreaker for him. But what's this? The 30K 8 max? First place, 586. We understand he knows how to plant the flag.
Yeah, Kiat not struggling at this series after picking up that maiden title in Jeju just a few months ago. Picks up another one here in the 30K. He's got 6 cashes.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. So let's keep it moving down the line. 2 other players above the current average stack of 3.8 million. First of the remaining 2 is India's Santosh Suvarna.
And Santosh, obviously so impressive. We're familiar with him from the cash game streams. We love watching him make deep runs in the tournaments. He's got, is this his last title? Yes, last title coming in Cyprus in 2023, so it's been a little while, a couple of years, but I mean, we're used to seeing him on the feature here.
He too, by the way, one of those that can join the 8-figure club with top 4 as a finish, so obviously some implications with respect to what he manages to accomplish here. Fedor Holtz, you know, he had a pretty big stack at one point in this one and then got it cleaved. Obviously, has bounced his way back into 6th. He's the guy for me, you know, that rates to be kind of like Ike Haxton insofar as if a spot's a spot and he thinks it's, you know, a play, he'll get after it.
That's absolutely my impression of Fedor, and he just seems to have that aura that allows him perhaps to make the best decision in big pots. We see him, you know, I don't know, almost bring out fear in the opposition, even really top class players, you know, that they can feel as though there's no way around Fedor in a big pot. He was on the right side of a few big ones on this run. If he gets a final table today, all-time money list, he'll move up over 50 million in earnings.
An incredible 5th title as well if he wins this one. So obviously things to keep an eye on when it comes to him. We've been keeping an eye on Artur Martirosyan of Russia for good reason. He is the current leader in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award race. Made a deep run in the Invitational, but of course that one doesn't come with any points. So this, an opportunity for Artur to create some separation.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, Alex Foxen is still in the field. He's number 2 in that Player of the Year race, but does he not just put this one away with a win or, you know, a top 3 finish in this event?
Well, I know you're tempted to look at the 657-point lead that Artur currently has over Foxen, but dare we forget Jason Kuhn, who picked up one of these a couple of awards back, did it at the very last stop, and did it after Stephen Chidwick, who had held the lead and looked like he was running away with it, turned in a good body of work at the festival himself. Jason just had one of those tears, and nobody was going to stop him. So I wouldn't sit back and relax if I were Martirosyan just yet. Chasing title number 3, he is. Number 12 result here, already putting him past 10 million in Triton earnings. Leon Sturm. This is a name that we feel like is very familiar to us when we're calling final tables and we're looking at these chip counts. And yet, when we get down to heads up, when we get down to crowning champs, his name is absent.
Yeah, Leon, such a talented young player. I've spoken highly of him in the past, and we do seem to always see him making runs, but this is wild to see that in 6 Triton final tables, he's never placed above 6th place.
Yeah, that is definitely something that weighs on the minds of those who have been there. Seth Davies picking up a title earlier here, 17 final tables without even getting the heads up.
Yeah.
He's managed to get down to heads up twice. The corner can get turned very, very quickly. All right, Alex Foxen. We've touched on him on a couple of occasions. Obviously, the Player of the Year implications we've already discussed. But Team Foxen is on an incredible run, and Alex is pulling his weight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Foxen has 3 titles here at Triton, including a 25K win during this series in Montenegro. 8 final tables in the time since he returned to Triton. I mean, he just seems to always be getting it done, and not surprised to see his name still in the mix in the main event here. A win moves him into the top 10 globally.
I mean, what's incredible for me is that he's managed the accolades within Triton's borders since coming back after a very healthy kind of vacation that he took from being in our streets. And I'll tell you what, he's pumped fear since he's got back for good reason, as obviously he is taking bites out of the pie out here. Let's continue the march down the leaderboard after Leon Sturm that we talked about and Foxen. There is Mikolai Vaska-Boinikow. He's the reigning champ here.
Yeah, and Vaska-Boinikow, obviously such an impressive talent, really willing to get after it, and another player who seems to strike fear. I mean, can we really see back-to-back champs in a main event here in Montenegro?
The answer absolutely is yes. You know, don't take anything away from Mikolai. And we know what's on his mind. Obviously, you want to believe that these guys don't think about these ancillary things, but make no mistake, he's aware that he has a chance to defend the crown as we get down to the final 2 tables here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Did, by the way, gloss over, pictured here, left of your screen, Espen Jorstad. He's the shortest stack, coming in with just 6 bigs. Over half of his Triton earnings coming in London 2023. Since then, just a couple of final tables. But of course, one of them good for 2.2 million in the Monaco Invitational. When he gets deep, he makes it count. I recall the World Series of Poker, Kevin, once upon a time.
That's a good way to do it. Just, you know, run deep in one event a year and just make sure it's 7 figures plus. That's a healthy living.
Yeah, it is. Not so healthy his stack, and along with it, Ramin Hajiev's. The two of them split between the tables. Hajiev, the Azerbaijani, former Invitational champ, got no further than 7th in that event earlier this week. Very impressive. If he finishes in the top 2, he also would work his way into the 8-figure club here at Triton as he chases title number 3. And with that, we are set and ready to go. $18 million, the total prize pool in this one. $3.8 million. Up top, on tap payout for 12th, as we mentioned, $293,000. An immediate ladder of $37,000 if you work your way into the top 11.
I feel a little better on the e-cigarette, but like the rest of my body. Me too. Agree. So I completely stopped now.
75, 150
How long have you?
are the
2 months?
blinds.
Oh, that's good. That's you're over the hump.
Yeah. Since after Jeju, yes.
Nice.
But I don't think I will stop like permanently. I want to do it like occasionally, like sometimes usually
Right.
do it.
That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Stern wasn't interested in the walk with the 9s.
Yeah, because like when you start back, you just like.
You sold after I folded.
Yeah, I shouldn't have looked.
That's okay, I take the walk. I'm a happy camper. Well, you better take a shot from deuce 4 off, then walk. If I thought that was possible, then I would have some hope.
Some of my friends managed to do that.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's like when I started, I just can't stop.
Looks like the mood is light
Pair
to
it with
start the
something
day.
Specific though, it ends up like if I'm not doing that, then I don't, you know.
Right.
But obviously, when it's paired with poker, it's kind of tough because I do that a lot.
Hajiev prompting my assessment there in his exchange with Sturm. You think being the short stack takes pressure off in a weird way, Kevin? Having that sub 10 big stack, you know, it's kind of like straightforward.
I do actually. I've experienced that difference. You just come in without pressure, without feeling like there's no expectations as you come in. It's only up from here.
Our expectations of an ace-jack suited off of that stack depth are exactly what we observe. 975, a jam from the button. Sturm with king 10.
6.5 blinds. Not particularly deep himself as Leon. It does feel quite reasonable. Doesn't go with it there. It's a pretty big fold. He makes note of it himself.
Yeah, good, but not as good as Ramin. Well, a shout out to those of you who are joining us live here at the top of the 3rd and final day of our coverage of the $100,000 Triton main event. Be it on Twitch, Triton Poker Plus app, or of course the Triton YouTube channel. We welcome you warmly. Hope you've enjoyed the bulk of the coverage that we've had this week, which is far from over. Still have some PLO to get to. Ace-8 suited. Alex Foxen.
Just min-raise off of 2 million chips to start. Have to think on this short stack. The 10-8 suited doesn't have options for Ramin. Always tempting when someone like Foxen opens the pot. You know he's getting after it. You know he's taking thin spots. The ace-8 suited, above average for sure, although I don't know what it But end up doing in the face of a jam, it's quite marginal. Well, we might find out when we get back to Martirosian.
Yeah, it was a couple of sevens that greeted him. Looks like Jesse Lonis has said hello with King Deuce offsuit from the hijack. Throwing his stack around. Espen woke up with an ace-8 suited.
Oh, actually, yeah, the action here, not an open jam from Lonis, just an open raise in the hijack. Espen's 5 big blind stack went in the middle from the cutoff, and he paid it off.
Well, look at this for Lonis, though. Monotone queen high board, pair and a king high flush draw.
Oh.
All of a sudden, the ace high volleys and puts the pressure back on Lonis as it connects with the 8, but the heart on the end spells the end for Espen Jorstad. Out of here early in 12th.
That's gotta hurt. I even caught a little joke there of just fold, bro. As if to say, you know, Jesse, you didn't have to be involved in this hand. Could have let me just open jam, pick up the blinds, perhaps.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, Espen walks away in 12th.
Well, some irrefutable economics associated with Espen's departure, as Lonis earns the remainder of the field at $37,000 pay ladder we touched on. $330K, the new payout. It'll stay static through 11th and 10th as we flip it back over to the feature. Did we clock how that one played out?
12 left, like 2 hours.
Having a look over in the Triton Poker Plus app, it looked like Martirosian did move all in.
It was previous.
Fox and folds.
It was also previous.
So no confrontation there.
Pretty straightforward. What we would have expected. Back over now to the outer. Lonis has a suited connector. He's open.
Vogelsang quite deep here, but he's just seen King Deuce offsuit open the previous hand. See how he feels about pocket 10. Still just coming with a flat. It's such a disaster to end up in a big all-in confrontation right now as Vogelsang third in chips against first in chips, Jesse Lonis.
38 bigs behind.
So taking the conservative approach is Lord Vogel against that big covering stack, the 10s. Quite cozy here. Queen 6-4, 1 overcard lurks. Interactions for Lonis. Let's see what kind of appetite he's got after this first course.
Wouldn't be surprised to see aggression out of Lonis, but Vogelsang's range on the button is meant to be quite strong. Checking over feels like the correct play here, and I don't expect Vogelsang to be excited to build this pot. Pocket 10's pretty comfortable check behind.
Try to keep it small for the time being. Where did the flop go? Okay, it's back. King of Hearts.
Imagine they just cleared it. New hand. Lonis now maybe a bluffing opportunity. The king favoring his opening range to some extent. He's got absolute nothing. I think I heard a verbal check though. Back over to Vogelsang, who presumably has another comfortable check behind. We're hoping to show down these two 10s. Reasonable chance Jesse has us beat.
Just so hazardous to stick your neck out against the Reaper.
Check.
Vogel knows it, checks it back. 6 doesn't rate to change anything. If the 10s were good, they're still good, in all likelihood.
Jesse does check again. We've seen him exercise caution in these spots when he doesn't take the lead early. I do think a big bet on the river would have been credible and probably clears the two 10s, but as played, I expect we just see showdown. Vogelsang gonna mull over if he can get value from an underpair, but getting check raised is a real threat.
Full post-flop shutdown.
Unless we had the same hand and you had 7-8. So I think there would be some
Comes
betting.
out from under the hood.
He may not even. Nice.
I don't know. It's in long letters. How it's called? How to say it? No, I can say I'm pretty addicted to my phone. Yeah, that's true. It's good to say without it sometimes.
Pocket kings under the gun for
We're all
Foxen.
addicted. I think Stevie is not addicted to his phone.
I mean, poker is
Stevie's
so long,
addicted to
right?
anything. It's
hard-
high-stakes
hard
poker.
to be without phone, right? I've tried to get unaddicted. Now I'm pretty somewhat addicted again.
But not really.
Not too much. I'm aware of it. How about you?
Medium side.
Only
But
tennis.
I'm addicted. Yeah.
Only
Jack
tennis
high
is on
defense.
the screen.
Not a particularly interesting queen 6-4 board for
I'm addicted.
Chidwick.
I don't want to.
Foxen certainly going to take this one down. No need to slow down with the 2 kings.
Keeping it straightforward with a 2 1/4. C-bet. Stevie in turn.
You are not addicted, Stevie,
Straightforward
to
fold.
your form? What do you feel? Seems like not.
I wouldn't describe myself as addicted, no.
You know, I don't think the response was
Mostly
meant to be
because I don't
curt,
put
but it
any of the
definitely...
addicting stuff on it, so it's kind of boring.
Okay, I thought I was going to say, put the kibosh on the combo.
Instagram, running
Yeah, if you take the social media off that.
I just have like messages and Kindle.
You said Tinder?
Huh? Kindle.
A little bit of a different thing.
Yeah, Kiat. Stevie has messages and Tinder on his phone. He said Kindle, of course. Eyebrows might be raised back home by wifey. Ramin raising some eyebrows with the ace-10. But hang on. Altercation here involving Mikolaj Vaska-Boynikau. On his feet, ace-deuce against king-5. Fedor in the big blind.
Yeah, Mikolaj just open jamming the button here for his 7 big blind stack. Is the player at risk?
9-10 jack, a gutter
Fair flop.
for Vaska-Boynikau. Add the queens to the kings and 5s that he seeks with his back up against the wall and 11 remaining. 4 is not going to do it. And will the reigning main event winner from here in Montenegro last year fight on? Yes, the double fist pump. Vaska-Boynikau staving off elimination. Santosh appears thrilled with the developments there. Don't know if you clocked it. It's wild because you're the only one rooting for you.
Yeah.
Everyone else anti-sweating hard. Looks like we've moved on from the Ramin Jam to a Martirosian Open.
Yeah, I
Haji
believe
defending.
Ramin did take that one down. No resistance. Now posting his big blind and ante.
He reads to let this one go. No resistance. It's Artur's flop top pair. Easily brings forward the 150.
Always tempting, I admit, to do something against a player like Artur. Have to respect the cards. We just don't have it there, and he does.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, you expect that people would be averse to fancy play at this point. Just looking to get into that final table, start to find the rungs, separate further for the ladders to be even more meaningful. Sometimes turning it into a spectator sport can be very profitable, Kevin. It just depends, obviously, on each specific situation. But any time that you catch yourself in this overly inflated pot and you're sitting there and you're wondering, how did I get here? What the heck is going on? You immediately lament those moments where perhaps you took that fancy path.
Yeah. And I do think also in these, like, in the very deep stages of a big tournament like this, day 3, maybe after, you know, 2 straight long nights, on the tail end of a series, you start to feel pretty exhausted, and it takes a little extra brain power just to do everything. And you do sometimes find yourself in a spot like, I literally don't remember how I got here. Like, I need a full minute to figure that one out. Fatigue hits hard.
Well, the ace-5 apparently hitting hard enough for Chidwick to ask
This one?
Ramin and Co. for their entire stacks covering.
Ramin's hand is pretty strong against this action. This is a cutoff jam into 2 12 big blind stacks and Ramin's 8 big blind stack. A very wide range that I believe includes any offsuit Broadway that Ramin dominates. That's gotta be just enough. Not to mention the fact that ace-king and ace-jack suited probably min-raising to induce action. I think maybe passing on a good spin opportunity there, although he would have been a slight underdog against Chidwick's hand.
Tough to let those ones go when you're on the sub-10 big blind stack.
I think it's tough to remember also that even though we're 11 left and it feels very vital to make a few ladders, it's a little early in this payout structure to lock it down. The jumps from 11 through, let's say, 6th or 7th place, just not all that significant when you think about the total prize pool remaining. We can still gamble.
Well, Kiat under the gun. Is this gambly, the ace-8 off?
Playing 6-handed at this table, I think. A fine open for Kiat in a comfortable chip position.
Looks like a raise and take. Vasca Boinicau all in once more, and once more he rates to double. Already got lucky with that king 5 against Fedor's ace high. Now looking to do a little bit more damage at the expense of Christoph Vogelsang. He opened to 400. Vogel defended the big. And then check raised them all in after Vasca Boinicau bet 700,000. All Mikolai needs to do is ward off the queens. And 4.8 million plus will be his. And that card makes it official. Once again with the fist bumps. Vasca Boinicau, take your seat and play yourself a deeper stack.
Wow. That's a huge spin for last year's champ. Over average now. After being all in at risk with 7 blinds. And what, 14% equity with a card to come?
Vogelsang wounded, but still playing nearly 30 bigs. What an incredible quick 2 doubles. Kind of showcasing again why it is that you should never wave the white flag, never throw in the towel, even when you're sat there with those sub-10 big blind stacks. That whole chip in a chair adage exists for a reason. Eight deuce suited here. Do not adjust your screen. Jesse Lonis is doing Jesse Lonis things. Does this give you a window, perhaps, Kevin, into what gear he has selected for the drive this morning?
Does feel like table chip lead dynamic. Lonis really liking his opportunity to build as big of a gap as possible en route to the final table.
Well, there's a pretty big gap between 8 deuce of clubs and this king queen 5-2 hard board. Savarna, backdoor diamonds and a gutter. Slips it over. Four and a quarter the follow through here from Lonis.
Yeah, Santosh has a real but somewhat uncomfortable draw to be continuing. The backdoor diamonds are nice. We don't have the nut gut shot. Again, just that image of anticipating further aggression, double Broadway board, and the image of Lonis. He gets away early.
And he gets away with some real light kit there.
Vogelsang is going to get back at it. 30 big blinds effective here between he and the blinds. Oh my.
1-1 for Mikolaj, as if the day hasn't gone well enough for him. He could get some action from this ace-jack depending on how he approaches the affair. What do you favor? The 3-bet to 1 million?
Yeah, I do. I think this is smart. And Mikolaj not perceived to be a tight player. When Christoph opens the button, he's not just expecting an easy path through the blinds. Getting 3-bet bluffed is very much a possibility. I don't see how Vogelsang can fold. He ends up calling. I was slightly worried he'd 4-bet jam, to be honest, but still going to go to the flop as a huge underdog here.
Vogelsang did get shell-shocked. King 10 versus Queen 10. Might more of his chips be flowing across the way? At a minimum, the million plus that was demanded by Mikolaj for the time being, as the Queen 7-6 flop doesn't provide any help to Christoph.
Oh, little too speedy from Vasco Boinacao. Not going to get action when he bets this large. Don't blame him for being excited about the spot. Trying to land a cooler, perhaps. But I think this is just a respectful few seconds of consideration before Vogelsang folds his hand.
I mean, wasn't it mere minutes ago that Vasco Boinacao lacked tokens? And yet here he is, just surging.
I think he's third in chips.
40 bigs on the back end of that one, 6 million. Podium stack. Back over to the feature now. Stevie, a6 open, 2 10s for Hajiev, lean stack. In we go. 1.2 total. Another 900 atop. Chidwick's open. Sturm now with a king-queen suited. He knows that Ramin is feeling a sense of pressure right now, given the blinds are going to come around and gobble off 375,000 of that 1.2. Does step aside, however. You like that?
I think that's a nice fold. When you're playing the pot as a cold caller, you just need to be so much tighter in entering the pot. There's, of course, the possibility that Stevie woke up with something. I think Chidwick's just going to be able to get away at this price, not feeling committed. One of his worst opens. Can never really be in good shape unless he runs into a suited Broadway.
And of course, Chidwick lacking optimism in the face of that action with something like a6 off, steps aside himself. So important pickup there for Hajiev. No pay ladder to be considered between 11th and 10th. Hajiev now has 2 stacks shorter than his own, courtesy of this little rally. Alex Foxen and Leon Sturm, both leaner than Ramin after that pickup. And both sat right here.
Note that Hajiev passed on the ace-8 offsuit open. His stack significantly more handcuffed than these two in the blinds. Kiat and Stevie about equal in chips. One of those likely passive confrontations. Blind versus blind.
10-6-5, 2 pair against middle pair, advantage Kiat, and it isn't close.
Yeah, no, I'm not so sure about the passive confrontation thing. 2 pair going to qualify as a hand we want to put money in and protect. Kiat starts with check, which I like on this board texture. Lots of top pair in Stevie's range, lots of draws. He checks back most of the middle cards pre-flop. 6-4, attempting one to bet. Try to clear out 2 overs. And as strong as the 2 pair is, I don't really have a strong feeling about whether check raise or check call is superior. Just so many bad turns and rivers for our hand. But of course 10-5 suited worth quite a lot now.
When we realize that there are many bad turns, we are more inclined to get chips flowing so as to deny.
Not necessarily. In high ICM environments, the idea would be, oh, those runouts are going to reduce the value of my hand. My hand's just going to be lower quality on a lot of runouts, so let's just keep the pot small, because what you can find yourself in is a bloated pot where the board changes,
right?
And now this intense pressure against putting the rest of the chips in, whereas earlier in the tournament, maybe you could just shrug and be willing to put the rest in sometimes.
Well, Kiat did come with the check raise, which Stevie calls. That brings the pot to 1.1. The ace on the turn, I don't think, is among those cards that make Kiat uncomfortable, especially given pre-flop action.
Yeah. Stevie shouldn't have a lot of aces here, unless it's a 2-pair hand. So I do think continuing to bet is a reasonable option. The small size on the flop is going to mean that there's a lot of flush draws in Stevie's range. Any 2 spades and any 2 diamonds, both likely to arrive here. Kiat's going to charge those draws.
Yeah, and he's going to do so in healthy fashion. 1 million into 1.1. Chidwick looking over, trying to get a read.
The 6, kind of a nice card because we remove a bit of what Kiot's representing, but the 4, a really bad one. No need to defend. Such a weak second pair.
Thank you.
Well, no further Will Chidwick fight there as we take a moment to remind those of you that are streaming us live that if you're enjoying what you're seeing today, throughout this week, or just in general, anytime that you join us for a Triton poker stream, let us know by clicking the like button. Just a small ask in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes your way free of charge. And while you're at it, be sure to hit the subscribe button to make sure you don't miss any of what we have on offer. None of the offerings of any interest around to the button of Kiot Lee. Jack 7 offsuit. He will go to work. Ace King of Hearts, however, is where the real labor lies.
Fox in behind with just 10 big blinds. Stevie's hand, though, too good to trap. Offsuit hand as well. Higher value on denial of equity.
Well, a little rebate there for Chidwick.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted him.
Short-term loan.
That would have been music to my ears.
Maybe.
You take a call if Stevie jams and Kiot folds, yeah?
No.
If Kiot folds,
If Stevie folded, I would have jammed.
Oh,
That's what I said.
So anyway, I lose.
Yeah, he couldn't have won that in.
300. Chips were not coming back.
Sturm. Greets Jack 9 suited.
Interesting hand choice. Usually with our bluff opens, let's call them, from UTG, we want to have a high card blocker. Leon here using a hand that's more post-flop playability, but still using something that's, oh boy, kind of on the fringe of open jamming.
I don't think this is on the fringe of a spot that could see some jams. Bottom set against 2 overs and a diamond draw. These guys neck and neck in chips with Sturm trailing Hajiev ever so slightly. 825 in the middle already.
275.
Wasn't sure if Leon would open the action on the flop.
I mean, I think we just pulled the pin in the grenade.
Once he does, we have to be willing to put it in. Question is just if Hajiev's going to trap.
No, Kevin, the question is who's going to be left holding the grenade? It's the worst game of hot potato ever. Looks like the trap, as you suspected, could be afoot here. Hajiev not looking to lose a customer on this board texture, and he's going to be less inclined to do so after the board pairs on the turn.
Yeah. This a situation where trapping has just,
If you don't make it to the final
assuming
table,
that he
then
continues to
they'll
trap,
have to go back.
significantly paid off against low equity hands. Although Hajiev's going to lead on the 6. Expecting Leon to approach this card passive.
Yeah, it seems like we have to be a favorite too at this point.
This is curious, though, for
But I
me,
agree,
Kevin,
it did
because,
seem
you know, I
unfair,
think
like-
what you were going to embark on is that he would not assume this posture just given the strength of his hand.
Yeah, I thought
Like I
that
said, I
deuces
needed
is
it to be
just
long to have a chance of being
so
right.
strong that it doesn't want to lose a customer when Leon has ace-9 offsuit.
Isn't this line a bit incongruent? If we're going to play the trap, check call, then to lead here is just kind of a departure from that ethos. However, look what he's managed to accomplish. Leon decides to jam, and Hajiev snaps, and it's a wrap for the German.
No? No.
Again, just runs into a spot deep in a major event. I can't blame Leon for going after this play with the quality of draw that he had. Felt like Ramin would have weak pairs, open-ended straight draws, hands that he could blow out of the pot. Runs right into it.
A painful departure there for Leon Sturm. 330,000, and yet again, he's within sniffing distance of top slots, but 6th, the best finish he's ever managed. Hajiev, like Vaska Boyninkau, performing well. Off of the short stack now, sat 24 bigs. He can breathe. Immediate ladder of $59,000. That's the gap between 10th and booking a trip to the FT. Sonny walking the players through the particulars here.
Foxen now the lone short stack at this table. Two tables of 5. They're going to play hand for hand.
Christoph Vogelsang, currently the shortest stack, just north of $1 million. Alex Foxen, second shortest with 10 bigs. Fedor, 16 bigs and a decent amount of runway. Sits 8th.
Chris was second chip lead, right?
Christoph was like high chip lead, yeah. Guess he doubled up like twice, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
I lost one to Jesse. Guess Santos has won some.
Yeah, I saw it there.
Hajiev wasting no time, exercising some of the freedom.
Doubled him once, and then no, to
7-8.
So I think he
Raising
doubled him once.
Martirosian. Sorry, limping
Lost another like million.
into Martirosian. Artur dominating, checking back. To the flop we go with 450 in the middle, and the joint for Hajiev, no waiting. Artur with the gutter, quick check over to him.
And perhaps another trapping opportunity for Hajiev out of position against an aggressive Martirosian, although they're about equal in chips. We've seen Artur go after players in these scenarios time and time again. Increase in sizing as well. I do think a check raise screams strength on this texture from Hajiev. Would likely allow Martirosian to get away. Just calls.
Board pairing 5. As again, Hajiev with a hand that can very comfortably slow play. No lead on his mind after the board pairs on the turn this time.
And that might catch Martirosian's attention just a little bit. It's a sneaky one to have such a strong hand and not consider leading whatsoever when you've just shown down in the previous pot against Leon Sturm a lead on a board pair with top of range.
You think with that most recent data point that he's more motivated to barrel on the turn, just going to himself that, all right, the big hand would have gotten after it with this board development.
Yeah.
So benefiting from the balance Is Hajiev here? Can't lose this one. Could only end up chopping, provided that they would take a river, and the 7 would say hello.
Cool.
Flatting is Ramin. Trying to trap the Russian. 2.35 million out there now. 3 of hearts is a deeply irrelevant arrival.
This is the key decision point.
Check.
A tempting spot to check down. He has given it up. Had diamonds completed, maybe Archer follows it through, but on the blank, cuts his losses.
And Ramin adds to his wins. He, like Vaska Boynikau before him, just catapulting up the leaderboard. Now it looks like some chips are being catapulted forward. At the outer, Vogelsang waking up with the 2 queens. Suvarna with ace king. El Clasico. Lonis started the party. Under the gun 350 open. Vogelsang on the button, 3-bet to 1.1. Suvarna jammed. And here we are on a king high flop. It is all coming apart for Christoph.
Oh my God, Messi with the fucking comeback goal. The killer. Messi with the kill shot.
Lonis delivering the play-by-play like a Spanish football commentator.
Back-to-back 20-second. Wow, what a momentum change.
I'm not sure Vogelsang was enjoying that commentary until the queen peeled off on the
Yeah,
turn. And
I
then
feel as though it was a lot more entertaining.
1-0
Yes.
85th minute, Messi 2 goals to win the game.
Christoph managed to find the back of the net in what looked like extra time.
I'm not a fan of anybody in soccer, and I don't not like anyone in soccer. I'm open.
That you're still talking about Ronaldo versus Messi shows it.
I gotta say, once you refer to it as soccer, there, Jesse's story checks out. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone expects that you've got to
losing some
favorite
credibility
side.
at
Yeah,
that table.
just, you know. I mean, granted, in the U.S., the issue is we have American football, so calling it football becomes a bit confusing.
Such a tough life for us Americans. Just trying to fit in out here.
It can be tough when you're traveling these days. I don't think the welcomes are quite as warm as they had once been, and fair, I would say. Chidwick, ace deuce.
Foxen considering a light one. Maybe a quick count to see if he has room to 3-bet non-all-in. I have to think the offsuit king 10 was never going to jam.
I mean, with every single hand, you'll see at some point all players just looking up at monitors that are displayed prominently throughout the room in an effort to keep their bearings about what's going on, not just at their table, but beyond its borders. And beyond those borders, we find Jesse Lonis, a 3-better over the top of Suvarna.
Good combo to go after. The button open. Suvarna has been showing signs of risk aversion thus far on day 3. Why not see if we can apply more pressure, knowing how close we are to the final table. Suvarna's stack really does want to sneak in, stay healthy. He's thinking this one through, though. He maybe can sense just how up to no good Lonis has been. He's shown down a couple light ones. Continues to attack. Maybe flash the ace there. Little high fold.
Well, you're not going
High
to flash
muck.
the deuce if you want to be able to continue.
I've seen, sometimes I don't know what the motivation is for Lonis. Sometimes showing a bluff.
They might took one shot back away and then put.
Sometimes showing the good stuff.
So maybe
Sometimes there's no good stuff to show, unfortunately.
probably a good idea. Hold them.
Throughout the course of this week, on the occasions in which Lonis is on the feature table or being pictured, there have been a number of people in the chat who have simply delivered multiple gorilla emojis into the chat when he's in there. And I got to say, there's something very silverback about the way he approaches a big stack. Martirosian with a big hand here.
Free coming.
Just starting with min raise, willing to induce some action. King 5 may be feeling like a defendable one. Chidwick wants to consider his 3-bet bluffing options. And he is.
A very ill-fated 775 here, as we can see Chidwick appropriately recognizing that Martirosian doesn't have to have top of range as a button opener off of this stack depth. And Artur's choice to just click open the door for that.
Yeah.
Things to pay attention to as you watch the best in the world get after it. Jack 8, small blind for Stevie.
Foxen in the big, quite short. Stevie playing a lot of jams in this spot. This one might be a call for Foxen. 8 bigs, suited king. Almost an any 2 range for Chidwick.
And Alex knows that.
These blind versus blind spots are the ones to take.
Yeah, and there's nobody shorter in the field than Foxen. So it's not like he's going to try to outlast and pick up that almost 60K ladder, punch a ticket to the final table. The pressure's on him. So he takes the spot. 2.75 million. Advantage Alex, 3-2. Headed to the flop. Short stacks have performed very well on the day. Just ask Vaska and Hajiev. Queen 10-6. King high still best. Chidwick adding 9s to the cards that would spoil the fun for Alex potentially on the turn. 7. Doesn't change a thing. Foxen's improvement failing to remove any of those 10 outs in front of Stevie. Can Alex hold? No, he can't. The 9 on the end. Stevie making the queen high straight. And Alex dispensed. The lone counterpoint to what has been the experience for the short stacks, a fruitful one until that one. All the disappointment in those sandals counterbalanced by all of the elation elsewhere in the room.
Foxen not able to do as much with his short stack as the likes of Vaska Boynikau, Hajiev, who have spun their way up the leaderboard.
Away from rollback.
And Chidwick works his way back up toward the top of that leaderboard where he began the day, number 1. And we're at the final table.
No rollback.
9-handed.
Chidwick mentioning there were 8 minutes away from a level rollback. Average stack is still above 30 blinds, 33. to be specific.
So some acquisitions and then some mergers as Chidwick hauls in the remains of Foxen, and then we'll invite 5 others to join him at the featured table as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow. And, well, Leon Sturm, I suppose the first thing to unpack there in terms of taking the spot that he did. Ramin Hajiev with the deuces full, sending the German out of there in 11th. But more recently, the counterpoint to the performances turned in by the short stacks of Vaska Boynikau and Hajiev as Foxen, a cruel river, 9 on the end, sees him out of here. And I got to imagine that everybody's quite happy to see him go, and it isn't personal.
Yeah, of course. I have to say the 3 eliminations we did see during that frame, it feels like there wasn't much they could do once they got involved in those spots, taking the decisions they needed to take, and just less fortunate than the ones who spun it up to average stack here at the final table.
All right, what we need to take is a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come right back with the final table in this one. Triton Main, day 3, 3.8 up top. You don't want to miss it. Back in a few.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Ace-8 suited.
Oh, actually, yeah, the action here, not an open jam from Lonis, just an open raise in the hijack. Espen's 5 big blind stack went in the middle from the cutoff, and he paid it off.
Well, look at this for Lonis, though. Monotone queen high board, pair and a king high flush draw. Oh. All of a sudden, the ace high volleys and puts the pressure back on Lonis as it connects with the 8, but the heart on the end spells the end for Espen Jorstad. Out of here early in 12th.
That's gotta hurt. I even caught a little joke there of just fold, bro. As if to say, you know, Jess, you didn't have to be involved in this hand. Could have let me just open jam, pick up the blinds, perhaps.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, Espen walks away in 12th.
Well, some irrefutable economics associated with Espen's departure as Lonis earns the remainder of the field at $37,000 pay ladder we touched on. $330K, the new payout. It'll stay, but hang on. Altercation here involving Mikolaj Vaska-Boinikow. On his feet, ace-deuce against king-5. Fedor in the big blind.
Yeah, Mikolaj just open jamming the button here for his 7 big blind stack. He is the player at risk.
9-10 jack, a gutter
Fair flop.
for Vaska-Boinikow. Add the queens to the kings and 5s that he seeks with his back up against the wall and 11 remaining. 4 is not going to do it. And will the reigning main event winner from here in Montenegro last year fight on? Yes, the double fist pump. Vaska-Boinikow staving off elimination. Santosh appears thrilled with the developments there. Don't know if you clocked it. Looks like a raise and take. Vaska-Boinikow all in once more, and once more he rates to double. Already got lucky with that king 5 against Fedor's ace high. Now looking to do a little bit more damage at the expense of Christoph Vogelsang. He opened to 400. Vogel defended the big. And then check raised them all in after Vaska-Boinikow bet 700,000. All Mikolaj needs to do is ward off the queens. And 4.8 million plus will be his. And that card makes it official. Once again with the fist bumps. Vaska-Boinikow, take your seat and play yourself a deeper stack.
Wow. That's a huge spin for last year's champ. Over average now. Vogelsang is going to get back at it. 30 big blinds effective here between he and the blinds. Oh my.
1-1 for Mikolaj. As if the day hasn't gone well enough for him, he could get some action from this ace-jack depending on how he approaches the affair. What do you favor? The 3-bet to 1 million?
Yeah, I do. I think this is smart. And Mikolaj not perceived to be a tight player. When Christoph opens the button, he's not just expecting an easy path through the blinds. Getting 3-bet bluffed is very much a possibility. I don't see how Vogelsang can fold. He ends up calling. I was slightly worried he'd 4-bet jam, to be honest, but still going to go to the flop as a huge underdog here.
Vogelsang did get shell-shocked. King 10 versus Queen 10. Might more of his chips be flowing across the way? At a minimum, the million plus that was demanded by Mikolaj for the time being, as the Queen 7-6 flop doesn't provide any help to Christoph.
Oh, little too speedy from Vaska-Boinikow. Not going to get action when he bets this large. Don't blame him for being excited about the spot. Trying to land a cooler, perhaps. But I think this is just a respectful few seconds of consideration before Vogelsang folds his hand.
I mean, wasn't it mere minutes ago that Vaska-Boinikow lacked tokens? And yet here he is.
You think you call if Stevie jams and get folds, yeah?
No, no, no.
If you get folds,
If Stevie folded, I would have jammed.
Oh,
That's what I was saying.
So anyway, I lose.
Yeah, you couldn't have won that in.
300. Chips were not coming back.
Sturm. Greets Jack 9 suited.
Interesting hand choice. Usually with our bluff opens, let's call them, from UTG, we want to have a high card blocker. Leon here using a hand that's more post-flop playability, but still using something that's Oh boy, kind of on the fringe of open jamming.
I don't think this is on the fringe of a spot that could see some jams. Bottom set against 2 overs and a diamond draw. These guys neck and neck in chips with Sturm trailing Hajiev ever so slightly. 825 in the middle already.
275.
Wasn't sure if Leon would open the action on the flop.
I mean, I think we just pulled the pin in the grenade.
Once he does, we have to be willing to put it in. Question is just if Hajiev's going to trap.
No, Kevin, the question is who's going to be left holding the grenade? It's the worst game of hot potato ever. Looks like the trap, as you suspected, could be afoot here. Hajiev not looking to lose a customer on this board texture, and he's going to be less inclined to do so after the board pairs on the turn.
Yeah. This a situation where trapping has just, assuming that he continues to trap, significantly paid off against low equity hands. Although Hajiev's going to lead on the 6. Expecting Leon to approach this card passive.
Yeah, it seems like we have to be a favorite too at this point.
This is curious, though, for me, Kevin, because, you know, I think what you were going to embark on is that he would not assume this posture just given the strength of his hand.
Yeah, I thought that Deuces is just so strong that it doesn't want to lose a customer when Leon has Ace-9 offsuit.
Isn't this line a bit incongruent? If we're going to play the trap, check call, then to lead here is just kind of a departure from that ethos. However, look what he's managed to accomplish. Leon decides to jam, and Hajiev snaps, and it's a wrap for the German.
No.
Again, just runs into a spot deep in a major event. I can't blame Leon for going after this play with the quality of draw that he had. Felt like Ramin would have weak pairs, open-ended straight draws, hands that he could blow out of the pot.
And welcome back to Montenegro Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Day 3 100K main event coverage now finally brings us to a single final table. And as it has done that, Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow going to walk you through as best as possible the stage and how it's been set. Looking at the FT, I'm just going to zoom into it here, Kevin. What do you observe as a product of this draw? Who's performed well and who hasn't?
Yeah, I mean, we have to start by orienting ourselves around Jesse Lonis, right? Chip leader for the tournament, and we saw in the lead up to the final table him really going after certain big blinds, certain spots pre-flop. That's going to handcuff the players who sit to his right. That's someone like Kiat Lee, Mikolai Vaskoboynikau, and even Ramin Hajiev going back 3 seats, because these are the players who, if they open, have to contend with Lonis next to act.
Consider that Hajiev and Vaskoboynikau, I believe both started with sub-10 big blind stacks, and yet here they are north of 30 bigs. The spins very real, but of course those spins were not enjoyed by all parties. Do want to touch, of course, on the payouts. At present, $389,000. That's the haul. The hop from 9th up to 8th, though, not at all insignificant. 80K, let's call it, and a tickle. And then, of course, 3.8 up top. We are so close. This can make things very pressure-packed.
It can, but I think seeing how much runway we have to the big pay jumps, even getting into 6-figure pay jumps, the likes of Fedor Holtz, who currently sits at the bottom of the leaderboard in 14 blinds, I don't think he's going to be sitting back and waiting to ladder once or twice. I think he's going to be willing to gamble in this moment and have a crack at top 5.
He is the shortest of all stacks in there. 14 bigs up at the top, of course. The gorilla, Jesse Lonis, with Stephen Chidwick behind as we get set to send it down to our own Marianella to get you underway here with the player intros. Average stack 5 milli, 33 bigs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro for the Triton Super High Roller Series main event final table. 101 hopefuls gathered on the shores of the Adriatic to battle it out for one of poker's grandest prizes, swelling the prize pool to $18 million in the process. Just 9 players remain, but only one can walk away with the ultimate prize. It is my honor to introduce them to you. He's been a force in high-stakes tournaments for over a decade, and today he can cross the 40 million mark in career earnings. But is this also the day he captures Triton title number 2? From Germany, in seat 1, welcome the ever-dangerous Christoph Vogelsang. The UK's number 1 has already locked up enough in this tournament to rise to second on poker's all-time money list. Now he's looking for his 3rd Triton title and a Hold'em main event title to pair with his short deck crown. In seat 2, Stephen Chidwick. Bitten by the Triton bug for the first time in 2022, he's quickly become one of the tour's most beloved players and its only champion from India, topping his country's all-time money list and still hungry for more. In seat 3, give it up for Santosh Suvarna. He etched his name into the history books as the first ever Triton Series champion. Now the German superstar is back, chasing a remarkable 5th title and looking to stretch his commanding lead atop Germany's all-time money list. In seat 5, make some noise for Fedor Holz. A former Triton Invitational winner, this Azerbaijani businessman added another invitational final table right here in Montenegro. Now he returns to the main event final, aiming for what would be his 3rd career Triton title. In seat 6, please welcome Ramin Hajiev. Having claimed his 2nd Triton title earlier this festival, he returns now not only chasing a 3rd victory, but also aiming to climb to 3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list, right ahead of Triton co-founder Richard Young. In seat 7, give it up for Kiat Lee. It's one thing to win a title, but it's an entirely different challenge to defend it. That's exactly what this man has the chance to do today. In seat 8, please welcome this reigning Montenegrin main event champion, Nikolai Vaskobojnikov. And coming in with the chip lead is a rising star on the high-stakes scene. He captured his 2nd Triton title just last week and now has his sights firmly set on a 3rd with momentum on his side and confidence to match. In seat 9, it's the chip leader, Jesse Lanis. And finally, in seat 10, leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race, he's pulling out all the stops here in Montenegro to claim that honor. This marks his 6th cash from just 8 tournaments played this series. From Russia, please welcome Artur Martirosyan. Good luck to all of our players. Shuffle up and deal.
Thanks so much, Marianella. And there it is. The official chip counts brought to you by BetACR as we get underway. 75, 150, 150. We are playing 20 hands per level for the time being, and that will be whittled away as the field condenses. No fewer than 13 hands per level. Once we get down to heads up. 14 bigs. All eyes on Fedor, of course. 8 bigs back of Martirosyan. So many storylines, much of which we unpacked at the top of the day. Given that we started with 12 players, chance to kind of go through the stuff that is going to be on each of these respective guys' minds beyond just the 3.8 million the Jacob & Co. watch. the title.
The one that was in like
Vasco Boinicao with the
January
improbable
2nd.
opportunity to defend his crown. Martirosyan looking for points to create some buffer between he and Foxen, who's already out of here. And Chidwick looking to start things off with an ace-10 suited. Came in ever so slightly the chip leader.
5 seconds. Raise 325,000. Pass.
3 1/4.
Pass.
Click and a tickle.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
King Deuce has done right by Lonis on the day. Used it to get rid of Espen Jorstad, offsuit edition.
First look at Jesse Lonis at this final table.
5 seconds.
An early indication that he's looking to get involved in a lot of pots.
Pass.
He's
Pass.
spending that much time with King Deuce against the Under the Gun Open.
That was a crazy.
Was it just one tournament?
I don't remember. I think
It might have been, right?
Yeah, I think it was just this and that's it. Maybe there was one other, but that's it.
Yeah, I remember that was a crazy one.
Yeah, it was wild. There were like 3 or 4 people that didn't show up.
Listen, on the topic of things that are wild, producer James, not to divert attention away from the matter at hand, but with a moment, if you're grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, go over to the 150K, which is underway.
Oh, yeah.
And click the name Vladimir Korzinin and just get a load of what Santa has been up to. Gambledore is blasting in that one.
Oh, you did Bahamas.
Australia after
Chip leading currently.
Before the end of January, I'd flown like.
Look at his
once
chip
around the
graph, though.
world.
Yeah, that's crazy. I
mean,
what was in Bahamas?
Just a surreal, erratic series of altercations.
One. I think I skipped.
There's some segmenting going on in there.
It was like
Oh, I certainly hope that we didn't miss out because there was a whole lot of commotion in the room
No, there was they played some
involving
that
JNT and Korzinin, as this one will involve Vasco Boinicao and ace-10 once more, the responsible kit, offsuit edition.
Like it really felt like 200K was too small.
Options for Chidwick here.
Back then it was
Defendable for
very
sure, but
unique. Yeah, yeah.
3-bet bluff candidate.
But the cash game they played was much bigger. I remember it was the first time I played this from the one. Yeah.
Aces and 10s versus an ace. Some trouble on the horizon potentially for Chidwick. Facing now a 500,000 chip speedy follow through by Mikolai. He plays with pace.
Yeah, and this is concerning right away for the ace-5. We have plenty of strong hands on this board in the big blind. Even having not 3-bet pre-flop, Chidwick will have pocket 10s, ace-10, king-10, queen-jack. Ace-5, a pretty low-quality bluff catcher. The spade, adding a little bit of extra equity, though.
Nine of clubs rolls off after the extra million. Works its way to the center. Again, of course, Chidwick checking. And this will be the fork in the road very much for his holding. 1.5, sizable turn barrel here.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen Vasco Boinicao with a really strong hand, perhaps sizing so large that his opponent can get away earlier than otherwise. 1.5, so difficult to continue here. We don't expect a lot of low equity bluffs either. With the way that Mikolai's played this one so far, I'd like to see Stevie fold, which he does. Gets away relatively cheap there with the top pair.
Yeah, the waters were very, very murky. He does it with comfort, you know. Command of craft is what allows Stevie never to look like confused or uncomfortable in a situation.
He might just hide it well.
This is true. And by the way, you know, it takes some polish to get yourself to a place where you can do that, because there's no competitive edge to be gleaned from giving off any sense to the opposition that you don't know your spots.
Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong, Stevie knows his spots better than anyone, but if left a bit perplexed, he's still got to get out there and make the best decision he can. So good at this.
So good are the two black kings for Kiat Lee here. 3 1/4 of his 4th place stack coming into this final table. Delivered. Pocket 6s. Let's see what kind of payload Lonas has on his mind.
Certainly allowed to flat here with the chip lead. 60 big blinds effective. We can take flops.
Well, the flat from Jesse making this ace-queen in the big even more of a temptress than she might have been prior.
Certainly going to continue.
But do you favor the squeeze here now versus maybe just a defense with the KG ICM upon us?
It's not a bad spot to go non-all-in. Maybe clear out some equity. Utilize these 2 strong blockers. We can see it wouldn't work here with how strong Kiat's hand is. But I like this from Savarna. He's going 1.3. Just hope that he'll be able to find the fold when inevitably Lee asks for all of it.
.3, an ill-fated deployment from Suvarna. And that is a fairly chunky platoon.
Oh.
And it's going to take more soldiers as Kiat brings forward a battalion of 2.3.
He hasn't asked for all of it, and at this price, it's significantly tougher to release our hand. I still think this would be the correct fold to make, but made so much more challenging.
Well, how do you read into Kiat's decision to 4-bet just $1 million more? Where do you range him in this spot? There's nothing that's looking to fold, right?
I think the key thing to remove is ace-king offsuit. This is very unlikely. Not that he could never have it, but so much more incentive to be all in with ace-king, and that means the ace-queen is up against a polar range. Kings plus and bluffs, probably. Lee still has room to fold to a jam if he has, let's say, ace-8 suited, ace-jack offsuit. That's a nice fold from Savarna. Great execution.
I'll tell you what, it takes quite a bit to release 1.3 without further altercation. In particular, Kevin, as you mentioned, when you're able to fairly safely remove the ace-king from range.
Yeah. Ace-king suited perhaps would go the inducing route. We've seen some players induce the ace-king offsuit as well, but it's uncommon.
What we've seen as well has been the evolution of Santosh Suvarna. Once upon a time, we regarded him as Santosh 1.0. In retrospect, given that he showed up a festival or two removed from his first appearance with operating software that stood in very stark contrast to what was being displayed during his maiden voyage. Navigated far better. Santosh 2.0 was christened. We haven't really come to Santosh 3.0. I think it's been more like a 2.1, 2.2, you know.
What would 3.0 look like?
I think we would have to maybe upload a Gambledore virus of some sort. Hadjiev uploading 325K. Ace-10 suited. Jesse steps aside after a brief think. Get a free orbit. We mentioned earlier that he finished 7th in the Invitational in his countryman Ismailov in his first ever Triton event, finished third, ultimately coolered with the aces versus kings in the most improbable spot that would bring Seth Davies heads up. Fresh off the heels of Davies having picked up his first title. So many incredible storylines already here at this festival. It really has been a treat and a delight to observe, not just for us here in the booth, but I should hope for those that have been streaming loyally out there. Plenty of very familiar names in the chat. But I have to assume have been reveling in this one as well. Kiat indulging in ace-queen. This proved costly for Suvarna, but of course there were a couple of kings lurking on that occasion. Jack-9, far removed from such threats. Ace-10, no meal made by Artur. And the 9-deuce completes the round of folds. I'm not looking to maybe make more of it than is warranted, but I'm observing Ramin right now. Feels like he's chomping at the bit a little. I don't know if you've ever been to the horse track, but you know, they go into the starting gates. There's that one horse that's kind of bucking around, not trying to have the lead. You know, it's just like, hey, ring the bell, let me go. That's the vibe I'm getting off of Ramin. Now, could just be that he had a very tall glass of water during the break and nature calls. Or maybe he's just looking to play some pots. TBD?
Certainly wouldn't surprise me from what I know about Ramin if he's not just really excited for this one, really wants to take this down. You know that brings a little urgency to the pace that is 9-handed final table play. I
mean, listen, you point me to somebody who doesn't get excited about a $3.8 million payday at a Triton main, and I'll show you somebody who's dead inside.
I mean, I believe that Christoph is excited, but it's hard to tell, I'll admit.
Know, he absconds much of himself throughout the ordeal, so
yeah,
not a whole lot. Do you think that if we removed Christoph's hoodie, like that he would still be able to play, like in a t-shirt, could he still do this? Because it's become such a kind of routine, you know, a centering process, action on him, up goes the hood, then it's pulled back, up goes that kind of frontal addendum.
Yeah.
And like no glasses, no hoodie. I mean, is that like kryptonite?
I think certainly he's done that in recent times now. Maybe we need to bring back, what was the venue of the outdoor-indoor tournament? The classic Ike Haxton, hair blowing in the wind.
Yeah, that was
we need like a warm, sunny day. Yeah, it was PCA. With the warm, sunny day, a little bit warmer atmosphere than the air-conditioned room that this event's taking place in.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Christoph would sooner schwitz his way through a final table with the hoodie in the outdoor venue than go hoodieless. That's just my read. Lonis, not shy on putting chips in motion. Pocket threes, the inspiration here, under the gun.
Yeah, 9-handed. This is a reasonably light open. Clears the ace-7 suited of Hajiev, and did Kiat have the same? Three's getting through against some quality hands there.
It was actually the 2007 PCA that Haxton famously had his hair flowing in the wind out there. I can't remember. I feel like some flops blew away as well at one point in that one.
Yeah, they didn't really think that one through, did they? The whole open air with plastic cards.
Oh, yeah, and then I remember the humidity a little bit became an issue for the dealers. Needless to say, we didn't see a whole lot of outdoor final tables after that.
Made for a great clip, though.
Oh, for sure. Go back and find it if you don't know what we're talking about, by the way. It's really epic to see the young Ike, almost 20 years removed from where he stands today as one of the all-time greats. Pocket fives. Hajiev removes 350 from his stack. Sends it in. Ace-10 on the button versus a cutoff open. Here's Kiat Lee covering.
Yeah, I have to think that Kiat's interested in this one. Small concern that Jesse Lonis sits behind in the big. But Kiat deep enough that he's going to be flatting some pretty strong hands. Would have been protected on a call with this one. Decides to 3-bet bluff it instead. Maybe wisely so, because Lonis has a playable one in the big blind. Having said that, I don't think he's moving this one towards the muck quickly. He's going to think about this.
Well, Kiat very well served to have approached the ace-10 this way, because the flat, and obviously we know we invite Lonis, who's got us in a bad way in there, but this 900,000 unable to evict Jesse. 2.6. Down goes Hajiev, and the ace-10 withers as well.
Just a nice pickup there for Lonis. Of course, a bit fortunate to get the offsuit ace-jack in combination with that spot that he's so inclined to go after. Late position battle. Plenty of bluffs in Kiat's range. But no hesitation there from the chip leader.
Jesse should do this too.
Beating his chest.
I'm happy he did it. that time I'm happy.
I don't know of a nickname for Jesse, but just given the way Chad has been submitting those gorilla emojis, I don't mind gorilla or silverback. I think it's apropos of kind of his approach.
If you fold, I do this to him. I had a hand to do this to him too, but Jesse stopped me.
And forced me to do that. I didn't want to.
Cards played.
Yeah.
Christoph activating early position king 10 suited, and direct left. Here's Stevie with an ace-9 of clubs.
Not the strongest of hands for these positions. +1 against under the gun. But using that suited ace as a 3-bet. And Lonis with another possibility here, although ace-queen offsuit against these positions, significantly less exciting than the previous cutoff versus button confrontation that he 4-bet into.
Yeah, that positioning is not lost on him. Yeah. Making it look easy there.
Same for the 10s of Martirosian, just hitting the muck right away.
And you're always a little bit disappointed to see Christoph folding so swiftly. It means you're performing better than you expected, perhaps with those ace-queens and the 10s.
Crazy to think how different that hand could have gone if Stevie had just folded the ace-9 suited.
Yeah. 3-bet would come from Lonis, and then we'd have to see what Artur had in mind with the 2 10s.
Yeah, there's a chance he gets in.
100, 200. That's where we're headed now. Stratospheric part of the structure.
I don't know.
$500,000 in orbit. Shaved off your stack.
That's right.
Well, I may not imagine it. Christoph opening under the gun.
It's 200, right?
Surely. He's coming out.
Ali, I have to admit I've employed the help of artificial intelligence,
Oh, no.
seeking a quality nickname for Jesse Lonis.
Wow. That sounds like a premium ChatGPT account.
Oh, yeah.
All right. By the way, a
This
couple
is
of premiums
respect.
lurking here, not to put a pin in that, but ace-10 of clubs for Hajiev, going to be leaned on by Mikolai, who does like to play him fast.
Stack of his right here in this spot.
How big does he go? 1.4.
1.4 sizable from these positions.
Could be the same hand or better.
Oh.
Or ace jack.
What was that you were saying about sizable? How about kings? This is number 2 pre with 2.8, salivating over the prospects of an uncontested 1.8 that could be picked up. So there's the jam. Hajiev will be cleared. Nikolai will not. And we are off to the races. 6.5 million chip pot as the deck runs cold for Nikolai. Does have the ace lurking on his feet. We've seen this before. Each time he's taken his seat, and he's done so with new chips. Might he claim the pelt of Martirosian in a frosty fashion? He certainly rates to. A demoralizing ace-high flop. Only one king in the deck. Running 10-jack, good for nothing more than a chop. Running clubs, however, would do the trick. Martirosian just 9% with 2 to come. Hold the phone. All of a sudden, we go from 1 out to a heap. Can Artur, Player of the Year leader, stay intact here at the final table of the main? River holds the answer. And that answer is no. Nothing anybody would have done any differently in that seat, in that spot, and the sun continues to shine down on Nikolai Vaskabojnikau, claiming the pelt of Martirosian. No further than 9th will Artur fight.
Yeah.
389K and those important Player of the Year points. You see him shaking his head, though. His spot was terrific. Might this be mom and pop on hand? Have some family. It's a long trip to take to bring such a long run to an end so swiftly for Artur Martirosian, who continues to exemplify greatness and professionalism each and every time we observe him here at Triton. Top of his game, but can't make it to the top of this mountain. First casualty at the final table. 8 remaining now. 470,000 guaranteed payout. 173K ladder as the ICM gets real, and Kings say hello again. Didn't work out so well for Artur. Jesse on the button. Chip leader. Not by much over Vaskabojnikau, by the way. Just 3 blinds separating them now. No joy for the Kings.
Stevie quickly getting away from King 4 offsuit. We've seen him take a few spots. Not so different from that one with the offsuit King, but proceeding cautiously against the covering Lonus.
I like the notes.
I'd rather not now. Kill this sweat.
That's a painful one for Artur. Could hear it as he walked away.
Yeah.
I want to smoke probably.
$450.
Jesse. Jack 9 offsuit. Showing that range.
Top suggestion, by the way, Ali, was Silverback, Jesse Lonus.
Really?
Yeah, just #1 choice, apparently.
Without any input given?
Just help me think of a nickname for Poker Pro Jesse Lonus, making reference to a gorilla to suggest his aggressive play.
You let it down the primate streets,
I did.
Kevin.
Oh, yeah, these are all gorilla.
Don't give it that and see what it comes up with.
Oh, they're just going to be...
Take the gorilla out.
No, they're going to be bad. That's not how you...
Right, I want to expose AI. I'm anti.
Well, there's some bad ones in here as well. Gorilla Grip, Lonus.
Gorilla Grip is uncomfortable, actually. Okay, go on.
The Jungle King.
Me.
I don't know about that one.
Keep it going.
Rampage, that's already taken.
Yep.
I'm going to skip a few.
No,
these
what?
are...
No, come on.
Okay, Big Ape. Big
Dust.
Ape Lonus. Yeah.
Dust.
The Primate.
Primate has not a flattering tone to it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't give me impressive vibes at all.
No.
It's almost a backhanded compliment.
You know, granted, there's been a few that have raised kittens and then learned sign language, but, you know, that's kind of the upper boundary.
We've got G-Force, which I don't even understand how that relates to gorilla.
Good foot.
I mean,
yes, you do.
The letter. It's
okay.
Apparently, it's a cool, modern-sounding nickname.
Not today.
But then I'll give you my favorite.
Entourage. Yeah, go on.
Number 8 here, Barrel House Jesse.
Barrel House.
Barrel House, yeah.
But that's somehow tethered to the gorilla theme.
Well, I'm thinking of like Donkey Kong throwing the barrels.
I see.
But then also barreling as we do in poker. You know,
well,
that's
stumbled onto one. Did ChatGPT there?
Yeah. Then the less subtle Donkey Kong Lonus.
Trash.
Which
you paid for that? Donkey Kong Lonus? No. And Donkey, by the way, again, another bad one when it comes to poker.
Yeah.
Big blinds.
I like Silverback. It's a front runner.
Oh, didn't work. Full back didn't work.
450.
No, you know, when you see hands like this, Queen 4 off,
this
like
is
Silverback continues to get earned.
Yeah, and feels as though Lonus, you know, position aside, he's +2 here, 5 players behind, choosing particular blinds to go after. This one, the small blind of Fedor holds short stacked, big blind of Ramin Hajiev, perceptions maybe that he's proceeding passively, but Vogelsang's going to go after it. Easy get through here with the ace-10 offsuit.
Time? 3:30.
Little infusion there for Vogelsang.
Fight to catch?
Huh?
Lonus doing his best Sean Winter impression before the fold.
And I forgot. My flight is tomorrow. I forgot, and now I don't have a phone. I was too excited to make it to the final table from 7 big. Forgot everything else.
He will understand probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's already settled. But he just moved something for 1 hour and asked me to do it. But I guess they're still expecting him in a place where he shouldn't be going. So, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think we'll. What do you mean fight to catch, man? I win this and fight private. This is a plan.
I like where Ramin's head's at, by the way. Because there's some dusty low-cost carriers that'll get you from Montenegro to other parts of Europe.
There is a direct flight. It's 3 hours, 40 minutes.
From Podgorica to Baku?
From Tivat.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's like only 2 times a week, so it's not challenging to catch it. Otherwise, yeah.
Not bad to spend 2 or 3 days.
Yeah. Nah, probably. Well, I don't want to see my kids too much. My family. But, I mean, otherwise Istanbul.
A7 suited. Direct flight from Fedor.
This has got to go in. King, Queen.
Yeah, spreading his wings is Hajiev. Direct left. Connecting with the King, Queen. Trailing behind, but covering. 3.7 million chip pot, a critical one for Holtz. Things haven't really gone his way on the day. Could he find a bounce here? Sure looks that way. 2 spades, 10 high. Take a couple of outs off the board for Ramin. And it's locked up on the turn.
165.
That's a man that you really don't want to be giving chips to if you have designs on a title today.
Yeah.
By the way, the chat really reveling in this lineup. Perhaps not as much as Santosh is in that banana, but facts remain. Actually, reveling is a really generous way to describe. He looks deeply disinterested in the potassium, but he's just doing it, you know.
Chad also coming up with a banana-themed nickname for Lonus, Jesse Bananas.
Jesse
Not sure if that was
Bananas.
inspired by the snack that Savarna's got in front of him, but
famously, I think monkeys do have an affinity for bananas.
Just brings it to mind. I like the reference, though.
Decent
Evokes
effort.
wild play.
I think Silverback is still our front runner.
Yeah.
Jesse Lonus, apropos, front running here. Clear of Mikolai Vasco-Boynica by 6 bigs as it stands. The only 2 with 8-figure stacks. Shortest stack now, after Fedor's double, belonging to Hajiev. Just 10 bigs deep, 5 bigs separating him from Suvarna, second shortest in the field. Jesse, Queen Jack offsuit, continues to ask questions of colleagues. King 10 suited here for Kiat. You know, you see the VPIP. You know the man that's at the helm.
I do think we want to do something here as Kiat. Calling seems reasonable. Non-all-in 3-bet also an option, perhaps against under the gun. We could fold out some dominating broadways.
So a flat from Kiat and a diamond draw acquired on an ace-6-5 board, which we could see Jesse representing potentially, but unlike big blind defense, these small blinds have a narrower range.
In 1 hour 20?
Oh, break.
They do it on time.
Huh?
They do it on time. Not on
Check.
Really?
Nice decision there from Jesse to check back. Kiat wasn't going to be going anywhere. Let's see what he has in mind now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Honest poker, if you're Lee here?
Doesn't look like a board to me that we would want to probe turn. Ace-high board gets checked behind by the pre-flop raiser, raises some alarm bells. And if Kiat had an ace, there's no urgency to bet as well, continuing to check just fine.
No, you mean
Check.
you said it yesterday. Not third.
Surprised to see 2 checks from Lonus, as well as he can represent on this board, and Kiat now. Maybe even more convinced that he has the best hand. Lonus will have some pocket pairs below the ace that play this way.
Do you target such stuff, or do you check and try to induce?
Yeah, I understand.
Feels to me like a better spot to block bet, because it's hard to imagine from the other side that Lonus has checked down this week and will now bluff. I like this from Kiat. Seeking value. So easy for him to have some suited hand that missed this board. Middle of the deck type stuff. Some patience there from Lonus against the small blind flat.
Yep. 575. Kiat snacking.
The chat is just... Have you been following this development?
I'm trying my best. You know, it's tough to keep your eyes trained in 2 spots, but talk to me about what's afoot.
Just this, would you call this a copy pasta that has developed? I'm Jesse's cousin and we call him X. There's about 7 versions of that, but it's getting off the rails now.
I like off the rails.
I'm Jesse's
brand for me.
I'm Jesse's father. We call him Good Boy. I'm Jesse's dog.
I'm Jesse's probation officer. We're looking for him. Vogel saying, ace queen suited. Nothing felonious about the open, let alone misdemeanor in nature. This is inbounds. Ace jack, by the way, finding the bin there.
Yeah. Early position. Not wanting to commit stacks. I think it's a good discipline fold. Lona's going to be tempted to see flops, though. 6-5 offsuit, very playable. Wow. Vogel gets it through. Let off easy there by the chip leader.
Apologies if I'm mispronouncing this, but as I've now unpacked a good bit of the chat, looks like Loich, I want to say, submitted Harambe, Dana Craven, ever a fixture in the chat, explaining he was a gorilla that lived at the Cincinnati Zoo in the U.S. for a long time, very beloved. I guess passed away. Might be a little bit too inside baseball, you know, for people that don't subscribe to the, what's her name? Jane Goodall? Or who's the famous monkey lady?
Yeah.
Is that her?
Jane. Yeah. Goodall, right?
You don't sound 100% convinced.
I'm
by the way.
not. I haven't heard that name in like a decade, so.
Yeah. She's up there now, by the way.
Vesca Boynikau folding the threes on the button, not wanting to get involved with this man, Jesse Lonis. He's raising into Christoph's big blind. He's not going to be folding King 9 of Hearts. Let's see if he wants to play it as a call or a jam.
Well, the covering hearts are going to defend. 3x sizing, very standard. Blind versus blind. And Jesse flops second pair against top pair. Reasons for this pot to grow.
Not mandatory for Lonis to c-bet here, but small size on the Broadway texture. Typical procedure for the pre-flop raiser. King 9 suited very strong here. Not exactly a bluff catcher. You wouldn't normally raise on this texture. There's a chance Lonis just has Jack 5 offsuit, and you kind of want to keep this hand in. Christoph does find the raise.
Yeah, 3xing the 400K follow through to 1.2. You think this is a line taken against all opponents, or there's something about wanting to get some focus here early, or maybe for that matter decide to make a stand with top pair against Jesse?
I think this hand, Vogelsang just trying to play well in the context of the spot. He's under a great deal of pressure. Wow,
he just lets it go.
Gets away on the flop.
I mean, no flush draw out there. Some straightiness, but he anticipates perhaps Vogel to play that stuff as a flat.
That's a huge fold. Correctly as well.
I'm going to tell you, it's not just a huge fold, but it's one that allows you to realize that this isn't a dude that lacks nuance and understanding. Some feel-based play at times, sure, as he deviates maybe from what we would expect. But Jesse is at the top of his game, dare I say, here at this festival and kind of late. Going into the summer, by the way, at the World Series, look out, World.
Sure, yeah. Making great decisions right now.
Mm-hmm. Really dialed. Loving what we're seeing out of that seat. Meanwhile, maybe not love, but like for Vesca Boynikau. Asking out the ace-6 of clubs.
Another very playable one. Looking strong enough to flat. Not to say that Lonis won't have 3-betting on his mind.
Oh. Now, he's really turning into a bit of a wet blanket. And Nikolai forced to resign.
A bit surprised by the fold with the suited ace. It's a high-pressure moment for sure, but these two are playing quite deep still. Over 40 blinds effective.
But listen, you say that as though it's something that Nikolai is excited about. You think I want to play inflated pots deep stacked against Jesse? Sat second in chips? I understand where you're coming from in terms of the conventional logic and the affordability of maybe defense there, but just trying my best to put myself into the thought process that might have led to the muck there pre, and you can empathize with it.
Yeah, of course. We would love for the path to be smoother than one of getting into a pre-flop war with this man.
Ace-9 suited once again. The hand composition that opens the pot. Mucked around to Suvarna. Offsuit one gapper here.
Not obligated to defend this one. I like the fold. Early position open, couple of similar or shorter stacks at the table. Suvarna's not going to want to get involved. Light. No room for speculation.
It gets tricky if I call my hand. See, it gets tricky if I call my hand. Rather 3-bet, see where I'm at. Sorry.
You know, being a bit cheeky, when Jesse was walking out onto the stage, I surmised that maybe those glasses are opaque.
450.
Maybe he doesn't need to see his cards when he's got this big stack and the lion heart.
You can see his preference for single high card hands to some extent, although, you know, I say that with an understanding that we've seen the eight deuce of clubs open not long ago. But again, going after two of the shorter stacks in the blinds, Suvarna on 13 bigs, Holtz on 17. Single king is a nice removal to have, but after Suvarna folds the king-jack offsuit, have to imagine Fedor is going to be doing something here with the ace-9. Everything feeling on the table. Jam, small 3-bet, flat.
Well, he does come with the jam here, and he's going to pick this up. Nowhere to go but the muck for the king 4. And Jesse, by the way, unbothered by these spots. You know, he understands that it's going to require real hands. Very seldom is the resistance going to be put up by something other than a reasonable holding as it stands. And, you know, these are difficult things to come up with.
Have to agree, it's gone in his favor thus far. I think he'll be happy to just keep opening. Fold if met with resistance. Oh, he's got Vascaboinicao open folding suited aces from +1 now as well. Can see the impact that Lonis has had on this table dynamic early. Awkward looking one for Fedor. Ramin has 8 big blinds behind. We want to play lots of open jams, but we also know that we can get called, and ace-4 is going to snap. Time to run it.
Hagiev wakes up as Fedor tried to run one through. And maybe Ramin's going to reclaim the chips he lost with king-queen versus the ace. Last time these two intertwined, 3 3/4 million in the middle. Hagiev in front. Better than 3-2 favorite until, no, the ace is there. Saw the 3 and panicked briefly on his behalf. Uh-oh. Jacks and 3s were all he was worried about beforehand, but now running clubs would spoil the party. Can Hagiev hold here? Yes.
Red 4 side. Ту 7 я выкинул себе. Слышь? Раменчик.
Swipe from your browser.
First, the window is 3, window card. Ту 7 с УТГ выкинул. Ну, тут нормально, что. Домасная.
It was the worst 3 it could have been. 3 of clubs. Got the clubs for the back.
Yeah. We switch.
3 of hearts would have been. Rano!
How much was it? 1-7?
1775.
Okay, yeah, because of the anti.
That double, by the way, does change things quite a bit. Now leaves Fedor shortest stack in the room, neck and neck with Suvarna. The environment is fluid, but the attention to detail is very real for all 8 of our players. In particular, the midfield stacks, maybe toward the lower portion of that cluster. They're really disincentivized to rumble.
This one might be good enough for Suvarna to get involved.
King Jack off. Smothered by Santosh.
We've seen him play quite patient, but this, a hijack open, you expect plenty of folds. You expect to sometimes get it in flipping. Never good, I don't think. Maybe King Jack suited calls.
What dissuades us from getting aggressive here? Is it the 3 players behind?
And even just the future prospects of somebody else busting, right? I mean, if Santosh continues to fold, he might think 2 ladders are coming with relative ease, as he does pass on that spot.
Again, $173,000 pay jump is nothing to scoff at. And so Suvarna seemingly reluctantly does let it go.
Does feel a bit too snug, and that's going to work out well for Stevie. I'd be surprised if Hajiev went after this spot. His stack more healthy. King 10 offsuit, pretty dicey one on 20 bigs. Oh, he's going for the small 3-bet.
Curious. And look at Kiat Lee in the face of this action, looking down at 2 10s. Covers the crew.
Covering makes it comfortable. The problem is Hajiev's range, never going to have something weaker than 10s getting it in. He does fold. The value range of Hajiev, so strong in this spot.
And Kiat just deeming the 10s not to perform well against what felt like potentially inductive sizing there.
Yeah, we interfere with some potential bluffs. We just, when we get called, we're up against queens plus, ace-king suited. It's such a terrible spot if Ramin calls. We'd rather 4-bet there with some blockers and
you
just
know,
pass on the pair.
It's those laydowns that really allow you to unpack the influence of ICM and also the cognizance of it for all of these guys. It's not like Kiat doesn't understand that the 10s are going to be good against both of those hands a decent amount of the time, but you got to take a lot more into consideration than the just for chips aspects right now.
Yeah, exactly. Kiat knows that he could put that money in and potentially clear out some weaker hands from time to time, but are we putting in 10s to bluff? It's not a hand that seems to possess good qualities as a bluff. And if we do get called there, we're just in terrible shape. I think it's a good fold from Kiat.
Pocket 3s. Fedor. All but 25K. Shipped in there. 1-3's busy. Take it down, Mr. Holtz. We saw 10s bin by Artur earlier in another spot that had similar
I think it was
pressure.
Under the gun, open from Vogelsang, Stevie 3-bet.
+1.
Another one of those spots where the stack off range just way too far ahead of pocket 10s to want to get involved as a cold 4.
Pocket aces for Chidwick. What a gift here. Under the gun +1.
And this may be a rough spot for Holtz. Hijack is a tight position against +1, but ace-10 suited, kind of premium when it comes to rejamming candidates. Somehow finds the flat. Off of 15 bigs. You don't see this very often, especially at final tables.
I was just thinking to myself, you know, we don't really expect that to be the road traveled off of that stack depth.
No. Maybe some thoughts of, you know, Stevie is opening right now from +1 into the 2 chip leaders in the blinds, tightest range possible for Chidwick.
Those elements, by the way, not at all lost on Fedor, so we defer to his decision, and perhaps that flat has lured Hajiev into this disaster. A 3-bet to 1.1. Now, if you're Stevie, upon whom the action lies, do you announce yourself here and now?
It's not mandatory, but actually it might even be somewhat standard. What the strange factor to me that we don't see often is this Fedor flat off of 15 bigs. If Stevie had less than aces, he might be suspicious of Fedor having aces himself. So imagine if Chidwick has queens here. Ace-queen suited, hands like this. We might just want to flat and try to keep in the bluffs rather than opening the door. But with number 1, we usually do just keep putting money in.
1.8.
Well, 1.8 makes matters quite easy for Fedor. How well served was he to flat? Only 450 the losses, whereas if he got aggressive, it would have been very costly. Now, Hajiev paying the price. But, you know, some of the time he's got to be looking at this spot and thinking that Chidwick's identifying Ramin's holding is perhaps seeking squeeze with Fedor in between, or the range is still supposed to be very snug?
I think it's still just meant to be quite snug. Nothing about Hajiev's play there looks light to me, and I'm even surprised that King-Queen was involved. It could have just been a fold in the first place, so I don't think Stevie anticipates a wide range there at all. This is a very strong looking 4-bet.
In fact, King-Queen off, perhaps the lightest part of the range that Hajiev would respond in that way to. The interfering attributes of it, of course, motivating, but Ramin keeping it clean there with the muck. Chidwick able to pick up quite a few chips without even taking a flop. Now, Suvarna, Queen Jack of Hearts.
Being in +1, Suvarna's just going to pass on it. I think min raise was an option, maybe feeling, you know, between jam or fold. He prefers fold, to which I agree. Jamming from +1 is dicey for 12.5 blinds.
King Queen off, this time being put to work as the open. Ramin hoping to do better than he did last time, and if Vogel defends, he'll be performing quite well as the dominating holding.
It's an interesting hand class for Vogel, saying sometimes we see the big blind go all in, less than 20 bigs, covering, reasonable equity if we get called because ace-king makes up so much of that range. He'll just play it as a flat.
Eight, 8-4 board. One diamond out there. Not much to get excited about for either holding.
Christoph giving that one some thought as the covering stack. Neither player expected to have many 8s. The big blind would usually have more, but defense ranges significantly tightened up at final tables. Trips an uncommon threat for either player.
See how Christoph responds to the 1.5 BB. Roughly quarter pot follow through. He's going to stick around, it looks like. And by the way, it isn't in the form of a flat as he slips an orange gaming token out there. Check raising, asking questions of Ramin. The 8X belongs to him and he knows it.
It's a nice find for Vogelsang, even if only a small part of his range is 3 of a kind. It's even smaller for Hadziev. And it's just such an uncomfortable spot for overcards. The defense strategy needed against plays like this is so loose and so unintuitive. Hadziev meant to continue a lot of unpaired hands, backdoor flush draws, and even hands like King-Queen without a backdoor flush draw are kind of a close decision. Wow.
What is going on? We have king high and queen high and a 3-bet post-flop situation as Ramin, not a believer of Christoph. 1.3.
We've officially gone off script, Ali. And I think Vogelsang knows it, and he's just got to figure this one out in the moment. Queen 10 of diamonds, no immediate throwaway hand either at the price. We know how often he's going to be bluffing here. When Vogelsang has this many bluffs in range, he's not going to feel as though he can just pitch them all or even necessarily just believe this play.
And down goes Vogelsang as Hadziev wagging a big finger in the face of the German there. It takes moxie. Those are finds that require cojones. Well, I don't know what the good folks over at GTO Wizard would have to say about that particular spot there, Kevin, but at the end of the day, you can't argue with the results. And you can't argue with the improvements that could be coming your way if you've yet to get down the solver streets in search of the optimal manner to play any of the hands that you've seen today. Check them out at GTO Wizard. They've got the most sophisticated poker solver in the industry. Get free access to all their features for the first 24 hours at GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players.
Only 700K more.
Well, I couldn't call with my hand. I'm gonna be out anyways. Probably on Instagram also.
Everything will go on Instagram. Maybe I had the best hand.
Huh?
Maybe I had the best hand.
Ramin suggesting that that last exchange was worthy of the gram. Tend to agree. Vogelsang. Small blind pushback here with the king jack of diamonds, and Lonis once again is going to be stuffing stockings, rather.
Clear one there for Christoph, and nice pickup after losing a chunk with the queen 10 of diamonds.
What's going to get dangerous is if all of a sudden the real part of the deck ends up in Jesse's hands.
Heard it?
Well, as enthralled as we've been with this final table, captivating things are taking place in the 150K elsewhere in the room as Crab just showed me a chip graph,
Oh, 5 of spades.
which
Sorry, guys.
looks like a stock market crash. Gambledore out after chip leading? Spoiler alert, but how, Kevin, how?
I'm asking the same questions. I do see a live stack in play for Korzinen. Can see on the graph that a re-entry was submitted in that event, but 600,000 chips turned to 0. Faster than one would think possible.
You push far enough forward on the yoke, my friend, terrain fills the windscreen in a hurry. What was it, 3 hands it took?
Did get coolered against Alex Foxen, nut straight against a flush in a pretty big pot. He was value betting all in and just got snapped by a better hand. But some aggressive pre-flop decisions followed, let's say.
You being diplomatic again?
Couple of hands worse than pocket queens ended up in a very large confrontation against pocket queens, against 2 different players.
By the way, if you're wondering where Kevin is sourcing all of this, the Triton Poker Plus app. Those of you who stream us regularly assuredly have already downloaded it. But for the newbies, you're doing it all wrong if you haven't. Available in the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Free of charge.
I thought it was by time, no?
Okay. Decision here for Holtz in the big blind with an ace. Just 10 big blinds effective, but +1 open for Kiat Lee. We know the fold equity against a 3-bet is not as common.
Yeah, so he is content to flat. Kiat in a great spot. And the spot gets better on this flop. Ace 9-9, trouble for Fedor.
Definite trouble. There's a number of Broadway hands that Kiat would be incentivized to bluff on this board. Just a touch over 1 big blind being delivered. I suspect Fedor will call here, but some players even approaching these types of textures as raise only. Very small check raise also a possibility.
$250.
Does go for the small check raise.
This is just kind of, let me ask where I'm at right now in case. We can pick up what are important chips against a whole variety of hands, but the one hand, that dominant ace that we're in trouble against, we'd like to figure out if it looms here. Although Kiat under no sense of obligation to do something other than flat with a hand like ace-jack because the 9x belongs to the big.
I agree. And this is just a spot where Fedor is under so much pressure that continuing the flop without an ace or better is nearly impossible. So by raising, he can add a few bluffs, first of all, but also he can seek value against the underpairs in Kiat's range, which it's very hard to get additional chips against those hands if we take any other route. Now that we're here at the turn, maybe a chance to slow down.
I mean, how safely can we remove the underpairs that you were referencing from the continuing range for Kiat? Would he feel compelled at that price to stick around and just make sure bluffs aren't
I think so.
across the way? So then Fedor a bit adrift.
There's a good chance that Fedor's hand is best, but if additional chips go in, it gets a lot harder.
Well, he does have the ace of clubs. And he's going to bring forward $500,000 into 2-2, let's call it. Sub-quarter pot.
Feels like an attempt to get value from those exact hands, Ali.
I mean, he's left himself just 900K back here. So obviously the commitments being made are significant, and that's not lost on Kiat. But Ace-Jack isn't going anywhere. 3.2 in the middle. 8 doesn't change anything.
Starting to get difficult to believe we have the best hand, but just 900,000 behind. Of course, we know how valuable those 900,000 can be, and it may be a spot for Fedor to check. See if he can get a cheap showdown.
Super awkward spot now. I mean, what are our options? Check, decide?
It does feel like the best play, but of course it's uncomfortable. Holt's eventually landing on that, and he does get the free showdown. Free kind of in air quotes there, as Holtz has already delivered the vast majority of his stack to this pot.
No break.
So, Kiat Lee, happy to just play it safe.
What time is it now?
Unhappy, of course, is Fedor.
Oh, you want to play?
Yeah.
No?
To be left
Half an hour? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
with just 900K.
Okay.
Crumbs.
So,
This
yeah,
blind
maybe
level.
half an hour break, guys, okay? Half an hour?
We got a bunch of weak bladders here.
Okay.
What's happening?
I want to go washroom.
Break incoming after this hand. The players seem to have agreed.
Washroom now.
Doesn't feel like a scheduled one.
Yeah, I will probably do that. Just need to wait for a long hand. Problem is I play a long hand now.
Ace, Queen. Kiat. Being gifted
If we want to
the
take
rich
a 5
part
minute
of the
break,
deck.
take a 5-minute break, right?
Yeah, now 5
Yeah,
minutes
5
break.
minutes.
We are the tournament, so if everyone agrees, yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't know.
just want
How
to.
long?
Let's do only 5.
5 minutes, yeah, 5 minutes.
minutes.
We do 5-minute break?
That's kind of.
They can't do anything if you're all gone. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I suppose
Enjoy your break, gents.
a merciless TD could just keep the clock running and then time everybody out, rip their time banks.
It's by hands.
You know. Oh, yeah, that's right. I have forgotten that. Yeah, but I suppose you still could rip people's
just-
time banks and then...
Deal everyone in, and then it's
Yeah.
just a game of trust that nobody decides to take their action.
Well, I trust that that's not the spirit of what we have going on as the players do take an unscheduled 5-minute break. We'll bring you back to the desk here. Ali and Kevin with you. What a bang-on final table that we have observed. Clinical stuff on display here, and perhaps exactly what you would have expected when you saw the names.
Yeah, and I have to think back to that hand we just witnessed against between Fedor Holtz and Kiat Lee. An exciting one, no doubt. An unconventional line perhaps taken by Fedor. It feels as though he committed more chips than he needed to, but at the same time, I'm not sure that he avoids busting with other lines in that spot. Kiat may be, inclined to ask for all of the chips if it just goes check call, so Fedor may be navigating around that one, not busting yet, but down to 4 big blinds.
Yeah, obviously, in retrospect, when you get shown the ace-jack, you know, you're a little bit demoralized by the manner in which you approach things. But Fedor's one of those guys, again, not unlike Stevie, who we referred to earlier, absolute command of craft. Resume speaks for itself. One of the most accomplished out there. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, because we say this so often. But the reason being is that here within the borders of Triton is where the stars are collected. I mean, they genuinely, the best in the world, ply their trade at Triton, almost exclusively for some. I mean, granted, you know, many will take a lot of the rest of the year to, you know, do things elsewhere. Many are obviously headed to Vegas for the summer to try to terrorize those streets. And I always find it a little bit weird, because if I'm sat in one of those events come this summer, you know, a 5K, let's say, you know, not impossible, maybe even a 10K, and you see one of these guys in there, you're thinking to yourself, didn't I just see you in a 200K and a 100K or whatever? But they take the game seriously and they love it, and we love being able to watch them.
Yeah, you start to wonder, you know, when you're playing in some of those tournaments and Stephen Chidwick takes a seat, it's like, did you register the right tournament?
Misclick, Reg.
Stevie, you know this is a 1500 on June 17th, right? You didn't need to be here, and nobody really appreciates the fact that you take the game this seriously.
Okay, well, one of the things that it's important to recognize is that there's some big fantasy drafts that go down, and obviously there's some bracelet bets and some side action that people will put down as well. So, you know, if you do see their bones parked in something like that, you got to wonder whether or not there isn't a taste economically.
Yeah, that's true. There could be side action. And, I mean, the action we've seen at the table thus far has sent Jesse Lones, who, of course, is no stranger to side action at the World Series of Poker, now in second position behind Kiat Lee, who took over the chip lead with that pot against Fedor Holz.
Yeah, 9.575 in front of Kiat. Jesse second in chips, just shy of 8.5 as we get set to send it right back down to the final table on the back end of a brief and unscheduled break. There it is officially, brought to you by WPT Global. 125, 250 blind level. Eight bigs in front of Suvarna, 3 in front of Fedor. Big pay jumps to come. And with 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, you are not looking to get out of line right now if you're one of the middling crew.
No, this is, you know, case in point here, Christoph Vogel saying, when you've got 18 blinds in this setup, you want to be so selective. Even see him increasing his open size from +2. So cognizant of those details. Players like Vogel saying, Chidwick.
Yeah, I tried being respectful and staying, but I still really need this break. So
approach that Santosh has taken, you have to think he's going to
I think this will be a while.
pass on this one as well.
I mean, outlasting Fedor is worth so much. So until we see him spin up, I think it's lay back and wait. As you saw the pocket 4s into the muck. Now Kiat, boss stack, ace-5 offsuit.
2 of those 5s hit the muck, and Ramin's chair just a moment ago. See how fast he was looking to get out of there.
You know, I just talked about how if you're one of those middling stacks, you're not supposed to be looking for altercation. Vogel raising into our big blind. We are the big stack. We begin to have some real sense that that's a proper holding.
1.5.
For Christoph. And despite that, Kiat plays back to 1.5.
Yeah.
Just how proper a holding is it? That's the question Kiat's asking. He knows it's real.
You recognize the spot. You see the 3 big blind stack and the 8 big blind stack. That ace, such a key card here. Kiat's meant to 3-bet quite aggressively with hands like this. And even if you have all these bluffs, ICM strategy might dictate folding a surprising amount in Vogel saying seat, even with the knowledge of all those bluffs being here.
Christoph is not enjoying the spot he's being placed in right now whatsoever, but it's one that he understands is so available to Kiat.
You get the sense we don't see Christoph do maneuvers like this, or perhaps it's my first time witnessing it from this chair, to see genuine uncertainty, perhaps around which action to take, or even to pump fake at an action, to see what Kiat wants to do against it. What a find from Vogel.
We're so relieved, by the way, even though we know the ace-queen performs fairly well given the context of the situation, to see Kiat mucking away 1.5.
The quick fold, of course, we know was a bluff, but Kiat accidentally rolling over that 5 as well as he folded it. So table gets to see what he's trying to put together there out of the big blind with that chip lead.
Jesse back on top. De facto. Ace-5 off. Now in the hands of Chidwick.
Just going to pass. Fedor, though. Can't pass on this one. You're not often going to get a fold for this price. You can see from the fast peel of Mikolai. Sweating his option here. He's going to make the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate to have a 9. Fedor in great shape here. You gotta appreciate that Mikolai keeps it consistent. He covers so handsomely, and yet he's on his feet like he's at risk.
Holt's unbothered.
I know one way he would be bothered. Although it doesn't take shape on a Queen 8-4 board. Turn. Stay sterile. Oh my. An infectious river as Fedor.
I could tell the way you were hyper-focused and you felt that was coming.
Defending
Can't
champion.
keep things antibacterial. Vaska Boynikau. How on earth has this happened? He's just dispensed. Holtz. 9-7 versus ace-9. Fedor, a massive equity favor. Just had 3 outs to fade. Now, all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, out of there in 8th. 470K. But that was the dirty, as Henry likes to call it.
Felt as though it was inevitable for Fedor to spin that back up after he finds a spot like that.
I mean, a bit shell-shocked.
That's the spot where I don't think I know.
Unbothered, of course, are the remaining 7 by Fedor's plight, considering that his departure brings with it that healthy payout we've been talking about. $173,000. 643 on lockup now, and the ladders grow. Next rung, $236,000. That is meaty. As are 2 9s in the cutoff for Hajiev. Up we go.
You calling a jam?
Но он был рад увидеть 9-ку первую.
So close between 3 bet.
Да? Хотя, может, видел, я не знаю. Видел.
Between 3 bet or jam?
Ты мог бы, наверное, не... Ты, наверное, 9-7 ты точно кол. 9-2, 9-3 можно, не знаю, тут можно, нужно какой 9-2?
Не обязательно.
Не обязательно. 9-7
Обязательно.
Обязательно. Ну,
Ну как ты не можешь колить там?
да. У него 2 рандомные же обычно.
Basketball, by the way,
Стоит не один
continues
блайнд, а два.
to shine in spots where you might think nothing but tarnish is on the horizon. It's in part how he's worked his way to this final table and now to the top of the leaderboard. Just shy of 9 million. About 1 million in front of Lonis. Short stack. Suvarna. Consider some of the decisions that Santosh has made that put him into this slot. Patience is profit.
Yeah, Suvarna has collected those pay jumps he was after. Now certainly the time to try to put something together, collect a spin. Just 8 big blinds for Suvarna. Hajiev with 5 million. Next shortest stack.
See how he responds. Out of the big here, covering. This is number 5 in chips for Christoph, number 6 for Ramin. Presence of Santosh with 8 bigs obviously does keep things tight. 1.5 million after Christoph's defense. 6-4 Trey Rainbow. Deeply divorced from these holdings.
Slight advantage to Hajiev with the backdoor spades, but texture advantage for Vogelsang. Not sure that King-Queen qualifies as a lead on this board unless we're leading almost anything. Hard to see the immediate benefits when we are unlikely to fold out ace-high on the flop. Hajiev has options. Could use this as a c-bet bluff. Checks behind, though. That presents the same opportunity for Vogel. Now an even better board texture when the 8 of clubs comes on the turn. Almost regardless of his holding, he should consider bluffing at this board.
I think he's also considering that 200 and some odd thousand pay ladder and that sub 10 big blind stack of Suvarna. I hear where you're coming from.
I mean, even more reason for Vogelsang to lean in that case. He covers Hajiev.
Yeah, this is important. Can be leveraged. And obviously he can ask questions of an ace-X that would behave this way.
Now it's Ramin activating against 2 checks. Maybe feels as though Vogelsang would have let out with basically anything reasonable on this board. Kind of a step ahead of what I was saying about Vogelsang's willingness to attack this texture. Maybe 2 checks is just a free pass. Ramin clears out the chop. Nicely found.
And it's not as though Ramin has the luxury of safely removing that board texture from a Christoph defense as the covering stack.
No, it's definitely an uncomfortable spot to go after when you're covered. Feels as though you can't represent much on that texture, but overpairs definitely could check the flop and activate on the turn. It's a nice find. Another playable one for Ramin. +1 though.
By the way, he's kind of living rent-free in Christoph's head after that 3-bet too. I mean, the fines against Vogel have served him well.
$450. Oh, I'm sorry, 500.
Blinds have raised to 250,000. It's going to be a min raise from Jesse.
Chidwick, Jack 9 offsuit, considering.
Does still feel defendable. We're deep enough that we're not often all in at risk post. Room to play some pots here.
King 8-7. Both players with excuses to remain interested. For Jesse, the better hand in the form of bottom pair. For Chidwick, the gutter and that 9 of clubs working hard.
625.
Going to require 625 to proceed.
Options for Chidwick. 9 of clubs, good interaction, in addition to the nut gut shot. Continuing by check raising. Definitely an attractive option. Just calls though.
Now he picks up the flush draw, but an ace is a pesky one.
It is, and I wonder if Lonus even bothers trying to show this down. It's a potential bluffing card. Gonna be hard to show down a 7 in position on this board development.
It's not like if Stevie were to lead at this card that any old ace-X could all of a sudden rise up. So perhaps contemplating setting the price? And maybe having some fold equity? Is this an idea, Kevin?
I do think Stevie's just considering the board development in general, and it does look like he's reaching for leading chips. Ace of clubs, in particular, a fun card because it's a lot harder for Jesse to have improved on this card when the ace high flush draw or ace high flushes are not available. And every flush very much in Stevie's range. He's just immediately representing 2 pair plus strength hands that know that Jesse's going to be inclined to play polar on this card. But Lonus, almost certainly just suspicious of this. On the surface, it's like, you know my image, you know how aggressively I can play on a card like this. Why would you ever lead out a good hand? Just on a basic level, that's got to be crossing Jesse's mind.
Well, he does concede, despite having some suspicions, it would seem, about what Chidwick was holding. So a nice pickup there for Stevie, properly identifying the opportunity before him and taking his chances. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Back end of that one. Jesse slipping to 4th in chips. Chidwick up to 2nd. Raska Boynikau at the top of the leaderboard. Kiat in 3rd. Those the 4 stacks ahead of the average of 6.4 million. Good for 26 bigs. Hajiev and Vogelsang neck and neck in the low 20s. And then it's Suvarna who's dangling down there, sub 10. Action somewhat revolving around that. Although you wouldn't know it from that last decision by Stevie on the turn.
That feels like one of those plays, you know, we've talked about this in the past. There's certain people, you watch them make an unconventional play, and you just believe that it's right, instead of believing, like, what the heck are you doing, leading on the ace of clubs.
Yeah, sure.
When Stevie does it, it's like, I need to go home and run some sims. I gotta figure out the idea here because you know he's figured it out. if he's willing to do it here at the final table of the main event.
The line between very good and great can be a very fine one. And we know which side of it Stephen Chidwick lies on, so we are inclined to accept his choices as somewhat of a gospel.
This could be a dicey one.
Ace-Jack.
Santosh posted his big and big blind ante here. He's got 6 big blinds behind. Lonis has increased his open size for that reason. Ace-10 suited, just flatting. That's going to allow Savarna to get out of the way, one would think.
Yeah, demoralizing Jack-5 off. He's been card dead, but he has found a couple of ladders. Has shown discipline. Made the most of the spots that he's had. Chidwick in a way here as round 2 takes shape. 7-8-9, both players with a straight draw. Of course, advantage Chidwick, given his is open-ended, but Jesse with the best hand right now.
And board texture also feeling like advantage Chidwick. The pocket pairs that make sets on this flop and also pocket 10s. All potentially flatting combos from the small blind. Very few pure misses with his range on this board. Jesse's going to have more of those. Not surprised to see Stevie starting with a lead, especially considering he now covers Lonis. Good price for Lonis. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The ace-jack can continue in some way.
It's just curious because, again, he's confronted with this break in protocol, this deviation from the flow. And this time, he's going to ask questions of the decision, raising it up to 1.3. And I think had the prior pot not gone down the way that it did, maybe he's not as motivated to do this.
I have to agree, and I wonder if Chidwick reads into that dynamic at all. It's easy from the booth to say Jesse's going to bluff this time because he doesn't believe the 2 leads in a row, but he has to ask if Lonis would be willing to raise and get it in on this flop with an overpair. It's uncomfortable. If you've got pocket queens in this stack distribution as Lonis to raise and stack it off, does Stevie believe that he's just run into a straight or a set here? Ace-10 suited is a pretty big draw. Wonder if he ever comes over the top.
5 seconds.
Just calling.
Now they're playing for 4.3. By the way, Savarna's getting ever more excited at the prospects of maybe these two colliding in incendiary fashion. Queen doesn't change a thing. Let's see now. Jesse has breathed life into this thing.
I think if Jesse wants to bluff at this pot, he knows he needs to go for all of it. And I don't mean a jam right now, but a turn and river barrel most likely necessary to clear hands like 9-10 suited, pocket 10s, pocket 6s potentially. If he doesn't want to do that, then checking behind makes sense.
Wow. And the 10 on the end might make some dollars. Queen high straight, Chidwick with just 10s and an ace kick.
How do we proceed as Chidwick? It's quite hard to just have one pair. Maybe ace-8 suited, ace-9 suited, these hands also arrive here. Don't know if he continues a hand as light as king-9 suited pre-flop.
It's difficult for Chidwick to have one pair in this situation, and as such he's cognizant of that and perhaps looking to leverage, you suggesting?
Yeah, I don't think that Chidwick believes that Jesse is short on potential straights, but he's always going to be one to break down his own range and think about the need to value bet with straights, the need to value bet potentially with rivered 2-pair or rivered sets. And how do we find bluffs from within that range?
5 seconds. Okay.
Well, check decide. It's going to be the road traveled, and of course Lonis is going to go for value, and it does feel like the overbet shove here, the polarity associated with it, is something on Jesse's mind?
Yeah, maybe leaving a few chips behind or even something like 1.5 million behind not unreasonable. Even if Jesse were bluffing,
5 seconds.
he would want to be able to survive.
1,900,000.
Just goes for 1.9. And it is hard at this point to make the claim that you've completely whiffed this board. I think once Stevie checks on the end, he's going to be able to get away unscathed.
Steps aside from the 1.9 appropriately. Some hair-raising altercations between those two. Relative to Stevie, Jesse the upstart. Chidwick, no doubt, Hall of Famer when the time comes. And maybe Jesse is trying to put together a career that would land him too in the archives.
Certainly. How can you not start thinking about legacy when you've put together the results that Lonis has in such a short time?
1,000%.
600.
Raise 600,000.
Gotta think that he plans to be here a while.
Sometimes I do wonder as we see him open with the King-9 suited, whether or not you get early burnout, you know, especially if you experience a lot of the dopamine, early diminishing kind of returns in that respect, and you feel as though there isn't so much left for you to accomplish. This in part perhaps why Fedor took the break that he did, retired, then came out, you know, but refreshed. Even you look at Alex Foxen in terms of taking a break from Triton and then showing up again, as we see Suvarna finding one to go with. Ace, 8 of diamonds, all in declared. Another 900. And Jesse is going to hunt a ladder for the field. 3.5 million. Santosh getting it in good. Near 3-2 favorite. The deck has lacked mercy on the day for some. Just ask Fedor Holtz. Will it prove to be wicked once more? Well, for the time being, it is advantage Jesse with the 9s. However, the 2 diamonds keeping things interesting. Flush draw or an ace. Now add the 8s. Suvarna needs the help. Can he fight on? No. Respect to Suvarna for making it as far as he did, Kevin. It could have come undone in some other spots. Gave it all the discipline and ultimately got his money in good. But falling at the hands of Jesse Lonis, not the only man to suffer that fate. See Fedor still sticking around, talking shop with Roland Rakita there. 7th place, gonna be good for a very healthy $643,000 for Suvarna. He leaves behind 6. That, by the way, the second cash of the festival for Santosh, 15th in the 25K 8 max. The only other that he had in his prior 8 attempts, so very welcome replenishment of ammo in his Triton coffers.
Raise 600,000.
Haven't heard from Mikolai for a minute.
Pass.
Queen Jack reminding everyone he's here. Let's see how Christoph feels about Ace-9 suited versus the under the gun open.
Seconds.
Taking a pass.
Pass.
Short stack duties, by the way, have now been inherited by Hadziev. He and Christoph level at 22 bigs apiece. Neither involved here as Kiat looks at 2/8s in the big.
And with the elimination of both Holtz and Santosh, average stack getting pretty deep now. Saying the shortest stack is on 22, so a lot of play.
And a lot of hand on a 5-6-7 board for Kiat over pair, open ender. Goes check, check. Now and over to the 8s. Backdoor diamond arrival.
Pretty good.
Go on.
Pretty good board texture for Kiat's big blind range. Thought he might even consider flop lead. Now has to feel pretty good about his hand, but he's going to continue to show caution.
Well, here's an awkward way to find a set. 8 of diamonds. 4-liner on board. Backdoor flush arrives.
Does feel as though the way to get paid in these spots is to bet small. If you're Kiat, it can look like a desperate bluff. We can see that the queen jack, no diamond, is never going to put anything in, but hoping to run into a pair, maybe an ace-king hero call.
Can I do 20, just in case? No? 15?
Well, they're scattering. And of course, reason being, it's break time here in the main. Martirosyan, Fedor Holtz, Santosh Suvarna, all meeting the end of their journey. As you can see, 3 20-some-odd big blind stacks from 4 through 6 before a little bump up to the 30 and 40-somethings toward the top half of the leaderboard. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR. We're going to bring you back to the break desk. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabbitschow, and working our way down slowly but surely. And you just talked about, with the departure of Suvarna and everybody over 20 big blinds, what do you anticipate?
Well, now that we have Jesse Lonis back in the driver's seat, I do anticipate pressure to be placed on those 20 big blind stacks. Jesse only has 37 blinds himself, but after that big pickup in a pretty interesting confrontation against Stephen Chidwick near the end of that frame, he gets enough separation, I think, to get back to his usual tricks.
$280,000. That is the difference between 6th and 5th. Cannot overstate these ever-increasing pay jumps. Going to be very much ruling the roost, as we are going to step aside alongside the players. Just about 10 minutes, as I understand it. Producer James nodding yes. We'll be back. More coverage of six-handed action now at the final table of this 100K main comes your way after this.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
200, right?
Surely. He's coming out.
Ali, I have to admit I've employed the help of artificial intelligence,
Oh, no.
seeking a quality nickname for Jesse Lonis.
Wow. That sounds like a premium ChatGPT account.
Oh, yeah.
All right. By the way, a
This
couple
is
of premiums
respect, man.
lurking here. Not to put a pin in that, but ace-10 of clubs for Hagiev
think
going
that's
to
green,
be leaned
Have
on
you ever
by
seen
Mikolai,
three-bet the
who
SI
does like to play him
call off
fast.
a stack of his right here in this spot?
How big does he go? 1.4.
1.4 sizable from these positions.
Could be the same hand or better.
Oh.
Or ace jack.
What was that you were saying about sizable? How about kings? This is number 2 pre with 2.8, salivating over the prospects of an uncontested 1.8 that could be picked up. So there's the jam. Hagiev will be cleared. Nikolai will not. And we are off to the races. 6.5 million chip pot as the deck runs cold for Mikolai. Does have the ace lurking on his feet. We've seen this before. Each time he's taken his seat, and he's done so with new chips. Might he claim the pelt of Martirosyan in a frosty fashion? He certainly rates to. A demoralizing ace-high flop. Only one king in the deck. Running 10 jack, good for nothing more than a chop. Running clubs, however, would do the trick. Martirosyan just 9% with 2 to come. Hold the phone. All of a sudden, we go from 1 out to a heap. Can Artur, Player of the Year leader, stay intact here at the final table of the main? River holds the answer. And that answer is no. Nothing anybody would have done any differently in that seat, in that spot, and the sun continues to shine down on Mikolai Vaskabojnikau, claiming the pelt of Martirosyan. No further than 9th will Artur fight.
Yeah.
389K and those important Player of the Year points. You see him shaking his head, though. His spot was terrific.
In a place where he shouldn't be going. So, doesn't matter. Yeah, I think so. What do you mean flight to cash, man? I win this and flight private. This is a pen.
I like where Ramin's head's at, by the way. Because there's some dusty low-cost carriers that'll get you from Montenegro to other parts of Europe.
There is a direct flight. It's 3 hours, 40 minutes.
From Podgorica to Baku?
From Tivat.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's like only 2 times a week, so it's not challenging to cash it. Otherwise, yeah.
Not bad to spend.
Yeah.
2-3 days.
Yeah. Nah, probably. Well, I don't want to see my kids too much. My family. But, I mean, otherwise Istanbul.
Ace-7 suited. Direct flight from Fedor.
This has got to go in. King, queen.
Yeah, spreading his wings is Hagiev. Direct left. Connecting with the king, queen. Trailing behind, but covering. 3.7 million chip pot, a critical one for Holtz. Things haven't really gone his way on the day. Could he find a bounce here? Sure looks that way. 2 spades, 10 high. Take a couple of outs off the board for Ramin. And it's locked up on the turn. That's it.
Oh, he's got Vasca Boynicao open folding suited aces from +1 now as well. Can see the impact that Lonis has had on this table dynamic early. Awkward looking one for Fedor. Ramin has 8 big blinds behind. We want to play lots of open jams, but we also know that we can get called, and ace-4 is going to snap. Time to run it.
Hagiev wakes up as Fedor tried to run one through. And maybe Ramin's going to reclaim the chips he lost with King-Queen versus the ace. Last time these two intertwined, 3 3/4 million in the middle. Hagiev in front. Better than 3-2 favorite until, no, the ace is there. Saw the 3 and panicked briefly on his behalf. Uh-oh. Jacks and 3s were all he was worried about beforehand, but now running clubs would spoil the party. Can Hagiev hold here? Yes.
Red 4 side.
Wipe the sweat from your brow, sir.
First, the window is 3, window card.
De facto. Ace-5 off. Now in the hands of Chidwick.
Just going to pass. Fedor, though. Can't pass on this one. You're not often going to get a fold for this price. You can see from the fast peel of Mikolai. Sweating his option here. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, unfortunate to have a 9. Fedor in great shape here. You got to appreciate that Mikolai keeps it consistent. He covers so handsomely, and yet he's on his feet like he's at risk.
Holt's unbothered.
I know one way he would be bothered. Although it doesn't take shape on a Queen 8-4 board. Turn. Stay sterile. Oh my. An infectious river as Fedor.
I could tell the way you were hyper-focused and you felt that was coming.
Defending
Can't
champion.
keep things antibacterial. Vasca Boynicao. How on earth has this happened? He's just dispensed. Holtz. 9-7 versus ace-9. Fedor, a massive equity favorite. Just had 3 outs to fade. Now, all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, out of there. And welcome back to the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro for continuing coverage of the $100,000 Triton Poker Super High Roller Series main event. Ali Najad joined now by Randy Liu, who I know has been keeping tabs on what's been going on here at this final table. However, for those that might be just joining us, let's dive right back into the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, for a State of the Union. $879,000, that's what's on lockup. $280K the hop between 6th and 5th, and Martirosyan, Holtz, and Suvarna are out of the way.
Well, we're so close to the 7-figure payouts. One more bust out to get there. And, you know, it's great for the rest of the field to see Artur and Fedor Holtz out, you know, and Santos, who's obviously one of those players that has tremendous runs at the Triton Series.
Sure.
But we are down to 6. Jesse Lonis at top. I can't believe he might be able to do the 2-time in one stop.
Silver backing, 2-time title winner with 1 under his belt already here, and a good bit of distance between himself and Kiat Lee. Kiat sitting $8.5 million right now. There you see it. 11.1 and change for Jesse officially. Mikolai Vaskabojnikau, who looked like he was in that on-deck circle at the top of the day, along with Hagiev, and yet the two of them sat here, 6 remaining.
It's tremendous to see Mikolai and remain so deep in this main event, given their track record at Triton. And from what I understand, they don't play professionally, but they really got the chops.
I'll tell you what, the more that you come out, the more that you play Triton, the more that you get the front row seat to the best in the world doing their thing, the more ideas that you collect. And when you're able to execute in situations like this, as Ramin has handsomely, as has Vaskabojnikau, who's gotten a little bit lucky at times, let's be honest, you can put together a potential run. And that run for Mikolai could mean, if he claims the title, back-to-back wins at a stop in a main. We've never had that happen before, so obviously some storylines there. Hagiev also had that deep run in the Invitational, Randy.
That's true, and he won an Invitational before. He made a final table, what, in 200K this stop, so I don't know. It's just his day, isn't it?
How often does a little break desk require this much time before we bring up the names Stephen Chidwick and Christoph Vogelsang? They, too, are still in the hunt. Obviously, storylines for Chidwick, $6.2 million, 21 bigs in front of him. Christoph Vogelsang, 18 bigs, $5.5 million. So polished at these depths.
And these are two veterans. They know how to navigate big stacks. They're going to be just fine with the 20 big blind zone. Lots of ICM pressure right now, but they know what to do.
All right, you know I like to do this to you. 6 left. Who's your horse?
Honestly, I got to go with the chip leader, Jesse Lonis. I know it seems like a cop-out, but he is playing amazing, and once again, it just seems like it's destiny.
You know what? I like your side. If I had to take a dark horse, though, I feel like Chidwick's the man who's going to make the best decisions in all of the spots that he gets put in. Let's see whether or not the deck is cooperative to Stevie as we get right back down to our feature table. This frame brought to you in part by Club WPT Gold. Lonis hydrating. And he has wet his beak plenty. Randy, you didn't by chance at any point during our break desk feel like anything was weird or amiss about your iPad?
Why are you bringing it up? I'm trying to fix it on the sidelines when no one notices. Yes, it did say K Rabachow earlier. Now it says Nanonoko.
You know what? There's no shame in it, Randy, for 2 reasons. One is you've already lost the bet about who would botch the @handle bet that we had. And also, I, too, was Henry Kilbane, I think, a couple of days back for a break desk. So, you know.
I wish I didn't lose so early.
Yeah.
You were drawn very live, is what I can tell you.
All right, 6 remaining. Main event. I'm ready.
Pocket Queens and Chidwick. He's going to be ready as well. $550.
Deuces for Vaskabojnikau. Easy defense. Looking for that ugly duckling.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, he found it.
Nikolai with the Peking duck. Bottom set. 10 high board texture. No diamond in hand for Stevie, but no reason to get bashful with 1.5 million in the middle.
He's going to want to build a pot now. He often has the best hand. He really just loses 2 sets and only sets. There shouldn't be any 2-pair combos in Nikolai's big blind defense range. If Nikolai plays this hand fast, there's a chance chips just fly in.
1.1.
Oh no, this is bad for Chidwick.
Check raise to 1.1.
See, the problem here for Chidwick is that Nikolai is probably check raising some 10x's for value, and he wants to get in chips against 10x. Sure, he loses to deuces and 4s. Probably not 10s. 10s would have re-raised pre. Queens is just a monster hand right now. Plus, he unblocks diamonds with his 2 queens, which he wants to charge.
Tense moments for Chidwick.
2.5.
He does play back to 2.5, and this is precisely what Nikolai was hoping for, as a chance maybe to get even more into this one before we even take a turn.
At this point, I would be ripping into deuces. Chidwick has committed almost half of his stack on the flop. He looks very committed. There's the all-in.
Cool.
Here we go.
Well, the writing was on the wall. And unfortunately, pre-flop, it looked like the scribble said Chidwick wins chips. Instead, it's Chidwick at risk. 12.75 million chip pot. Massive collision here. Top of the frame. Nikolai has been hot as the surface of the sun. And it's going to take a queen to cool him off. Unavailable on the turn. 2 outs. 1 time. For one of poker's all-time winningest players. Can Chidwick fight on? No.
Another great has fallen.
Cold, cold world.
Thank you. My number.
Randy.
There's nothing he can do.
It's, you know,
Overpaired on that board. You're just out sometimes.
for this number.
At one point, do we begin to feel as though destiny or fate may be coming together in favor of a Nikolai back-to-back pickup of main event titles here in Montenegro? The road cleared, of course, when you can get the big road hazard that is Stephen Chidwick out of the way. That man's a stone-cold pothole.
Stone
Trying
cold
to drive,
pothole, yes.
Drive your way to a title. Stevie out of there in 6th. $879,000. All payouts now. 7 figures plus. 115 on tap. $304,000. The difference between 5th and 4th.
Ты же знаешь, как я играю, поэтому.
Не, ну мне его жалко было, когда ты чек разнул его.
I hate to break it to you, Ali.
We're all out of ice mocha?
Your pick is already out.
Okay, we took a bad beat, Randy. All right? He took the best of it. He rated to actually find a big double.
Maybe you play ace-10 this way, you know?
He would have been chip leading. Luck sack.
Luck sack. Well, that luck sack, Nikolai is the chip leader now, okay?
I meant you.
Oh.
Although, Jesse's no longer chip leading. as a result of what took place. And Hajiev, looking to do some damage of his own with ace-king, may find the opportunity against Kiatly's king-jack of spades. Here comes Kiat playing it as a flat. Well served to do so. Vaska Boynikau, ace-king suited. I smell a sandwich.
Yes, sandwich incoming.
Kiatly's the deli meat.
2 million.
Well, it doesn't look like Kiat's going to get an opportunity to put in any more chips because Hajiev's got ace-king as well. He should be looking to reshove here. Ace-king is just very nutted off of 21 big blinds. Maybe Mikolai is attacking with worse, like an ace-queen, ace-jack.
$2 million becomes 5.2. And we've got 8-figure pots aplenty here at the feature. Of course, this one lacking the drama of the prior for the time being.
Back to back.
I hope somebody has bad hand for his hand. Коль, давай не так, да, хорошо? Давай сейчас не надо меня червами только. Okay, good start. Oof.
No hearts on board.
Boom, boonga, boonga.
Yeah, with little reroll.
Boonga, boonga. Good card for your hand. Diamond? Nah, okay.
Carve it up, boys. No boonga boonga.
Boonga boonga. I like that.
Well, we was win. Kiat's money is there.
Welcome.
How you like that, Kiat?
Win the button.
Is boonga boonga translation for boom shakalaka?
I didn't realize Boom Shakalaka had translations. Yeah, I think that's kind of a universal.
Oh, okay.
Tu-ți dăm o pas, frate?
Nu mă da. Nu ты... На этой стадии вряд ли будешь. Там сложно. Вот туда с юдом вот это сложно.
So some profit obtained by both of the ace-kings there at the expense of Kiat's flat. Queen-jack.
250, yeah?
Hajiev verifying the big blind size before he comes with 550 once more. King-9 off here for Lonis.
Oh.
Christoph Vogel saying 10-8 offsuit. And strongly consider defending. But he's just going to stay away. I see him in final tables. They changed the big blind defense ranges.
How much do ranges change five-handed versus not just like 6? First, let's focus on that. As we lose Chidwick from 6 to 5, how impactful is it in terms of range? We're still just playing short-handed poker, right?
Yeah, you just kind of assumed under the guns and knew it's hijack now, right? But you just have to keep in mind the blinds are coming around sooner, so you can't play too snug.
Deuces never loses, boys.
But also,
He
the main factor is just that with more eliminations, the pay jumps are bigger.
That's why it's his hand.
So you need to play tighter because of that.
That's my number. It's not my hand, it's my number. Yeah.
Of course, five-handed versus the nine-handed we started
600.
with, that's a big difference. A lot more latitude to get involved, and Jesse has shown a willingness to get involved, given the gift of a big stack for the run of this one with all manner of kit. 3-5 suited, plus the puck, equals 600. Vogel saying small blind king jack.
Just lays it down. If he's laying down King Jack there, it's so profitable for Lonus to raise on the button. He's getting rejammed on a lot less.
And by the way, there's no shorter stacks than Vogelsang's right now, so it's not as though he's trying to ladder.
So we got, what, 7 figures guaranteed at the moment?
That we do. You know what we don't got, though?
What?
We don't got enough likes. You know?
Yeah.
It's honestly, I like to think that what we put on here is worthy of a mouse over and click or, you know, tap your finger on that button, considering the sheer volume of people that are streaming us live, which we see you. We appreciate you. Give us, you know, there's no fee for the stream. Just give us a little, mash the like button.
600.
For the love.
Yeah, not all of you, just some of you. Just because I know it's not realistic to expect everyone to click the like button, but
You know,
if
you have to dream.
Some of them do it, I'll be happier. Ollie will be happier.
I mean, to be fair, I'm happy just because I'm sat here watching this particular final table, which everybody has been talking about as being one of the most entertaining in quite some time. A lot of different ingredients here, a complex flavor profile.
The 100K monitor. You won the invitation. Not a bad one.
Oh yeah. But bro, if I don't jam that, I still will bust you.
Yeah, true.
At least like call.
Yeah, the flop.
The regular play is call. Okay, no. But
Yeah, and then
that's,
flop.
yeah, check jam probably. And they will still go best. You hit a set on the flop too, huh?
No, on the river.
On the river, yeah.
When you hit the flush, I hit it.
Yeah.
600.
Small adjustment, but Lonus pre-flop raise size is to 600K, whereas other players have been going 550.
Well, this is a big adjustment from ace-9 to pocket queens. Kiat with the goods here. How does he want to approach the spot?
Mandatory 3-bet. Try to induce a very aggressive player to play back at you.
1.6. Slathering the extra 1 milli.
Probably just folding with ace-9. Can definitely attack with much better hands. Time bank deposited.
Jesse could get himself in a little bit of trouble right now if he's looking over at Hajiev and Vogelsang's leaner stacks than Kiat's and deciding that this big pay ladder can be put on Lee's mind if he were to 4-bet. Although Kiat's ranges in consideration of that are supposed to be tight.
Yeah, I feel like him attacking here will be just a bit reckless, just given how comfy he is in second at the moment.
Well, allegations from the chat, Randy, that perhaps I was a bit reckless. When I picked Stephen Chidwick, they're suggesting I jinxed him in 6th.
Yeah,
Is it my fault?
Well, Chidwick's going to invoice you for the pay jump.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be able to fulfill that invoice, Randy. I'm going to be honest.
Amen to that.
Can't be fucking all the time. You know. It's quite easy to bust.
You can. He's always in our tournament.
True.
Fuck around all the time. Ask Santa. Vladimir. Santa fucks around all the time.
King Jack saying hello here. Dominated Jack 4 suited for Jesse.
Jesse can afford it. Start the hand with 11 million about. 45 BBs. So another 300 comes in.
half in the middle. 1 diamond, 2 8s, and a 9. Snappy check from Jesse.
Decent c-bet spot for Ramin. He has a little blockers to flush draws and backdoor flush draw. Blocker to straight draw that can attack. Do like the c-bet, just 400K. Not much here for Lonis. Bye-bye.
C-bet and take it is always a relief there for Hajiev because he knows the man with the finger on the blender button lurks. Well, Chad is always so well cultured.
No, just like me, but go on.
You know,
Scared
well,
of the checkers?
you know, I actually
You're gonna
hate to
four
break
bet
it to you,
I
but
had something to continue.
You're gonna
this
click,
time.
You're gonna
This time
click
I
it back?
this time I had something to continue, not clicking.
I don't know. Everybody's always got something.
more so than you and I, because Bunga Bunga actually
Christoph made me do that. What can I do?
was a reference to Italian Prime Minister, I guess, Silvio Berlusconi's wild parties that he had back in the day. This dude he got after it.
I see. So they just go around saying boonga boonga all day?
I would imagine they're doing a little bit more than that at those parties, Randy. I don't think it was just a...
Oh.
you
Am I
know,
too innocent?
noisemakers and loot bags. 2 10s. Hajiev ready to party. Shout out to Suha, by the way, for bringing that. Always a reliable entity. Also shout out to booth brethren David Lappin out there soaking up the stream. Not the first time we've seen him
on BB
out there.
You had something from the flop or
2 overs for Vogel, and he finds both of them on this Rainbow Queen Jack Deuce board after defending his big blind. Obviously, we don't love the texture if we're Ramin. Let's see how he approaches a presumed check out of Christoph.
Kind of feels like 10 should go in the check back range. Looks like Ramin thinks otherwise as he cuts out some chips. 775. It's not small. It's about half the pot. And because Vogelsang has so much hand, no flush draws out there, I would expect him to want to check call rather than check raise, because his opponent could be drawing oh so slim. And you want to just allow your opponent to bluff into you. And if you're up against a queen or an overpair, you're going to stack it anyways.
775 per person. Pot up to over 3 million. You surprised by the follow through from Hajiev?
Yeah, a bit.
Oh, now this is interesting. He's picked up a gutter, and he's picked up the card that he can rep. Of course, as we can see, Vogelsang's not going to have the muck on his mind.
So now that Hajiev did bet the flop with 2 10s, this ace almost seems like a mandatory double barrel for him. He has a blocker to king 10, which is good. And also, Vogelsang shouldn't ever have an ace in his range to check call a half pot c-bet. Hands like, you know, ace 5, you know, whatever backdoor suited, but no connection, they're just going to check fold to the big bet. I feel like the only ace Vogelsang can have in the spot is ace 10, but he blocks that heavily with 2 10s in his own hand. So I do think a double barrel is quite nice, even though it's not going to work against 2 pair.
$1.6, and of course, if we're Vogelsang, we know we interfere with the Queen and Jack X combos that would be attached to an ace as part of the credible range for Hajiev here. But the story being told is one that obviously is of some concern. Just 3.3 back.
I would be check jamming in this spot. There's just so little chips behind. If your opponent has an ace-king, an ace-10, whatever, ace, you just want to charge the maximum. They might just check back the river. If he was playing deeper, he might be able to just check call, but here looks like a slam dunk, check raise all in. Which is really unfortunate for Hagia because he has clean outs to Broadway, and he's unlikely to get to realize it once Vogel pushes that single or double tower in.
Well, now 1.725. If Hagiev wants to hunt a king, but even at the price available, it's just too ambitious, especially if the 10 may not be any good.
Yeah, can never call the extra chips. So massive chip up for Vogel, saying no showdown.
Opportunity in part created by perhaps some excessive ambition on the flop in position there for Hagiev.
I think the flop was the bit of ambitious bet there, but after betting the flop, I think the turn barrel is all right.
Yeah. But it goes to show you how maybe one little miscalculation can snowball into further harm down the way.
Mm-hmm. It's really a dangerous time to be having chips go the wrong way. Hagiev gonna take on short stack duties.
Yeah, and it's not close, by the way. His 15 bigs trail by a significant margin, as despite the double, Vogel saying second shortest stack, but he's got more than double Ramin now.
600.
Raise and take there from the button of Jesse.
Second time he's raised that button with not a stellar hand.
Well, we did touch on the fact that Jesse picked up a title already earlier here in Montenegro. Did so in the 40K Mystery Bounty. You're impressed by the 619,000 haul for first, but even more impressed by the fact that he picked up an extra $800,000 in bounties. His playstyle very much lending to that. Had a final table prior to the win in the 25K 8 max for 280K. Did also cash the 25K WPT Global Slam in 26th. And he is fresh off of a 4th place finish in the 50K 7 max. So he is very much in top form.
And I feel like he's one of the newer players to Triton as well. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, sure.
So to have the results he's had in such short time is nothing short of amazing.
And it's obviously to be envied by the likes of those who have been at it for far longer, have yet to claim title number 1, let alone 2, or have a shot at number 3, as he's enjoying here today. A lot of ebb and flow, though. Anyone who's been at it long enough knows this all too well.
So the way it goes, because it's going up on me, if someone were to bust, it's not going to go up on me next time, right? That's what they do. No, I'm just saying next time. Like, if someone wants to.
Jesse's referencing when the big blind goes up. It can't go up on you every single time, in case no one busts, for fairness sakes. Jack 10 of diamonds for the small blind. Kiat Lee up against a very big stack, so isn't going to look to press pre-flop. By limping, you can contain the pot and easily call raise. Vascabonica might attack with King 3 off. It's quite a good hand to isolate, given its quite weak post flop, but good properties to block hands that can limp re-raise against you. This is really good with the king 3 off.
Little pushback here. Not the first time we've observed this hand composition respond in this fashion. Kiat didn't limp that Jack-10 of diamonds to step aside in the face of this sort of action.
Exactly.
Durable enough to continue. 2.5 million in the middle now. Second pair on a queen high rainbow board. That's what Lee's working with as he checks over.
Very dangerous board to consider c-betting on from Mikael. There's a lot of straight draws that'll continue. There's a lot of 10 and queen X's that Kiat would limp call with in a small blind. I like to check back. Blank on the turn. Kiat should still be looking to keep the pot small before betting second pair, especially with his kicker.
Second check in front of Mikolai. Looks like it might have been a one and done proposition, absent improvement. Nice river here for Kiat.
Strongly can consider value betting the 10 right now. The only reason he would check if he feels that Mikolai's got that polarized dusty range that will stab on the river, and that's what he's going to try to do. But doesn't bait Mikolai.
I think it's important if we are going to make that play as Vasca Boinacao not to get married to it. It's really designed just to win one pre.
Yeah, some players, they think, oh, I raise here, I have to c-bet any flop, but no, you don't. You can pick and choose.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you provide that philosophy, Randy, given what we know about your capacity to chase losses as a prolific martingailer.
Oh, when you're in the pits, there's no rules. Besides, keep doubling until you're back to even.
Oh, well, when you're at table max, it can be a little bit tough to do that. As on the minimum is where Ramin Hajia finds himself right now, the maximum belonging to Vasca Boinacao. Did pass a few over to Kiat. 7-figure hauls from this point forward with 3.8 million and a Triton Epic X Jacob and Co-Watch and the XL trophy. That's what we're playing for. And incredibly, Randy, we've got a 150K event with plenty of runners going down elsewhere here in Montenegro.
Yeah, just a casual 150K on the side. Of course, we'll be crowning a champion that tomorrow at some point. All eyes here.
Yeah, Queen 9 suited for Kiat Lee. It's the open.
King 8 offsuit. He's a tough customer, isn't he? 3-bet with King 8 offsuit.
You know, anytime you open into that man's big blind, you better be ready for a response. Many people here at this festival have figured that out the hard way, including in this one. King 6 suited now.
900.
Jesse comes with the 3X. Vogel saying inferior diamonds.
He's expecting Lonis to attack with much worse. His hand's got playability in position off of 26 bigs.
The image there actually suggests that he's expecting a dust storm of some sort.
What do you think? He goes to Burning Man in that costume?
He'd be Burnt Man if he was trying to wear that
Burnt Man
out there. It's a little toasty, during the day at least.
Christoph Burnt Man Vogelsang.
7-5 tray. And the king high turns into a gutter. Vogelsang finds the lead with middle pair, 2.1 in the middle.
Looks like he's going to burn Lonus a bit here.
For the time being, yeah.
And it feels like he'll get some chips out of Lonus at some point, given Lonus has got gut shot, 1 over, backdoor diamonds. He's not slowing down.
$850K. Bet and called. Another 1.7 into the middle. These blind versus blind spots against a guy like Jesse who could have all parts right now. Christoph can't safely assume that Queen 5 is in great shape. Now an 8 giving excuses perhaps to Jesse to continue.
Very interesting because he picks up the open and a straight draw, which is enough to consider double barreling. But it's also a card that does rate to help Vogelsang when he calls a pre-flop raise and still calls a healthy bet on the flop. Hands like 8-9 they improve to a pair and a gut shot. 6-7, 5-6 they've got pair gutter. So you see Lonus slowing down, and as played, Vogel will just need to check this one back. He doesn't want to risk bet folding potentially the best hand against a combo draw.
Christoph going to check back. Delicate stuff and an indelicate river. Jesse finds the king, making the best hand the hard way. Now let's see. Feels like value very much available given the lines taken.
Yeah, such a dirty river card for Vogelsang. Easy value bet for here because Vogel will probably check back his whole range with a single pair, and it's not going to be a king usually. He's going to bet 2.4. The tricky part for Vogelsang is that Lonus isn't supposed to have the king too often, given he raised pre and c-bet the 7-5-3 rainbow. It's a sizable bet, so it shouldn't be 7 or 5x. So to me, it feels like at 8 or better that Lonus would have that beats the 5. In terms of air, it could be anything because it's Jesse Lonus.
Yeah, and that's precisely what makes it tricky for Christoph. Might this be a golden opportunity in his mind to click call and collect this 6.2? Or as we can see, a horrible spot where doing so would leave him with just 3.4.
King.
Reluctant call, but a harmful one. And Vogelsang
6-4, bro. 2.4, right?
damaged.
Not suited. Oh, so you
Mikolai likes it.
Yeah, they battled in the sandstorm. The one wearing no protection was the one that won.
Yeah.
It's a good turn.
Yeah.
Nice turn. Thank you.
The round out is sick for him.
16 million plus, over a third of the chips at the table. That's what Lonus is working with. Okay, 54 bigs. Vasco Boynikau second. And oddly, I feel like Mikolai would love to do battle with Jesse heads up, provided the two of them could keep the pace that they've been on to this point.
Of course.
He was big blind. He was big blind.
Vogelsang, by the way, now back down where Hajia finds himself on roughly 11 bigs.
That was my fault, bro. I threw out.
I'll tell you this.
I do what I've been told, right?
Lonus, he plays his image
Yeah,
so well,
You
and he
raised the
gets paid
small
off
blind. No, but it was my fault. I threw the small blind again. I confused.
by marginal hands where others cannot get paid.
I couldn't agree with you more. He's very self-aware of the perceptions of his opponents, and I think that as effectively as any action player is capable of executing, he leverages those spots.
Look at this guy.
For max profit. Here he is, leveraging 5-6 offsuit on the button. Christoph's going to take a hand off. He looks pretty deflated on the back end of that one, by the way. King 9 of hearts here. And inflation.
Love this.
From Hajiev.
3.175, I think.
It's too much.
Yeah. It's not a standard reshove
I think it's.
by Ramin. But knowing the opponent, you just got to take this spot. I mean, Lonus looks like he's raising any 2 at this point.
I mean, listen, he's got the shackles on Mikolai and Kiat, right? Because Ramin and Christoph out there 11 bigs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
They're not looking to miss out on this pay ladder. That is for sure.
You're right.
2.8.
And he can afford from time to time, depending on what he's working with, to give a spin here. But I don't know. 11 bigs feels like a little bit too much for 6-5 offsuit to be giving it a chew.
Yeah, this is like hitting on 20
I had nice
in
hand, but I
blackjack.
didn't want to call.
So he didn't hit.
Understand.
Randy,
I don't blame you.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, just enough
Is it like
to
hitting
hurt-
like on 19 instead, maybe?
I want
Just
you to
enough
be
do
honest
some
with me.
damage.
Okay?
Yes.
Have you split 10s in blackjack?
I knew
Oh,
it
I've done it
That's why I
before.
wanted to. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it was less.
My
than
bad,
that.
my bad.
No, you're
You're
good.
sick,
No, it's because
deranged
I forgot
individual.
about that.
Well,
No, it's all good. It's all good.
you can win 2 times. There's so many 10s in the
never
deck.
trust the
10,
board, though,
Jack,
because the
Queen,
board
King.
has
So
been
likely
wrong
get
so
20
many
again.
times.
Imagine having 20 plus 20, which is
Oh, yeah.
40.
No, I know how many 10s there are in the deck every single time I double when I'm pressed. And I'm sitting on 10 or 11, dealer showing a 5 or a 6. Yeah, no, I know precisely how many 10. Not enough is the answer, more often than not.
I think these questions you ask me starts to make me lose my credibility. All right, stop making me out to be the degen.
You know what's crazy? There's probably a casino host that's going to invite you out somewhere in the chat. Like, hey, John here from Seminole Hard Rock was wondering whether or not you'd like to come down. We do have some poker series you could be interested in.
With slot machines right next to the tables
exactly.
or something.
We could move a blackjack table right into the tournament room for you, so you don't have to be bothered with, you know, stalling during the bubble. You can just splash around.
That's a pretty good idea, though. Tables right behind you. Huh. Let's open up a casino someday, Ali.
You know, I got to tell you that over at Merit Poker in Cyprus, where we paid a few visits with Triton, they figured it out.
It's a thing? Oh, that's cool.
They got the pit tables relocated into the tournament area.
Nice.
Just in case someone wants to steam. Re-entry period not open anymore? Come see us. We'll get you right.
All right, Lonus. Surely not this in the hijack.
You know you weren't 100%.
I know.
To be right about that, right?
That's why I said surely.
Little hedge. King 9 on the button. A lot of hand. A lot of chips. 650. Ace 5. Swift bin. Same story for the 5 deuce. Well, Jimmy Bluffett in the chat writes in to say, you're welcome anytime in Costa Rica. Now, Costa Rica, they do have some casinos. I know this because way back in the day, the legendary Dewey Tomko was getting married, invited me down there. He actually owned, don't know if he still does or not, a casino out there. Beautiful nation of Costa Rica. I left behind some funds on that particular trip.
So he profited.
Good memories.
It's like, no need for wedding gifts. Please play at the tables.
Triton, Costa Rica, Randy? I like it.
Check.
We just rent one of those incredible villas on the coast and just
kick back.
Everybody gets their own room. It's like a Triton compound. We'll look into it. Ace, Queen, 6 is looking onto the board. Lonis finds himself with second pair.
Check.
And the lead against Mikolai. 2 quick checks here. In a limp pot pre, and Vasca Boynikau continues to be white hot. How about a 6 for trips and the 10 of diamonds for backup?
And the thing is, what's better is that Lonis has a piece that can pay off the 600K, maybe even more. TBD though.
$1.2 more worked its way into the purse. 7 of spades on the end, no changes. Let's see what Mikolai has in mind. He's been very aggressive when he's had it, willing to take some big bets. $1.5 again in that 3/4 pot territory. He doesn't have that milky sizing as yet from what we've seen.
It feels a tad greedy. Feels like, oh, greedy is going to get paid off. Mikolai.
Thought perhaps that Jesse, especially absent any occasions on which I can remember, whether in showdown spots or not, you know, Mikolai, no bluffs on the day.
Chip leader.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If they think you're bluffing, keep going at it. You're just going to get paid all day.
Well, at some point, I'm sure word will come down or people will update their assessments. But that altercation does, as you mentioned, give us the new chip leader in Vasca Boynikau. Lonis slipping back into second, 11 bigs separating them. Jockeying efforts continue. The top of the leaderboard here. Folded around to Mikolai's button. King high, offsuit, steps aside.
Mind if he opened there, but you can see immediately that Mikolai and Lonis have very different approaches holding the chip lead. Like Jesse would have never folded King 5 offs in the button. Just different approaches. Oh, they just smelt the aces.
Get something?
That's brutal.
I guarantee you had a better hand than me.
Well, that wasn't hard to do.
You had something on big blind. 2 cards.
I deuce 3 off.
He probably had something to open
This
as
is
well.
getting a walk. It's
Yeah, I was
nasty.
thinking to open.
You see?
Yeah,
I'd be boiling if I'm vocalizing right now.
And not because he's wearing the thick hoodie.
So, had something?
I had something to it.
Yeah, I had something.
Legend. I have something now too, huh? Is it still open? Something.
What you got?
6-3 off is something or no? Counts as something?
They're so probing Christoph. He had aces.
He didn't cop to it, though.
That's true.
How are you?
Hey,
Richard Young. Triton co-founder. Nobody loves it more than him. So proud, obviously, of what he and Paul have managed to accomplish here in relatively short order. Less than a decade removed from the very first Triton festival ever held, which was a far cry in terms of the size of the organization and the fields.
I just want to know how he always has a front row seat at the feature tables, you know?
We have VIPs, then we have VVIPs.
I see.
Richard, he goes where he wants.
All right.
My friend.
That's a VVIP hand.
Yeah, no kidding. All access. AA.
500.
A little north of 2.5x. Can Kiat give action? 7-6 offsuit. No, thank you.
He wants to show.
Wow. This is something.
He really is sun running, Randy. I mean, it's you start to get paranoid almost.
Something real.
I don't think anyone's had those yet. This final stage.
Yeah, Stevie had.
Stevie have one. Nice.
Stevie raised, further called, I 3-bet, he 4-bet.
Oh, he had aces.
Aces, yeah. I had king queen off.
You have something.
I had something.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
You
You've king queen off a lot.
Yeah, I had many times king
You
queen
kept
off.
waking up with it.
Well, I also lost a lot into Theodore king queen off to ace-7 suited. You remember?
Yeah, okay.
Give me something. I want something.
Christoph, you can join the conversation. You had it too.
I don't think Christoph is... He's not here for the chat. You know.
Just business.
Just business. My boy.
I respect it. Get those blinds, Ramin. Oh, never mind.
Queen, queen. This ace-5 is going to face resistance here. Let's see to what tune.
Click it.
1.6.
Like 1.4, 1.5. Do you say 1.6? Thereabouts.
Again, Ramin, one of the shorter stacks out there. When Kiat re-raises us, given our stack depth, given the presence of two short stacks out there, you kind of know that the real deal should be what he's working with. Could, of course, be leveraging Ramin not to work his way south of Vogelsang's stack.
Solo jam?
Yum, yum, if you would jam.
It was between jamming and
All
raise
you
fold.
can eat.
You have rooms to raise? Yeah, 13 bigs?
Yeah.
Well,
Click to 1.8.
huh? Now I don't have. Before I had.
Here we go, Vogelsang.
You don't want to.
AQ.
Hope the technician had problem.
Huh?
Hope the technician had problem.
It looks like you had that. Come on, tell me. I told you I was not ready. Just tell me if you were ready to go with it.
Upstairs we go.
Almost the top floor. Confrontation, and Mikolai, you said he's running hot and he's got an opportunity to knock out Vogelsang.
This is insane. You know, it really is like God mode has been engaged for Vaska Boynikau.
2.3, 4.9 is the min.
Now, I believe he verbally declared a size that was actually inadequate from the sound of it.
3.5 he said this.
How much is it?
It has to be, how much Christoph made, 2.6?
Vogelsang is always going to be committed here, obviously. 2.6 of 3.2 delivered.
He said a number, though.
3.5 he said.
3.5.
So it's at least a call, and needed to figure if it's a raise or not.
But 900 is not at least half of the additional 2.3 here, Randy. And as such, I think by rule, correct me if I'm wrong, we may need to get somebody to intervene.
3.9 it would be a raise. 3.5 is a call, yes. Is a call, yes.
Okay, so yeah, officially, because the verbal declaration was not at least half of the required amount to min raise, Vaska Boynikau going to be held to a call. Lonis with ace-queen. This is funky all of a sudden.
Wow. because it's ruled as a call, Lonis is likely to come along as well with ace queen. If Mikolaj did get to min re-raise, had he announced a larger number, it'd be probably a bit too much for Lonis to continue with ace queen. What a funky hand. And it's actually very fortunate for Vogelsang that he gets to preserve the 625K, potentially, given there wasn't a proper raise from Vasco Bonica. Oh my God, Lonis has just stepped into it.
This is nuts, Randy. I mean, you want to talk about running good. The fact that he did what he did in declaring 3-5 and being held to the flat is actually run good here because, as you point out, it has motivated Lonis to get after this.
Vogelsang, he's in. Not going to make a mistake of folding.
I mean, if it had been jam and call, this is why he leaves the 625 back to maybe realize a ladder and fight on, albeit having given away heaps of chips. But in the presence of all of the strange meta in this spot, he hops in. Vasco Boinicau, a golden opportunity here. Okay, he's going to call, Randy. Is this a mistake, or is this just mindful of Lonis supposed to have a super, super tight range?
I think it is the latter. Lonis is supposed to be very tight. Jamming would have been all right just because he covers Lonis by decent margin, so it's not the end of the world if he does lose the pot. But jamming certainly would have been a fine play if he thinks Lonis is attacking with hands like this.
This spot is from low orbit. 10 million in the main. Vogelsang plays for all of that. A dry side between Mikolaj and Lonis with plenty of chips left to play for. Look at Paul Pouet. Words come down about all of this. He wants a peek. Jack 8 deuce. No pair anywhere. No heart on board either.
Check.
Mikolaj checks it. When he calls, his range is of great concern to Jesse in turn.
Mikolaj's range is very strong. Lonis needs to be careful. He shouldn't c-bet here, I would think. Mikolaj could even have a hand as strong as Jack's or something. But he is going to fire 2 million. Oh my God, this is a fortunate spot. Vogelsang, he's going to survive.
If Jesse doesn't barrel this into a dry side, the ace-king sticks around. Instead, Vasco Boinicau lays down the best hand. He could have showered both of these guys. Absolutely surreal situation. Lonis is going to carve this one up with Vogelsang, who owes him a Christmas gift.
It's a chop, right? Yeah.
Look at this, the ace, the case ace finds its way to the turn. All Vasco Boinicau would have had to do is peel, and it's a wrap on the field, and we're playing three-handed.
That hand will be remembered forever, Ali. Oh my God, what an insane spot.
Just consider the parlay of lunacy that was required for this to be the outcome we're observing right now.
And Vogelsang is still seated.
This is insanity. Let me zero in on the fold by Vasco Boinicau. Is it acceptable? Into the dry side, 2 million, no heart on board.
I overplayed my hand.
Look, Lonis kind of overplayed his hand like he just said. But I don't know, it's just an insane fold.
I mean, it's not like we're all over Mikolaj for finding the muck, right?
Even the pre-flop.
You always knew you liked me, right, Christoph? You couldn't figure out why, but now you know.
I'm breathless.
Бля, но я не мог представить, что вот он может с туз дамой, бля, такую херню залепить.
I've never wished that I understood Russian more than in this moment.
Совсем болен, что ли?
Desperate to make out what Mikolai is saying there. Obviously devastated at the missed opportunity. There were so many ways that anything but a chop between Lonis and Vogelsang would have been the outcome there.
I would have folded 3.
It needed to be perfect for that to happen. And we just witnessed it.
You would have fold, right? If he raised me.
I mean, that case ace works its way a few slots higher into the stub and hits that flop even. I mean, just...
Yeah, I know. If it was a raise,
what?
It also could have went check on the flop, and then Lonis is in trouble.
My God, I didn't even think about that. You're right. You're right. He's not supposed to bet 2 million into a dry side there.
I think you're right.
Еще в сайзинге ошибся.
I think you're right.
Ты, блядь, все должен был сделать, чтобы выиграть эту раздачу, и 300 тысяч сейчас бы... И все сделал, чтобы не выиграть ее.
Все, не расстраивай меня, я сам в шоке.
Да я сам расстроился.
That is guarantee the most interesting hand we've had this festival.
It's going to make the rounds, Randy. Anybody in poker media is already cutting that one up and writing the article. Circle it. Far and away, it rates to be the hand of this FT and perhaps even this festival.
Бля, проколол бы двушку, туз попал.
This ace-queen a little bit more straightforward for Lonis. Raise and take from the
Слушай, я с
button.
таким планом колол, если во флоп не попаду, буду выкидывать. Ну, мне показалось, что у него очень сильная. Ну, как бы. Ошибся.
There's just so many alternate universes where there aren't 5 players remaining, and Mikolai has all the chips.
Да, было, бля, победное.
Что бы ты выиграл бы, если... Ты выиграл бы в любом случае, если не сделал то, что ты сделал. Что остальное ты выиграл?
Да.
До флопа выигрывал, флоп-кол выигрывал.
Let's see if Mikolai can recover. 2 6s.
You know, it's weird, but there's a very real possibility that you could see Mikolai have some loose lug nuts after suffering that incredibly awkward exchange. 6 is worthy of an open, of course, as is the Queen 10 suited of defense.
It's a big
Let us keep our eye on
open.
Vasca Boynikau. Randy, apologies.
No, it's all right. Count's in there, and let's keep an eye, because we do have 6s versus Queen 10 of diamonds. Oh, there's a straight for Kiat Lee.
Unfortunately, Vasca Boynikau with just the 6s, of course, Randy.
Oh, man.
But
he's unloading.
He's pressing half-pot C-bet. Kiat doing backflips right now. Especially because he probably feels like Vasca Boynikau usually interacts. Like we pointed out, we've not seen bluffs. We've seen some fairly straightforward sun run out of this seat.
I like this check call. He just saw Mikolai make a blunder not too long ago. Maybe he's just going to blast away. Gives up.
Jack pairs on the turn. Value available to Kiat as played, no question.
Let's do the value betting yourself, Kiat.
Obviously disappointed not to even get a chew out of Mikolai there. His tokens getting redistributed as the accumulation phase may have come to an end. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm welcoming the opportunity to think about something other than that last hand, as it's a dizzying amount to take into consideration. And if you want to talk about dizzying amounts, how about the number of complications that the good folks over at Jacob & Co. can put into a single case? Where engineering meets artistry, they push the limits of watchmaking. As as exemplified not just by the pieces on your screen, but their extraordinary Bugatti timepiece, let alone their Triton Epic X watch, which awaits one of our final 5. Check them out today at Jacob & Co.
Как она потеряла одну раздачу, все преимущество.
Finally, a hand for Hajiev. Rips it. It's a bit too much, I would think. No, he's calling with ace-5 off. He's falling apart.
You know, I hesitate to hold him accountable entirely, but some clear concerns at present for Mikolai. Ace-5 against the 2-9, 6.8 and change in the middle. Hajiev looking to hold. 3, 4, 5, sweaty one.
Okay, let's start
Aces,
calling the cards. 8 of
deuces
clubs.
and 5s. These are the issues
Or Jack of
facing
diamonds.
Ramin.
That seems more likely.
8 of
Pairing
clubs.
the 3 is okay.
Or Jack of diamonds.
Will this river bring us to four-handed action, or will it double Hajiev? Oh, no.
You feel the pain.
He got it in good. He didn't do a thing wrong. And I got to tell you, Randy, if that pot goes Ramin's way, this would have been an epic unraveling for Mikolai. Such an important pot for him to win to keep himself stable. But to be fair, it was far more important for Hajiev. Showered in 5th ruthlessly.
That was a rough way to go out, and you felt the pain when the 5 of diamonds dropped.
What's going on out here at this FT? Whatever it is, it's going to go on absent Ramin Hajiev of Azerbaijan as he follows up 7th in the Triton Invitational with what would ultimately be no better than 5th here in the main. First of the 7-figure payouts. Do not hang your head, Mr. Hajiev. 1.159 million. 1463 on lockup now.
Maybe this is a mistake, but you win.
Hey, if flop will be with ace, you know,
Either way.
I have it all.
Yeah. You're not folding either.
340K and change. The ladder on deck. Mikolai. Back to 45 bigs. Jack 10. Limps it.
Yeah, that last pot for Mikolai, much needed. Feel like he's very determined now. Blind versus blind confrontation.
3, 6, 7. Advantage Lonis.
Check.
Top pair.
650.
Let's build a pot.
50. 650.
This one uncharacteristically uneventful, just given the truly dizzying nature of the last orbit.
Yeah, jam this hand.
Randy, we were a part of history right there, and it's not like we did it willfully. Just passengers along for the ride, along with everybody that streamed this one live, who I'm sure have already pointed some friends and poker enthusiasts to the absurd nature of the spot. And by the way, this ain't your local casino, you know, $15 daily.
No, it's not.
It's a 100K tournament.
4 bet, it's really bad. Ace king suited.
I'm not a coach.
What do you think, Christoph?
I'm a player.
Christoph, what do you think?
These guys are coaches, man.
I'm happy to discuss the hand after the
Yeah.
tournament right now. Like 4 left. So.
Well, in respect to Christoph, he's not looking to necessarily unpack the spot, which I'm sure plenty will be talking about. 4 left. Huge tournament. Let's shelve the discussion.
You have something?
You just read my cards.
I don't know about that. That must be a bad hand then.
No, it's a good hand. 2 pictures.
I'm calling it?
So what do you think, ace king is so bad call? Flat? Huh?
In that hand, like how to play.
In this spot, yeah.
Christoph is all in.
I think first I would just I think flatting is fine first.
First, yeah. No, first flatting.
Yeah, flat is the correct place. First, you don't need to
He doesn't mind the flat.
like I mean, I'm putting in 2.6 million. Like
After we'll all have.
the percentage of the time that he has like a hand to show up with. So I mean, you didn't need to raise in my opinion.
Yeah.
Randy, not to distract from the moment at hand, and by the way, it seemed like wanting to shelve the conversation was a short-lived disposition there from Vogel as Nikolai really went after some insights. Well, hang on. Christoph here with a couple of jacks, 1 million the raise in front of him.
Yeah, great spot for Vogel saying. Gonna shove this one. Leave a chip back, I assume. No, just all in. Same difference.
Eight high is not going to be able to take this heat.
And you're onto something, Ollie?
Well, a lot of chatter out there on YouTube suggesting that, contrary to what I was proclaiming, which was that the side pot was dry, is that there actually was a few million in the side. But correct me if I'm wrong, Randy, wasn't it
Tough decision actually.
Vogel saying?
Very tough decision.
Yeah.
No, Lonis did. There was a side pot.
There was a side pot.
Correct.
Okay.
About 3 million
so,
or so.
Okay, so apologies to everyone out there for the oversight on my part. And that does change things, obviously, in terms of the 2 million, which has an excuse to get after it.
Exactly.
Takes a lot to hurt my
I
feelings.
don't like that box, no. But yeah.
Debt of gratitude to the boys and girls out there.
And there was a small thing, I'm not sure if you caught it, but when Nikolai pressed Vogelsang on how to play the ace-king, Vogelsang actually said, you don't really need to re-raise that spot with ace-king when he said 3.5. Calling is just fine because 2.6 is healthy as well. So nice to see Vogelsang kind of giving his thoughts to Nikolai, who clearly is distressed about that hand.
Real quick, Randy, when did you realize that there was a side?
I kind of, I don't know.
Did you just hang me out to dry, my boy?
I did, but you were in the
Come
moment.
on,
I didn't want to ruin your
No,
flow.
Listen, I'm asking you for future reference.
All right.
Don't let me deliver mistruths out there. I'm not running for office, you know.
I'll be a real co-pilot next time.
Yeah, it's for real. We might crash land one of these days. I'm just saying.
And by the stacks, by the stacks, it's tough decision really, yeah?
Of course. Everything was tough about that hand. I didn't want to look at ace queen there. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, because I'm going to have him beat a lot. You're probably going to call with ace jack suited and some pairs that may fold.
$400, the limp. 7-4 off here. Lonis 9-5. Nothing to get excited about.
1.6.
Raise 1.6 plus.
The 9-5 offsuit. Working overtime.
Finger wag there out of Jesse. Now I'm tilted because I know the clip's going to make the rounds, and then my dumb ass is out here talking about a dry side. Why?
I can't.
Because my boy in the booth didn't have my back.
Look, we said a lot of relevant information. I didn't want to ruin
Oh,
the flow.
sure,
I just can't
sure,
wait to see the comments like, there was a side pot the whole
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah,
All he doesn't
okay.
know he's talking about. There was
Yeah.
a side pot.
Mm-hmm. Won't be the last mistake I make, but, you know, I'll just remember that come Randy Lou says something wrong, you know. Far be it from me to be above vindictiveness.
Look, it was a small side pot, if that helps.
It's very relevant, though, in that spot, I'd like to think. 800. Courtesy of Queen 9 offsuit. Look at Jesse. He wants to play pots with Mikolai. He is not afraid to rumble. And I got to tell you, if I'm Vogelsang, I'm very excited at this theme of the two big stacks colliding repeatedly. Perhaps one of the collisions will ultimately yield a bust and give us a big ladder.
Check.
Lonis, 10-8 of clubs, straddling that 9 backdoor, flush draw. See whether or not he stays interested for 1 million into 2.4.
He's expecting Mikolai to c-bet this board with a lot of air as well. So he might attack, but just stays out of the way. Good timing. Mikolai has recovered quite nicely ever since that incident. You still like me, right? Hello? Hello?
Does anybody else hear that? I hear something. But it's weird because I realize I'm alone up here. But then I hear this other voice.
Come on.
Where is that coming from?
Forgive me.
Are you sorry, Randy?
Yeah.
Are you sorry that you did me dirty when I was being a dumb
Look, it's just going to live on the internet forever. It's not that big of a deal.
Not my finest moment. And if we're being honest, some might say it wasn't Mikolai's finest either. Which is me just desperately trying to take the heat off myself. Jesse, 10-9 suited. Button bringing the heat, understandably, with this one. Take it, sir. Maybe we can edit it.
You want to do a voiceover?
$1 million.
$1 million. Says Lonis. Ace, queen. This has been a hand that has given us some theatrics. Mikolai keeping it low drama.
I like the call there. Retains hands that you dominate. Don't inflate the pot when you're number 2 in chips.
7-7-6. Rainbow texture.
If Lonis does bet the flop, ace queen can easily check call at least one bet. Wouldn't shock me if Lonis
900.
fires a C-bet. Big blind defense should be wide. Check folding on paired boards quite a bit.
Peeling one off is Mikolai. Vogelsang and Kiat love to see this continued willingness by these guys to play pots. 4.4 in there now, just queen 10 high for Lonis.
Check.
Checking it back. Seems that he's taken his shot at this one. Jack doesn't connect with either holding. Will Jesse shut it down or get after
Check.
it? There's your answer.
Take the chip lead, Mikolai Vaskabunikow.
Wrestling it back after that misstep with the ace-king, let's call it. And it didn't take him long to do so. Jack 9 suited for Lord Vogel.
He's playing a 13 big blind stack. One click north. Raise and take.
Exhale. Anytime you can raise and take when Jesse's in the big. Note that he gets away from Jack 6, which was in a bad way.
Is there a reason, Ali, you have corn nuts in an ashtray next to you?
Well, that's the way that they were delivered to me. And by the way, that's bar mix, which includes corn nuts, peanuts, some cheesy sticks.
But in an ashtray.
Well, here's the deal.
Is it used?
It's not. It's not. They gave. It's not lost on me that this likely was used for cigarettes at some point in time, and that is of concern, Randy. But there's no little cutouts for cigarettes around the side like normally there is. So maybe it's just a nut holder, I guess.
A nut holder. It's just holding aces and kings and ace-king all day.
Well, how about ace-queen of clubs? That's what Kiat's holding. Up we go.
Dominated spot for Vogelsang, but queen on offsuit's not bad. Does he have the appetite to take this one post flop? Shortest stack is Vogelsang. Brings in one more big B.
You killed me, bro. Which is queen? Which is queen?
No queen on the board, of course. Good news for Vogelsang here. King 4 tray board. Interactions for Kiat. Position in the betting lead. Presumably Vogelsang will eventually check over to him. There it is.
Kiat is likely betting range on this type of texture. Vogelsang playing a shortish stack will reshove a lot of hands that contain the king. He can just win it here. 450.
Take it, sir. 7 off. No, thank you. King 5 on the button. I mean, anytime that Lonis can get into a hand knowing that Vaska Boynikau isn't present, I would imagine he's going to be happy to do so.
Yeah, especially against Kiat's big blind. Kiat is not supposed to defend the big blind too often with Vogelsang on 13 bigs. And you also notice Lonis sizing up to 2.5x, trying to dissuade Kiat from defending the big. Ace deuce offsuit shrivels quite a bit. And into the muck. If you can down an ace, you're gonna be very profitable opening the button.
King Queen on the button for Vogelsang as the short stack. He knows that the pressure is going to be on him, especially with Kiatli sat there 2-1 leading over him.
I like ripping here for Vogel rather than raising smaller. Yes, this is nice. You want to cut out the play for your opponent to reshove on you, but Kiat has ace king. Looking grim.
4 million of 4.8. And Vogelsang didn't do this to get away from the impending request for the rest.
Raise.
10-5 out of the way promptly. And perhaps Vogelsang will be out of the way as well when this one's said and done. Over 10 million in the pot.
So many chips in the middle.
3-1 favorite, let's call it, is Kiat right now. Christoph needs something special. That doesn't rate to be it. 6-4 deuce as he slips to 11% equity with 2 to come. Can he avoid a 4th place fate? We look to the turn for some clarity. And that fate brought further into focus by the 8 of clubs. Can Christoph find the needed queen? What say you, River? 9.
No ladies here.
That's going to do it for Christoph. Hell of an effort from him.
JC,
yeah.
You remember what you promised me?
Maybe some would suggest that if normalcy had been upon us in a situation, his time would have come prior to this moment.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time remembering.
Huh?
I'm having a hard time remembering.
Yeah, you told me I give you more money, you give me the cup.
Oh.
Is this what you say?
We can talk. No, we got a lot of work to do.
No,
this
but
is the
I mean,
man I'm in last place, bro. I got no chance.
Just shy of $1.5 million is what Vogelsang is going to add to his 9.3 in earnings coming into this one as he joins the 8-figure club. Title number 2, though, going to have to wait for the man that finished 19th in the Invitational and 10th in the 40K Mystery Bounty for his only 2 other cashes of this festival. Did his thing out there, Randy.
He did, and he played well. Has to be happy with 4th. He had another chance when he survived there. Does fall And 3 remain.
And as we head to a break, let's get a look at the way things stack up for those final 3. Lonis trailing the pack, but that's a generous way to describe it because only 4 big blinds separate Vaska Boinikau from Lonis, with Kiat Lee right in between. 38 bigs. We bring you back to the desk. Ali, Dryside, Potnajad. Randy, throw your man under the bus. Lou, back here for the continuation of this 100K main event coverage. You did me dirty, Randy. What was that?
I thought we were going to talk about the hand once more,
I can't
but
believe that hand was so big and I botched it, man. You know what happens? It happens. You can't bat 1,000 in life, but you're supposed to bat a little bit better than I have so far here on the day. That much is for sure. Again, thanks to the YouTube chat who had my back, unlike that guy.
okay. I didn't stab you that deep.
Oh, that's sure. Go ahead and believe that.
Flesh wound.
Listen, we've got a little bit of a deep break here because it's going to take us 20 minutes before we can get things underway once more. 3-handed action. My guess is maybe there's some discussion given just how much money is up for grabs about possible negotiations. TBD will come back. If they did make a deal, you'll be the first to know it. But take your time, grab a snack, do what you want. Whatever you do, do not lose hope in yours truly, as I try to shepherd us through the remaining of this one, and do not miss out on what is going to be a marquee moment here in Montenegro. We'll be back in 20 with 3-handed action in the main.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Together the results that Lonis has in such a short time.
1,000%.
600.
600,000.
Gotta think that he plans to be here a while.
Sometimes I do wonder as we see him open with the King-9 suited, whether or not you get early burnout, you know, especially if you experience a lot of the dopamine, early diminishing kind of returns in that respect, and you feel as though there isn't so much left for you to accomplish. This in part perhaps why Fedor took the break that he did, retired, then came out, you know, but refreshed. Even you look at Alex Foxen in terms of taking a break from Triton and then showing up again, as we see Suvarna finding one to go with. Ace, 8 of diamonds, all in declared. Another 900. And Jesse is going to hunt a ladder for the field. 3.5 million. Santosh getting it in good. Near 3-2 favorite. The deck has lacked mercy on the day for some. Just ask Fedor Holtz. Will it prove to be wicked once more? Well, for the time being, it is advantage Jesse with the 9s. However, the 2 diamonds keeping things interesting. Flush draw or an ace. Now add the 8s. Suvarna needs the help. Can he fight on? No. Respect to Suvarna for making it as far as he did, Kevin. It could have come undone in some other spots. Gave it all the discipline and ultimately got his money in good. But falling at the hands of Jesse Lonis, not the only man to suffer that fate. See Fedor still.
All right, 6 remaining. Main event. I'm ready.
Pocket queens and Chidwick. He's going to be ready as well. $550.
Deuces for Basketball Cal. Easy defense. Looking for that ugly duckling.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. He found it.
Nikolai with the Peking duck. Bottom set. 10 high board texture. No diamond in hand for Stevie, but no reason to get bashful with $1.5 million in the middle.
He's going to want to build a pot now. He often has the best hand. He really just loses 2 sets and only sets. There shouldn't be any 2-pair combos in Nikolai's big blind defense range. If Nikolai plays this hand fast, there's a chance chips just fly in.
1.1.
Oh no, this is bad for Chidwick.
Check raise to 1.1.
See, the problem here for Chidwick is that Nikolai is probably check raising some 10x's for value, and he wants to get in chips against 10x. Sure, he loses to deuces and 4s. Probably not 10s. 10s would have re-raised pre. Queens is just a monster hand right now. Plus, he unblocks diamonds with his 2 queens, which he wants to charge.
Tense moments for Chidwick.
2.5.
He does play back to 2.5, and this is precisely what Nikolai was hoping for, as a chance maybe to get even more into this one before we even take a turn.
At this point, I would be ripping into deuces. Chidwick has committed almost half of his stack on the flop. He looks very committed. There's the all-in.
Cool.
Here we go.
Well, the writing was on the wall. And unfortunately, pre-flop, it looked like the scribble said Chidwick wins chips. Instead, it's Chidwick at risk. 12.75 million chip pot. Massive collision here. Top of the frame. Nikolai has been hot as the surface of the sun. And it's going to take a queen to cool him off. Unavailable on the turn. 2 outs. 1 time For one of poker's all-time winningest players. Can Chidwick fight on? No.
Another great has fallen.
Cold, cold world.
Thank you. My number.
Randy.
There's nothing he can do.
It's,
Overpaired on that board. You're just out sometimes.
At one point, do we begin to feel as though destiny or fate may be coming together in favor? Was a reference to Italian Prime Minister, I guess? Silvio Berlusconi's wild parties that he had back in the day. This dude he got after it.
I see. So they just go around saying boonga boonga all day?
I would imagine they're doing a little bit more than that at those parties, Randy. I don't think it was just a...
Oh. Am I too innocent?
Noisemakers and loot bags. 2 10s. Hajiev ready to party. Shout out to Suha, by the way, for bringing that. Always a reliable entity. Also shout out to booth brethren David Lappin out there soaking up the stream. Not the first time we've seen him out there.
You had something? From the flop or?
2 overs for Vogel, and he finds both of them on this Rainbow Queen Jack deuce board after defending his big blind. Obviously, we don't love the texture if we're Ramin. Let's see how he approaches a presumed check out of Christoph.
Kind of feels like 10 should go in the check back range. Looks like Ramin thinks otherwise as he cuts out some chips. 775. It's not small. It's about half the pot. And because Vogelsang has so much hand, no flush draws out there, I would expect him to want to check call rather than check raise, because his opponent could be drawing oh so slim. And you want to just allow your opponent to bluff into you. And if you're up against a queen or an overpair, you're going to stack it anyways.
775 per person. Pot up to over 3 million. You surprised by the follow through from Hajiev?
Yeah, a bit.
Oh, now this is interesting. He's picked up a gutter, and he's picked up the card that he can rep. Of course, as we can see, Vogelsang's not going to have the muck on his mind.
So now that Hajiev did bet the flop with 2 10s, this ace almost seems like a mandatory double barrel for him. He has a blocker to king 10, which is good. And also, Vogelsang shouldn't ever have an ace in his range to check call a half pot c-bet. Hands like, you know, ace 5, you know, whatever backdoor suited, but no connection, they're just going to check fold to the big bet. I feel like the only ace Vogelsang can have in the spot is ace 10, but he blocks that heavily with 2 10s in his own hand. So I do think a double barrel is quite nice, even though it's not going to work against 2 pair.
$1.6, and of course, if we're Vogelsang, we know we interfere with the Queen and Jack X combos that would be attached to an ace as part of the credible range for Hajiev here. But the story being told is one that obviously is of some concern. Just 3.3 back.
I would be check jamming in this spot. There's just so little chips behind. If your opponent has an ace king, an ace 10, whatever, ace, you just want to charge the maximum, they might just check back the river. If he was playing deeper, he might be able to just check call, but here looks like a slam dunk check raise all in. Which is really unfortunate for Hajiev because he has clean outs to Broadway, and he's unlikely to get to realize it once Vogel pushes that single or double tower in.
Well, now 1.725. If Hajiev wants to hunt a king, but even at the price available, it's just too ambitious, especially if the 10 may not be any good.
Yeah, can never call the extra chips, so massive. Here we go, Vogel saying.
You don't want to.
AQ.
Hope the technician has problem.
Huh?
Hope the technician has problem.
It looks like you had that. Come on, tell me. I told you I was not ready. Just tell me if you were ready to go with it.
Upstairs we go.
Almost the top floor. Confrontation, and Mikolai, you said he's running hot, and he's got opportunity to knock out Vogelsang.
This is insane. You know, it really is like God mode has been engaged for Vaska Boynikau.
2.3, 4.9 is the min.
Now, I believe he verbally declared a size that was actually inadequate from the sound of it.
3.5 he said this.
How much is it?
It has to be, how much Christoph made, 2.6?
Vogelsang is always going to be committed here, obviously. 2.6 of 3.2 delivered.
He said a number, though.
3.5 he said.
3.5.
So it's at least a call, and it's needed to figure if it's a raise or not.
But 900 is not at least half of the additional 2.3 here, Randy. And as such, I think by rule, correct me if I'm wrong, we may need to get somebody to intervene.
3.9, it would be a raise. 3.5 is a call, yes.
Okay, so yeah, officially, because the verbal declaration was not at least half of the required amount to min raise, Vaska Boynikau going to be held to a call. Lonis with ace-queen. This is funky all of a sudden.
Wow. Because it's ruled as a call, Lonis is likely to come along as well with ace-queen. If Mikolai did get to min re-raise, had he announced a larger number, it'd be probably a bit too much for Lonis to continue with ace-queen. What a funky hand. And it's actually very fortunate for Vogelsang that he gets to preserve the 625K, potentially, given there wasn't a proper raise from Vaska Boynikau. Oh my God, Lonis has just stepped into it.
This is nuts, Randy. I mean, you want to talk about running good. The fact that he did what he did in declaring 3-5 and being held to the flat is actually run good here because, as you point out, it has motivated Lonis to get after this.
Vogelsang, he's in. Not going to make a mistake of folding.
I mean, if it had been jam and call, this is why he leaves the 625 back, to maybe realize a ladder and fight on, albeit having given away heaps of chips. But in the presence of all of the strange meta in this spot, he hops in. Vaska Boynikau. A golden opportunity here. Okay, he's going to call, Randy. Is this a mistake, or is this just mindful of Lonis supposed to have a super, super tight range?
I think it is the latter. Lonis is supposed to be very tight. Jamming would have been all right just because he covers Lonis by decent margin, so it's not the end of the world if he does lose the pot. But jamming certainly would have been a fine play if he thinks Lonis is attacking with hands like this.
This spot is from low orbit. 10 million in the main. Vogelsang plays for all of that. A dry side between Mikolai and Lonis with plenty of chips left to play for. Look at Paul Pui. Words come down about all of this. He wants a peek. Jack 8 deuce. No pair anywhere. No heart on board either.
Check.
Nikolai checks it when he calls his ranges of great concern to Jesse in turn.
Nikolai's range is very strong. Lonus needs to be careful. He shouldn't c-bet here, I would think. Nikolai could even have a hand as strong as Jack's or something, but he is going to fire 2 million. Oh my god, this is a fortunate spot. Vogel saying he's going to survive.
If Jesse doesn't barrel this into a dry side, the ace-king sticks around. Instead, Vaskabojnikau lays down the best hand. He could have showered both of these guys. Absolutely surreal situation. Lonus is going to carve this one up with Vogel saying, who owes him a Christmas gift.
It's a chop, right? Yeah.
Look at this, the ace, the case ace finds its way to the turn. All Vaskabojnikau would have had to do is peel, and it's a wrap. Welcome back, Dryside and Wingman here with you for continuing coverage of the 100K main event. I don't know if we can we make it out? I've updated, there it is. At Dryside, that's yours truly here at the helm. Of course, this far less of the focal point than the three that remain. Some would argue.
There was a side pot, by the way.
That remain. Yes, I thank you now for that, Randy. But some would argue that the presence of Jesse Lonus as a member of this final three is one that was not supposed to be the case. Christoph still out of there in fourth with his ace-queen that ended up chopping, but maybe, just maybe, if everything doesn't go perfectly, Jesse too would have met his maker, and we would have been fighting on absent him. Instead, a very tight cluster. As you take a quick peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see it right there. 15 million the average, just 4 bigs separating top from the bottom.
Yeah, it's a very tight cluster. Nikolai has recovered. He does have the chip lead ever so slightly. It is anyone's game, right? Just 4 big blinds separate the top and the bottom at the moment.
I mean, listen, during that 20-minute period, the guys really got into some conversations, understandably, when you consider the fact that we're talking about 3.8 for first, 2.5 million and change for second, 1.8 for third, about whether or not some deals could be done. After all that time, though, Randy, no dice, no deal, and they're going to play for it, which means that on tap, the gap is 760,000 roughly. That is a staggering amount to be playing for, difference between third and second. And I would imagine it's going to make things pretty cagey out there.
Of course, and after they get to heads up, there's another 1.2 million separating the first and second. So it should be cagey. Let's see who battles for it. But, you know, all three, they want that W.
I was just thinking, you know, yeah, should be cagey. But then you got Vaskabojnikau and you got Lonus as 2 of the 3 operators out there, and maybe those are animals that cannot be caged. We're going to find out shortly as we get set to send it down and crown ourselves a champion here in this 100K main event. 3rd day of the journey. Who will it be that plants their flag at the top of Mount Maine? Let's find out. Maestral Resort and Casino. Live coverage continuing from here in Montenegro. This frame brought to you in part by WPT Global. And there it is officially, brought to you by BetACR. 2, 4, and 4. 1 million every 3 hands. Ghost. That's what you're dealing with. There are the payouts. Lion's share of the $18 million. Kiatley hunting for his 2nd ever Triton title. Jesse Lonus hunting for his 3rd overall and 2nd of this festival. Vaskabojnikau, reigning main event champ here in Montenegro. As we get it back underway.
Starting things off, Kiatley with a button open, King 10 off suit.
Raise and take for him. Let's just glance at these Triton resumes coming in to give us our bearings, shall we? Let's start with Kiat. He is the man with the biggest stack, 12.3 million in career earnings, Randy. The two titles rather. I called him a one-time title winner. Completely overshadowed the fact that he had won one prior to the 30K 8 max that he picked up here. That was that short deck to close out Jeju.
That's right.
So title number 3 on his mind.
So it was actually 2 people looking for 2 titles in one stop.
Yeah.
Cool. That's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick. Did I just mess up again? What's going on? Did I not get enough sleep? What's happening?
I don't know, Dry Ollie.
Okay. Jesse, not going to moisten this one. Limps to Jack 5, dominating the 5-4.
Check.
Very fortunate spot for Lonis. Very likely the kicker could potentially play. Wouldn't fault Kiat for going for value with the 5.
I mean, this is a great looking board for both parties here, of course, as we can see. Advantage Jesse. Just going to flick in the $500,000 requested. Playing it as a check call in a limp pot pre, blind versus blind. Now the king, and it's a chop as it stands.
Kiat can definitely consider betting once more, protecting against some counterfeits like the king, ace highs, straight draws. Maybe bet something small. Check back river seems pretty good with the 5. Set the price yourself. $1 million is the price. Not too much, but enough for Lonis to feel comfy with the 5. Full house versus full house.
Third 7 arriving here after the 1 million ahead brought us to this point. 4.2 in the middle. Lonis seems to be in check call mode. And Kiat just making sure it isn't 7s full of kings.
Right.
Or at least better than 7s full of 5s. Shows his own nickel. And they'll hack it up. We touched on Kiat's resume. We discussed Jesse's. Give me a peek at Mikolai.
It was supposed to. Yeah.
We keep focusing on the fact that he won the main event here in Montenegro last year.
Yeah,
That's not his only score at a Triton, though.
If we want it, we can have the break.
No, it's not. And he has 6 other caches besides this event. And it's the lowest place he's placed in caches is 9th place. So he has 2 9th places, a 7th, a 2nd, a 5th in the 200K invitation for 1.5 million Monte Carlo last year. And of course, that win we talk about in the main event in Montenegro last year for $4.7 million.
Are you at all surprised by that, Randy? Because it does seem like certain players who are willing to play the big pots are the type that maybe they don't have as many caches as other operators, but when they do make the money, they make the deeper runs because they spin up the bigger stacks.
Yeah, that's right. You know, he has a really impressive resume the more I look into it too, because he doesn't play that many events. Most festivals he's only played 2 events.
So in terms of his batting average, given the low volume, Nikolai doing quite well. Not doing as well as King High here in a limp pot, blind versus blind. Again, trips on board. Kiat. That's 500. Vaska Boynikau calling the 500 here, Randy. Does this mean for sure that he's got designs on bluffing at the end?
He should be bluffing at the end if it gets checked over to him. He's probably expecting Kiat to just stab so often on the turn. But he just trying to show down to 10 high. Interesting. Great news for Kiat. Doesn't need to be put to the test.
Max.
That one caught my attention. I'm not sure what the plan was if we're going to check it back. Try to spike a 10 or 8. Maybe he's running so hot that he thinks it's doable. It's like Nikolai involved in a bit of a discussion in the background. Maybe that chat can wait. Whoever you were, you know.
You know what can't wait? The blinds. Let's move it up.
$250, $500, $500.
Eight 5 offsuit limp. Basketball cow. Option checked by Lonus. Queen 10 offsuit. Small ball poker at the moment.
8-6 trade. Top pair for Nikolai.
Checks it over to Lonus.
Check.
Queen connecting with Jesse, giving him the lead. But after the check back, Nikolai taking pride in his 8. 1 into 1.5, 2/3 pot sizing.
You can't fault Nikolai. Mainly just loses to a queen. But once the call comes in, should be some concerns.
Top 2 for good measure. After Lonus calls, Vaska Boynikau comes off the throttle.
Let's see how healthy Lonus wants to bet. Is he going to target the queen? Then he would go big.
3.5.
If he goes smaller, then he's more so targeting
3.5.
the 8x. And he went full pot. Nice lay down with the 8. Then he get married to it.
$3.5 million, obviously a big ask. 2 overcards out there to the 8.
Thank you.
In terms of three-handed action in a main event like this, Randy, 35, 30, and 25, this on the deeper side for this phase of the affair?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of room for play. The small blind is likely to just come in with a lot of limps, so we'll see a lot of small ball poker. This could take some time to get us down to heads up.
With that said, we observe the willingness of Lonus and Vaska Boynikau in particular, based on their DNA, to play big pots when you might have thought that they would be disincentivized from doing so. Some of it had to do with the deck, of course. And here we are. This open has to do with red jacks.
Very defendable offsuit hand, 9-8. Here we go.
Queen 8-4, middle pair could get Kiat in a pinch. Nikolai checking back.
We'll like to see him go for value now. Probably turn plus river. Nikolai expected the queen to speak up on the turn. Given the check, he's likely up against an 8 that can pay off.
$1.5 ahead, an extra $3 million. Into the pot. Yeah, checking one last time. See if Vasco targets. $5.7 in the middle. What does he come with? 2.8. Half pot.
Yeah, decides is designed to try to get the 8 to make a crying call. I'm sure Kiat's a bit confused how Mikulai is going for value after checking back the flop on a queen high texture that has straight draws out there. Good laydown there by the 8.
I wish that I had the opportunity to just take the temperature of Kiat Lee and Jesse Lonis with respect to their perceptions of Mikulai. Randy, because if I asked you for a scouting report on him, what would be your breakdown in terms of like play style?
Kiat?
No, Vasco Boinicao. What's your read?
He is quite controlled on his aggression, but he doesn't play very loose ranges in terms of pre-flop, but when he does like his hand, he's kind of like willing to push chips in quite heavily.
Yeah.
You know, like bigger sizings and things like that. He opens bigger as well.
And to that end, the half pot value bet on the end reads strong enough for you to comfortably fold an 8 as well, I take it.
Yeah.
Lonis looking comfy on the button with 6s. Pipped overs for Mikulai. He'll defend. Will not connect on the 9-4-3 board.
Check.
Not a bad one for Jesse.
He checks it back, though.
King on the turn now.
Check. Check.
Nothing.
Yeah, so the 6s do get shown down there, where it's a board where he easily could have c-bet the flop, which means that his check back range is actually stronger than normal. So players do need to be careful to attack Jesse whenever he checks back the flop.
It's changing every hand.
What'd you say, bro?
It's changing every hand. It's changing.
Oh, yeah,
every
yeah,
hand.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Offsuit king on the button. Kiat clicking. Doyle in the big. No thanks. The more these guys ride the merry-go-round, especially given that we're not on a clock here, it's a fixed number of hands before the blinds go up again, and the jumps in those blind increases are big. The thinner their stacks get, and the less playable as a result. Who do you think that favors out of these final 3? Randy?
I would think it favors Kiat the most. He is used to playing a lot of tournaments, and tournament players they excel with the shallower stacks. And for Lonis, yes, he plays a lot of tournaments too, but he strives on having a lot of the chips to play for to put in multiple barrels.
Cool.
So I would say Kiat Lee to answer your question.
He's 4 suited. by Jesse. I would imagine, though, in general, it does favor the pros, as we see a favorable 2-diamond board here for the ace high, turning into the nut flush draw. When the stacks get leaner just because the mistakes are magnified, I guess. Is that a fair way to unpack it, or am I wrong? Is it you know, the non-pro benefits in that spot?
Yeah, the thing is, there's always that argument that, oh, the non-professionals, they prefer shallower stacks because they can kind of just, you know, push in chips easier, right?
Well I mean, it's a technical kind of decision-making.
But I feel like the game's evolved quite a bit where it's very technical, especially three-handed play. Small blind versus big blind is a big part of it, and there's a lot of limping there. And if you aren't that well studied in those spots, there's a lot of EV you're giving away, and that's why I feel like the pros outshine, you know, the non-pros in these situations. But you know, Mikolai, he plays good poker, you know. So and he's been here before. He's won the main event. He can hang in there. He's doing all right.
Kiat's doing a lot better than all right here. Ace King limps in the hopes that Vaska Boynikau will ask questions of him. Not going to happen with King 3 offsuit, it would seem, although obviously a candidate to try to take it uncontested. 10-8 deuce.
Very quick play. It's a bad run out so far. Even worse, now that there's a 4-liner. Not no pair for Kiat Lee. Don't think he needs to turn his hand into a bluff. Here we go. Take that pot, Kiat. And the trap has been shown.
Mikolai's paying attention. Next time Kiat limps, he'll recognize that that part of the range could be lurking.
Little chuckle.
Yeah.
This guy tried to trap me.
Jesse looking right at home, by the way. He's got the chair flipped. He's riding such a high. You can just feel the confidence. Not second-guessing his decisions. Very much in that flow state. King 9 of clubs, 1 million flows from the button. Queen 8 off here for Lonis.
Typically displays as a flat from the big blind. Above average cards, loosely connected.
3.5.
Oh, but typical is not how Lonis is going to play.
3.5, unexpectedly. It's a good bit of hand, three-handed though, on the button.
Especially against a player like Lonis who gets out of line from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the call from Kiat Lee.
Jack Queen, Kiat flops it versus top pair and the wrong side of a gutter. 7.75 in there already.
This is interesting because Lonis has all the ace kings. Kiat does not. Lonis is going to feel like he needs to bet this flop because if he did have ace king, he would want to bet.
$1.8.
I like calling in this spot for Kiat because his range is so capped and his opponent might just blast off trying to represent ace king, and you can easily call down 3 barrels with king 9, of course.
9 on the turn, third heart. Lonis has made a queen high straight. I don't know that he's thrilled to have done so. Any king X is there. As we know, Lee was already there. And of course, front door flush.
So Lonis checking back his whole cards. See, he doesn't have a heart in hand, which may make him want to protect his hand a little more. As you can see him push out 2.2. If he was holding the 8 of hearts, he certainly would go for a check instead. Board's getting a bit dangerous for Kiat, but
yeah, it is.
His hand is not even close to nutted. Like calling this spot and just try to fade the heart.
Another 4.4 into the middle. Lonis at this point has to be a little bit worried about firing again. Pot already up to 15.75.
I think he needs to check here now and just hope that Kiat's got a hand like ace queen with ace of hearts, ace jack with ace of hearts, something like this. There's some 2 pairs in Kiat's range as well that he beats. I'm sure Kiat's relieved to see the check from Lonis. Probably just check this one back, just in case you value own yourself.
Straight.
That's a better straight over there.
Yeah, shutdown from both players. Kiat hauling in a very healthy one. Pricey exchange for Lonis.
The layout of the land changes now with that pot.
Very much so. We talked about the cluster. Now get a look.
Kiat's got 24 million. Second place is Mikolai Vaskabonica with 13 million. And Lonis has 8.7.
Pocket 4s for Mikolai. The change in the landscape obviously skews him toward wanting to maintain separation from Lonis.
He went with a full 3x open. He's trying to tell Kiat, hey, just don't defend the big blind. Let me just chip up slowly, and you do your work on Lonis on the sidelines. There we go.
Well, Kiat's going to comply on this occasion as he lets it go.
No need to play the diaper.
Nope. Lonis taking a pass on daddy duty. Queen 9. Kiat not going to be passing, but he's not going to be raising either. Ooh.
I think he will be. Don't you?
Tend to agree, Randy. Although we know unpredictability is very much on brand out of both Mikolai and Jesse.
Probably goes for like 2 million.
4 million.
4 million? Okay. Kiat's like, take it. You win.
That's way too rich for a continue. If there was something to be zeroed in upon in just these early First couple of orbits here, three-handed. Would it be the size selection from Vaska Boynikau in a few spots?
Yeah, it seems like what I think Mikolai is doing right now is he's very comfy in second, given that Kiat just won that big pot against Lonis, that he wants to chip up slowly and not have to force post-lot spots against the chip leader, and just let Lonis slowly chip away and hopefully bust out in third.
I mean,
and then get to heads up, you know?
Given the competence of his opposition.
No. No, I mean, we could probably take a break.
No, break, I don't know, just I want to go toilet.
Okay, go ahead.
We just pause for a while. 30 seconds.
I was going to say, given the competence of Mikolai's opponents, as he bows out briefly, negotiated with Kiat and Jesse, who sportingly allow him to do so, is it maybe even a reasonable approach for him to take to kind of come with these larger sizings and not find himself into these post-flop spots as often as he would if he was coming with smaller stuff?
I think it's all right because if we look at the pay jumps, it's 760,000 right now, which is almost, what, 7.5 buy-ins, right? So he should be looking to just stay on the sidelines, you know, but not bleed out slowly and, you know, maybe Lonis doubles up and then he's the clear short stack. I think it's certainly fine. But he is giving away a little bit of EV in terms of not getting value from some of his bigger hands, but, you know, it's a lower variance approach, I suppose.
Well, you see how things took shape from the onset of this one. 9 turning into 3. We've got our podium finishers, but we don't know who's going to wear what medal here, as gold, silver, and bronze come with them. Massive 7-figure scores with massive ladders and spacing between.
It's a bit of a loose limp from Jesse, given he's the shortest into the chip leader. Kiat's not going to let Lonis get away with this. Rip it in.
Concession from Jesse. Swift, understandably. Kiat, you know, we talk so much about Jesse being on form, Randy. He, too, has seemed razor sharp of late.
I mean, he won a title in Jeju this year, won a title here. Chip leader of the main event, looking for title number 3, 2 of this festival. And Lonis is raising 9-6 of hearts. Bad timing because Kiat's got pocket 8s.
Not going to be stepping aside with this holding.
Certainly 3-betting. Might even just say all of it. There we go.
Another stuffing. And once again, Jesse's hand is the turkey.
Jesse's down to 7 million in chips.
14 bigs. Situation growing ever more urgent. Doesn't look nervous, Randy.
No, but he needs to make something happen soon. Try not to force the situation too much. The blinds come around every few hands. King Jack now for Kiat Lee. King Queen suited, that's nice. He's got to expect Kiat to open very wide on the button. can push this. Yeah. Just take it down oh so often.
Oh, sorry.
A lot of pre-flop snacking going on out there. Hands crumbling under the weight of jams. As we ride the merry-go-round here, three-handed in Montenegro at the Maestral Resort and Casino. $100,000 main event, day 3. Looking for a champ. Ali Najad, Randy Liu at the controls.
Every time you say merry-go-round, I think of that Squid Game episode. You know what I'm talking about? You think there's one room only 2 of these can join right now?
Bro, based on what happened earlier today with the side pot, I know you would have showered me in that game. You'd be like, no room in here, no room, get out, get out. Like, Randy. Other people in the room are looking at you to find out if you're a savage. You're like, I don't know that guy. I don't even know what happened there.
All I know is his name was Dryside.
Well, no jamming in this spot. 10-9 and Jack 3. Neither of which connect with the King 7-5 board.
800.
Lonis is very aggressive off his short stack, and finally he wins a pot.
$800K lead. Got the job done. No sooner does he pick up a pot than his stack thins out.
These blinds went up fast, didn't they?
Yeah.
Because it's number of hands rather than time.
14 to be exact. When we get down to heads up, it'll be every 13 hands.
Let's see if he wants to raise King 3 off into Mikolai. He's going to go for the limping strategy. Take it post flop.
Jack 6 suited here. Let's see 3. King 6 with a couple of clubs. Kiat's got trips, and Vaska has excuses to get involved here in the form of this 6. Look at Lee just leading right out, risking, of course, potentially losing a patron or providing an opportunity for someone to bluff. This sets the stage nicely because I'm not so sure if Mikolai is going to give credit to a king to do this.
You're right, because Kiat's got a lot of incentive to check over trip kings, which usually has the opponent drawing dead. Is he grabbing more? Ooh.
I really think that Mikolai's perceptions of this spot are that Kiat would not lead into me with trip kings. And so emboldened by that and the 6 with a jack kicker, he brings us to 1.5. And this is delightful if we're Lee.
So what's the best way to represent a bluff? That's what's going through Kiat's mind. If he just calls, it's a bit suspicious too that he's got to go strong holding. He's going to click it back. And if Mikolai raises this flop with the 6, like you said, he doesn't think Kiat's got the king, he's probably going to continue for 900 more thousand.
So the 3-bet to 2.4 does place Vaska in call mode. Don't think that the 4 is going to ever present any sense of alteration to the state of these two holdings in Vaska's mind.
Kiat's doing a good job selling the story that he doesn't have the king with his hesitation after clicking the flop.
Neither of the players have clubs in their hand either, so you could see assignment of the flush draw to our opponent. Perhaps as Kiat does check. Why the check, Randy?
Because he's a ninja. That's so sneaky. He must feel like Mikolai, with the hesitation to call the flop bet 3-bet, is on some floats. And he's trying to induce the bet. And there's the 2 million from Mikolai Vaska.
This is playing out dreamy for Kiat Lee. Credit to him for creating this spot. How much concern do we have about the King 3 not being good? Very little, I would imagine, right?
Very little. Sure, it's possible he could be up against a bigger king, but I don't think that's his concern. It's more so, what's the best way to potentially get more chips out of my opponent? Do I feel like Mikolai would ever raise clubs on a flop? If you don't think that's the case, then it's okay to slow play your hand, which he does here on the turn.
Over 10 million in the pot now. 7 not supposed to be an issue, much like the 4 before it. South of 1 SPR for Mikolai. Kiat checks. Vaska with the snap check back, and that is a big bite taken out there by Lee. You talked about some of the
We're both short now, huh?
power shift.
Yes, sir.
Immediately, Mikolai recognizing that both he and Jesse are short. And now it's a war of attrition between the 16 and 12 big blinds. Jockeying will be those two from this point forward, as they're separated by just 4 bigs.
That's right. So our chip leader, Kiat Lee, who's got 28 million, he should be raising relentlessly. The short stacks are going to try to wait each other out, and they're going to probably fold more hands than they should and probably defend the big blind a lot less.
This is playing out so splendidly for Kiat, in particular because he can really begin to press with a measure of impunity.
I like this jam.
No sooner do we mention the prospects than they're on display. Rip City, take it, chip accumulation underway.
Yeah, just keep leaning on them. They have to call a tight range as they try to outlast one another. About a 6 big blind edge for Vaska over Lonis in terms of chip counts. So because of that decent edge, Mikolai is probably not going to raise the button too often without the goods.
And remember, no deal, Randy.
No deal.
So we're talking about over $750,000, the difference between third and second. Every one of those little big blinds that Mikolai has over Jesse becomes so important.
Push it in, Jesse. You got the ace.
All in.
Yeah, you don't need to twist his arm. You need a lot more than 8-7 offsuit to be a customer. Those are important ones for Jesse.
Exposed card. I think his game shifts here. and goes for open raise rather than limp now from the small blind, but we'll see. Yeah, Kiat knows it. It's a different game now after taking the big pot against Mikolai. But a reshove, Mikolai, so smart, nice adjustment.
Showing fight. Those finds aren't as simple as they might seem. Obviously, 10-9 suited is a tempter, but many would have been content to simply call and keep their procedures very snug, given the aforementioned pay ladder and the presence of the smaller stack of Lonis. But I guess he's given us glimpses. Got some different ideas. And lest anyone be critical of those ideas, be mindful of the fact that they brought Mikolai to this point, a point that he scaled all the way to the top in last year's main event here, and looking to do the same once more.
More resistance coming to Kiat Lee.
All in.
Deflating to have to distribute chips to the shorties in successive pots. But raise fold once more from Kiat.
Yeah, just gave Lonis 2 big blinds, about 2.5 over to Mikolai. Doing nothing wrong though. They did find a spot to reshove on him. It might be good enough to trap. And go for a limp jam. Open jam is all right as well.
All in.
Keep it simple.
Yep. Single decision poker here for the ace-9 suited. Well, these shorties aren't going to roll over, are they?
No. They are both chipping up slowly. But the game plan is still the same for Mikolai and Jesse, is just try and outlast one another.
Going up. We're going up.
Going up slowly. Taking the stairs, not the elevator at the moment.
He's got us in a headlock right now.
King deuce off. No, thank you. Jack 9 for Kiat.
Same game plan. Gonna open raise from the small blind. Mikolai queen 10 offsuit. Last orbit, he reshoved 10-9 suited. He does it with queen 10 offsuit. Mikolai, he's playing good.
Got his rail excited. Signs of life.
He's not scared. Hey, look at that.
Yeah, okay. Malinowski. Maybe
Soiza?
Soiza. Perhaps a little taste.
Who's rooting for who?
Well, Soiza's part of the Malaysian delegation. I think we can comfortably assess that he's here for Kiat. And Malinowski, I would say, rooting for Mikolai. Just given Jesse wasn't involved in that last pot, it'd be weird for him to activate as part of Camp Lonis.
Where's Lonis rail?
He's a one-man rail. Right?
He does
don't need no rail.
everything himself.
I hear Danny Tang joining the festivities. Mikolai joins with queen 6 offsuit. King 10 here for Jesse.
Thank you.
So it's been, what, 2 orbits, and the short stacks are going up. Closing the gap.
Well, there's a peek beyond the payouts. Extra large Triton trophy and the watch, which is worn with pride by main event winners here at these Triton festivals. See Chidwick wearing his quite often. Ibinger, Hecklin, Punat.
I think it would be boss if Mikolai was wearing his while playing this final table right now.
I will say that Mikolai already has himself a nice little AP there. Music box.
1.8.
Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank has started wearing a watch on both wrists. Guess when the collection gets big enough, that's the Ultra Flex. Lonus flexing. King 9.
Let's see how Kiat responds with his Queen 10 offsuit from the big blind. Different idea than Basketball Cow, who reshoved Queen 10 offsuit, albeit different stack sizes. Here we go.
Monotone Ace 9-6 board. Lonus with a pair. More than we can say for Kiat.
He's going to feel very good about the 9. Kiat is reshoving a lot of ace-x's pre. He's got a very relevant kicker, and he also wants to protect against the 4th diamond. Lonus, he's getting back in there. Been a rough last 5 or 6 hands for Kiat, just bleeding as the chip leader.
Really clawing back. Over the course of the last few hands have been Mikolai and Jesse.
Your turn for the Queen 10 offsuit, Lonus.
Yeah, it's been the hand of the orbit.
1.4.
Activation to the tune of 1-4.
Keep 6 in there. Oh, that's all good. Yeah.
Doesn't get any patronage.
He can't get one through, can he?
I mean, not in this pot. Ace, King of Diamonds. Credit to Lee. He hasn't been dissuaded, but he's going to be leaned on again here.
5 seconds.
$3.8.
Raise 3,800,000. Folds. Only 1 minute. Only 1. Thank you.
Can you change for greens?
Mikolai burning a time bank there. Didn't get very deep past the shot clock, but did breach past the 5-second countdown he was given. Those could become important as you get down the way. Although he plays with a lot of pace, as we pointed out, Randy. Not a guy that chews on things too hard.
Yeah, don't think it'll be too damaging for him. Just wasn't sure what size to make it to hopefully induce Kiat to play back. Onto this hand, King Queen suited. Lovely start. Gonna be pleased. Peel those cards.
5 seconds.
1.2.
Raise 1,200,000.
Up we go again. This time he's the opener.
Folds.
King Queen suited. What was your favorite of the Squid Games, Randy? Talking about season 2 now, right?
Yeah.
You brought up the merry-go-round one.
Getting close.
I actually really liked it when he was stomping on the bread.
On the what?
Remember at the very beginning that guy was stomping on the bread was giving the lotto tickets?
That's not even one of the official games.
Okay,
Randy,
it's a little
you're
scummy.
evil,
It's a little
bro.
scummy. Okay, let me switch it back.
Max Scummy. What are you talking about?
That was kind of bad by me. Well, I also like the rock, paper, scissors. I know it wasn't the game involving everyone. You know, at the very beginning, he made them play rock, paper, scissors against each other.
Those aren't even official games from the Squid Game, Randy. That's just a recruiter. And that next you're going to tell me the Tangram get with the little flip your paper thing. Like, I really like that one.
Oh, didn't you tell me yours?
I like the one where they were doing the glass bridge, and you had to, like, jump, and you had to pick a side.
Oh, yeah.
And they all had to get past, you know, down there by a certain point.
I do good in that. Martingale it. Left, 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 left.
Well, doing good here is Basketball Nikau as he's made the jack high straight. 4-liner on board. This was limped pre by Kiat's King High, which doesn't rate to be very interested.
That's 1,500,000.
Bye-bye.
Stab and taken. Yet another pot taken by somebody other than Kiat. And look at the chip counts again, Randy.
It's not the same blueprint. Kiat's still the chip leader, but he's only got a small lead. He's got 17 million. Mikolai has 15 million, and Lonis has 13 million. So a 2 million difference between each player.
You know what's wild is we're right back effectively to where we were when we began three-handed play prior to the blinds having increased. And I don't think either of us really anticipated that in such short order we would restore this layout once Kiat placed Jesse and Mikolai on those short stacks and had 40-some-odd bigs, but hasn't been able to drag a pot since, it seems.
Yeah, that's right. It's like we're playing the merry-go-round game, and everyone has survived.
Yeah. My goodness. 6-7 suited, open and fold again. This is beginning to get a bit painful to watch. And, you know, I wouldn't fault Kiat for wondering whether or not these guys are now just deciding I'm vulnerable and I'm open and folding all the time. But as we know, they've had hands.
And the blinds are going up.
Something. Huh? Little.
You were thinking to call?
No.
Give me something.
Give me some. For real. Yeah, I could use some.
So it's 800 now. Go.
Offsuit babies for Lonis.
Offsuit babies, that's right. Don't want them.
Well, technically Kiat won that pot. Gotta walk.
No, we want to play.
Guess that's what it takes lately.
You got to give credit to Mikolai finding a lot of reshoves against Kiat with hands. You know, they're not mandatory reshoves like Queen Jack offsuit. The 10-9 suited we saw blind versus blind, which, you know, he could have certainly considered calling. He's ramping up the variance and
1.8.
really just putting Lonis and Kiat in annoying situations. Here comes the pre-flop open from Lonis. King 10 offsuit for Mikolai in the big. What's the game plan?
One.
Yeah, he's just going with any two broadways, reshove, and taking it down pre over and over and over again.
But if you feel like you're up against top shelf professional opposition here, these are not horrible approaches.
No, it's good. They've been raise folding against him over and over again. This seems like it would be a loose call of ace-3 off, even though it is the best hand.
I mean, as you can see, the margin is not all that great. But the margin between third and second, $750,000. So Jesse will wait for a better spot.
What do you fold?
Ace.
Ace?
Ace-3. What'd you have?
Big king.
Good jam.
Hmm?
It's a good jam. That's why I should jam.
You know, that's slippery to say big king and not king 10.
Big king, if we include the deuces, 3s, and 4s.
Yeah, right.
Nice play, but Mikolai's re-raises all in has gotten him the chip lead.
This is crazy. I feel like we blinked. And Kjatley suddenly sits second. Vaskaboinikau ripping it again. Jesse's got nothing to fight with.
Smooth sailing for Mikolai. It's been no contest so far. Three-handed play.
It's weird because the way in which we got here wasn't grindy in terms of the play, but this has been bit by bit, death by 1,000 cuts.
Well, he's got a hand that can put in the knockout if someone wants to call off. Open rips.
Both the other 8s occupied. And this is crazy, too, because at some point, both Jesse and Kjat are going to be wondering, has this dude just shifted gears on us now that he's got the chip lead and he's trying to blast off? Or is he actually just repeatedly waking up with hands?
From their point of view, not knowing the whole cards, it does look like he's shifted gears. He's gone all in so many times. But there's not much they can do about it. Because now they got to try to outlast one another with the huge pay jump around the corner. Lonus is on sub 10 bigs now. Only 9.
Nikolai again taking one down. Jesse now sub 10 bigs. Queen 8 suited now.
He's not the table captain anymore.
I mean, he's folding also because he's looking over at a 2-1 chip lead. He holds over Jesse. Vaskaboinikau again. The sun shining down ace-king. We're going to get ourselves a call this time as Jesse has jacks. Vulnerable, but poised to double. 56-43 the advantage. Are we going to book a trip to heads-up play? Or is Jesse going to pull level with Kjat?
This hand plays itself.
13.75 million in the middle. No ace, no king. No drama either on this board texture for the jacks. Lonus, Channeling all the anti-ace and king energy he can muster successfully as of the turn. Another dose of it going to be required to clear this river. Job done.
It's tug of war out there. And Lonus pulled that one in.
Wasn't tug of war another one of the Squid Games?
Yeah, but the thing is, in that tug of war, someone gets eliminated
2.45
permanently.
Who was your support team this hand?
I wish you guys could see the look on Randy's face when he said that. You might be frontman, bro. I mean, the outfit, too, a little bit, you know, I could see it.
Hey, you know how they're picking teams in tug of war? I wouldn't pick you.
Why?
Because I want to
Remember
end
the
you.
old dude was the one that was freaking slick, man. He told him, like, you just, everybody lay down, let the other team fall, right? And then, all of a sudden.
Imagine I let you fall. I don't have to hear you anymore when we do these gigs. It's a pretty good deal.
Wow, Randy. Really?
Wait, am I
taking
speaking
aim.
this out loud?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm right here.
I'd pick
So's
you.
everybody else.
I would pick you to go first on the glass jumping game.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How kind of you.
Yes. Back and forth.
Lonus is back. Look at the cluster again.
It's wild. This double brings him virtually level with Kiat. With Vasca Boynikau
You've been
holding
chip
ever so
leader, he's
slight a
been
lead.
chip leader.
Yeah.
And there's me.
Chip lead still belongs to Mikolai. He's got the ace.
All in.
He says all in. You need a big hand to call here. And those aren't it.
Nope. Well, you know Jesse's spinning up when the gorilla emojis show up in the YouTube chat, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see if this is enough for Jesse to open.
1.8.
Gonna try. Despite getting reshoved on quite a bit. And Mikolai's got 2 kings.
This guy's holding the deck on the day, truly. No fault of his.
$4.2.
Raised 4,200,000.
Lonus is thinking, man, can I ever get one through pre-flop?
Full. Bluff.
Wow.
Now he knows how Kiat's been
Big
feeling.
king this time.
Well, no, big hand.
No, I said I had big king this time.
Kings.
No.
Isn't the Big King Burger King's version of a Big Mac? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Square.
Apparently King 9 and King 10 are big kings these days.
Well, to be fair, three-handed, they're bigger than they are ring. That's for sure.
Kind of want a Big Mac now. But I haven't seen a McDonald's around.
You know, I actually Googled it.
Did you?
The nearest one is a 7.5-hour drive from here. It's probably good for us, Randy.
Yeah, probably pretty good for us.
You don't need any Big Macs, bro.
Queens.
Queens.
Oh, man.
I never looked at the full.
Oh, you should've-
Wow. He has no idea.
good
It is
he
a
didn't
negative
look.
free roll to look, though, Randy.
I look.
I do, too.
But if he looked, he might have got a little tilted.
Queen 10.
Oh, ace queen for Lonus. Has to call. And he's in a great spot to double against the tournament chip leader.
Yep, announces call. Of course, Kiat ready to fold just about anything there. And Mikolai finally running into someone that has the medicine. He covers by a decent margin, but this is a whopping 25 million chip pot. This will be good for the lead if Jesse can hold.
Oh, he's looking like he's going to hold here.
Very much so on the ace-9-6 board. Straight sweat or a 10. That's what Mikolai needs. It's a wrap. Icing it on the turn with the deuce and emerging on the back end of it as the new chip leader
8, 10,
will
11,
be
4,
Jesse
8,
Lonis.
11.9.
Short stack duties now belong to Mikolai Vaskabonikow.
Now you chip leader.
Now, yeah, now we've all been chip leaders.
Yeah.
That's
That's
right.
why I said we should have chopped from the beginning. Anybody's game.
$2 million?
11.9.
Okay, keep going.
We'll just get a load at what looks familiar insofar as once upon a time it was Kiat Lee who was enjoying this sort of setup. Randy, the stack distributions with Jesse on top.
Yeah, and Kiat was the first one to try to close it out as a chip leader. Then it's Mikolai. Now it's Jesse's turn with a big chip lead. He's got 25 million chips. Kiat Lee's got 11. Mikolai's got 9 million. And we know Lonis is not going to just kick back and let these guys try to get back into it. He's going to lean.
Thank you.
So there it is. Just two bigs. The difference between Lee and Vaskabonikow with that $750,000 million pay ladder on their minds. Let's see whether or not they can chip away at Jesse Lonis, as Jesse and Mikolai did to Kiat Lee when he attempted to break away. And they made it look easy. Didn't take long to equalize. But it might take long to find a champion at this rate. Everyone has held the chip lead. Round and round we go here in Montenegro.
750K pay jump right now. 3 remaining. Which 2 is going to heads up?
2 times you won, so does mine.
9-4 offsuit now for the new chip leader. How out of line is he going to be?
1.7.
There's your answer.
So any 2, huh?
Certainly feeling that way. Queen Jack suited. I don't think these two are going to have a chance to see the flop.
Punish him.
Yep. Mikolai really has had an insane number of premium hands.
You're right. Third yours. So the third is yours.
No, all in is mine.
No,
sir.
come on.
Oh, yes, bro.
Oh, no.
Yes, too much for you.
Third is yours. Fourth is mine.
Third is mine. Then we will see.
Good open jam spot from Mikolai.
Alan?
King 6 suited.
He knows it.
Oh, pretty hand into the muck.
Yeah. He wouldn't have minded playing post flop with that 7-6.
It's a good hand, though.
If given the opportunity. You know which Squid Game was jacked? The cookie one where you gotta you either have the super easy
The
shape
umbrella?
or the umbrella. Oh, that one was messed up. And then also where they thought they were partnering up to play the marbles.
Yeah.
But then somebody got to lose, and then that
Imagine
person
we
dies.
partner up.
Oh, man. Why you want to do me like that, Randy? You're supposed to be my homie.
No, wouldn't you just let me win?
No, then I'm dead.
That's all right, man. The world will be a better place.
I would be like, no. Guards, we got this. I'll handle it. Let me see your gun. Then you shoot the guard, and then we're out of there.
You're going to talk your way out of it. Like you talked your way out of the dry side pot.
I don't think I talked my way out of it. King 6. Lonus's turn to nibble. Well, the boys aren't looking any worse for the wear. We got this one underway with 12 players remaining, 2:30 p.m. local time. Currently 8:52 local time, just shy of 9 p.m. 6.5 hours of poker under their belt with some breaks. Intense stuff, of course.
All in.
Ace 5, another single decision spot. All stack leaning. Ace 4 for Mikolai. What do you think, Randy?
I think he should probably lay this one down because he's second in chips. Kiat's on 11 bigs. He's got a 5 big blind separation. In ace form, ace 4, it's not that far ahead of a jamming range.
Okay.
I like it.
So.
E6?
No.
Big king?
Would be funny if I call.
Same hand?
Almost same.
It's funny because Mikolai is very quick to solicit information, but he's not quite as quick to reciprocate it. Credit to Jesse for playing along there.
Shoot it up. 500, 1 million.
Oh boy. This is,
you know, like those first-person shooters where the Shroud comes into poison gas. Like Hunger Games.
you know how normally I bring up a movie and then you have no idea what I'm talking about as we see the 8s? Not going to be providing any cinema. I actually didn't watch all the Hunger Games stuff. I think I got through the first one on a plane. Maybe I dozed off. I just know odds ever in your favor.
Odds ever in your favor.
Yeah.
That's the line.
Isn't it?
Not exactly.
What is it?
But there's a couple more words. I just need to Google
okay,
it.
so you know that I'm wrong, but you don't know how.
Let me Google it. I'll get back to you.
I got ChatGPT, Rabbit Chow, and Google Lou.
Google Lou.
In the booth with me here.
So maybe you're the uncultured one.
Because I didn't see Hunger Games? I mean, I didn't watch any of the Harry Potters either.
Well, me too.
Okay.
This bump.
Don't try to make friends with me now. You've been throwing me under the bus all day. Queen 9 being thrown into the jamming range from the small blind. Queen deuce. Got
dump that.
Yeah, down to sub 10 bigs, obviously. He needs to find a spot sooner than later.
$1 million, yes?
It's going to be go time very soon for Kiat Lee. 6.2 million with a big blind of 1 million.
Sure.
4-3 offsuit for the American. Not this time. I think the queen 3 has to go here. Hope to take it down pre.
Oh,
but
no.
Queen 10, that's got to call, especially for that stack.
Call.
Here we go.
Might this be the end of the road for Kiat Lee, Randy? Certainly rates to be just 22% equity, dominated. Had to make a move sooner than later.
He's done nothing wrong, but he got called and he needs to find a 3 very soon, or he's going to be out in third.
13.5 million in the middle. 7-6 deuce, queen 10. Firmly in front. Heart coverage for Nikolai as well. Kiat's got to go deadly as catch here and haul in a crab.
Oh! It's crab season.
My goodness. I confess, you feel silly building any drama whatsoever in a situation such as that. Incredible.
Much?
Look at Lonis. He's like, for real?
Oh, look at that rail.
Loon.
He's excited.
Marinella and producer James back there looking on.
Nikolai is stunned.
I mean, Kiat's stunned. We're stunned. Chat is stunned. Who isn't
card
stunned?
away.
Crazy fucking river.
Huh?
One
We've seen
card
some crazy
away.
Rivers, you know, like weird. People are calling it.
6225. My friend, how it's possible? Huh?
Did the dealer just apologize for the river?
I mean, he said, my friend, how is it possible?
Did he say, I'm sorry?
Yeah. What is he supposed to say?
I don't think it's on him, man. He had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
He's just the messenger. Blame the deck.
He said 3 of diamonds. He's like,
And even though Jesse's got the chip lead, you hear him saying 3 of diamonds. Like, that's a 750K pay jump
6 million.
that hasn't been received. Oh, he's in second now. Kiat Lee, 13.45 million.
Yeah.
Nikolai,
That was a crazy one.
just 6 bigs. That is so huge.
The 750K pay jump took a U-turn.
I'm trying to scroll through the YouTube chat and get caught up here, and every single page, I just see the number 3. Like somebody's leaning on the button.
Speaking of 3, we're still 3-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Queen 7 for Nikolai.
Alan?
He's got to jam this off of his stack. Inferior queen for Lonis. Starting to get to that territory where you can call quite light given how short Nikolai is, but he's going to fold the queen 4.
Queen 4 doesn't fall into the camp of light calls there, does it?
No, I'm just saying he's getting close. Imagine
Sure.
if it was like 2 big blinds less, then he's probably in there.
I stay.
Nikolai going to do his best to stay out of that territory.
Yeah?
I don't even know.
No, I mean then you can put pressure, otherwise you can.
Buddy, I'm scared to put pressure right now with these run out.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Crazy. I don't know what I want to do. I'm just hoping. I was fine with you two colliding. I was like, okay. I'll sit on the side. What the hell do I want?
Jack 6 offsuit on the button, folding. 10-8 suited looks like a jam. As the chip leader into Kiat, who's second in chips. He rips it. Kiat's got A7. Looks like enough to me.
$750K though, and he's 5 blinds clear of Mikolai. This would be so brutal for Lee if he managed to exit as a result of this call, but you can see he's the favorite. Can he double again?
This is a chip lead pot. Slight edge to Kiat Lee. A7 versus 10-8 of hearts onto a flop.
26 million in the middle.
Oh, it's an 8.
All Jesse. Now, the heart taking an out off the board for Kiat. He hit a 3-outer moments ago. Can he hit the 2-outer here and stay alive? Not this time. Took the best of it after getting lucky with the worst of it.
Good game, bro.
But the spin comes to an end as Jesse promptly comes over to pay respect.
Let's go on a break and talk.
To Kiat Lee.
Okay. We're going to go on a break. You guys go.
Title number 3 of his career and the second of this festival will elude. But a very respectable 3rd place run, 1.8 million. Going to Lee. Look at Vascaboinicao and Jesse not far behind them. Heading to a break. Nikolai's like, I won this one last year, right, bro? GG's, I'm so sorry. I'm going to wrap it up again on you.
Good game to Kiat Lee, one of Malaysia's finest, going down in 3rd, but played his heart out.
Yeah, he did. Very impressive throughout. Really dealt with some brutality here at the final table. In the end, he'll add that haul to his 12.3 million in career Triton earnings coming into that one. And, well, it's going to be Lonis Vascaboinicao. Will it be 2 titles and 3 overall for the American here in Montenegro? Or will it be back-to-back main event victories for the Belarusian? That's what we're going to find out in about 15 minutes. But, Randy, I mean, how do you sum this up? That was the dizzying sort of frame where it was all-ins. And I think at one point someone in the chat said Mikolai's just set the record for most all-ins at a Triton final table. It seemed like just that was the only button available on the screen.
Yeah, there wasn't much post-flop play in that 3-handed fiasco, right? They were just re-raising, all-ins a lot from Mikolai, but even Lonis was reshoving, and Kiat had the chip lead. He couldn't get anything going as Mikolai kept going all in, and he went out in 3rd.
Well, there is just one more elimination that stands between this moment and the one where we crown a champ in our main event with plenty at stake. Who will take home the 3.8 million, the Triton Epic X Watch, and the XL Triton Trophy? We're going to find out when we come back in about 15. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Ali, I have to admit I've employed the help of artificial intelligence, seeking a quality nickname for Jesse Lonis.
Wow. That sounds like a premium ChatGPT account.
Oh, yeah.
All right. By the way, a couple of premiums lurking here, not to put a pin in that, but ace-10 of clubs for Hajiev, going to be leaned on by Mikolai, who does like to play him fast.
Of his right here in this spot.
How big does he go? 1.4.
1.4 sizable from these positions.
Could be the same hand or better.
Oh.
Or ace jack.
What was that you were saying about sizable? How about kings? This is number 2 pre with 2.8, salivating over the prospects of an uncontested 1.8 that could be picked up. So there's the jam. Hajiev will be cleared. Nikolai will not. And we are off to the races. 6.5 million chip pot as the deck runs cold for Mikolai. Does have the ace lurking on his feet. We've seen this before. Each time he's taken his seat, and he's done so with new chips. Might he claim the pelt of Martirosyan in a frosty fashion? He certainly rates to. A demoralizing ace-high flop. Only one king in the deck. Running 10 jack, good for nothing more than a chop. Running clubs, however, would do the trick. Martirosyan just 9% with 2 to come. Hold the phone. All of a sudden, we go from 1 out to a heap. Can Artur, Player of the Year leader, stay intact here at the final table of the main? River holds the answer. And that answer is no. Nothing anybody would have done any differently in that seat, in that spot, and the sun continues to shine down on Mikolai Vaskabojnikau, claiming the pelt of Martirosyan. No further than 9th will Artur fight.
Yeah, I think so. What do you mean fight to cash, man? I win this and fight private. This is a plan.
I like where Ramin's head's at, by the way. Because there's some dusty low-cost carriers that'll get you from Montenegro to other parts of Europe.
There is a direct flight. It's 3 hours, 40 minutes.
From Podgorica to Baku?
From Tivat.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's like only 2 times a week, so it's not. It's challenging to catch it. Otherwise, yeah.
Not bad to spend.
Yeah.
For 3 days.
Yeah. Nah, probably. Well, I want to see my kids too much. My family. But I mean, otherwise Istanbul.
Ace-7 suited. Direct flight from Fedor.
This has got to go in. King, queen.
Yeah, spreading his wings is Hajiev. Direct left. Connecting with the king, queen. Trailing behind, but covering. 3.7 million chip pot, a critical one for Holtz. Things haven't really gone his way on the day. Could he find a bounce here? Sure looks that way. 2 spades, 10 high. Take a couple of outs off the board for Ramin. And it's locked up on the turn.
Oh, he's got Vasca-Boynikau open folding suited aces from +1 now as well. Can see the impact that Lonis has had on this table dynamic early. Awkward looking one for Fedor. Ramin has 8 big blinds behind. We want to play lots of open jams, but we also know that we can get called, and Ace-4 is going to snap. Time to run it.
Hajiev wakes up as Fedor tried to run one through. And maybe Ramin's going to reclaim the chips he lost with king, queen versus the ace. Last time these two intertwined, 3.75 million in the middle. Hajiev in front. Better than 3-2 favorite until, no, the ace is there. Saw the 3 and panicked briefly on his behalf. Uh-oh. Jacks and 3s were all he was worried about beforehand, but now running clubs would spoil the party. Can Hajiev hold here? Yes.
Red 4 side. Тут 7 я выкинул себе. Слышь? Раминчик.
Wipe the sweat from your brow, sir.
First, the window is 3, window card.
Yeah.
Ace-5 off. Now in the hands of Chidwick.
Just going to pass. Fedor, though. Can't pass on this one. You're not often going to get a fold for this price. You can see from the fast peel of Mikolai. Sweating his option here. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, unfortunate to have a 9. Fedor in great shape here. You got to appreciate that Mikolai keeps it consistent. He covers so handsomely, and yet he's on his feet like he's at risk.
Holtz unbothered.
I know one way he would be bothered. Although it doesn't take shape on a Queen 8-4 board. Turn. Stay sterile. Oh, my.
See what's going on.
An infectious river
I know you did.
as
The way you were-
Fedor.
I could tell the way you were hyper-focused and you felt that was coming.
Defending certain people, you watch them make an unconventional play, and you just believe that it's right instead of believing, like, what the heck are you doing? Leading on the ace of clubs.
Yeah, sure.
When Stevie does it, it's like, I need to go home and run some Sims. I gotta figure out the idea here because you know he's figured it out if he's willing to do it here at the final table of the main event.
The line between very good and great can be a very fine one. And we know which side of it Stephen Chidwick lies on, so we are inclined to accept his choices as somewhat of a gospel.
This could be a dicey one.
Ace-Jack.
Santosh posted his big and big blind ante here. He's got 6 big blinds behind. Lonis has increased his open size for that reason. Ace-10 suited, just flatting. That's going to allow Savarna to get out of the way, one would think.
Yeah, demoralizing Jack-5 off. He's been card dead, but he has found a couple of ladders. Has shown discipline. Made the most of the spots that he's had. Chidwick in a way here as round 2 takes shape. 7-8-9, both players with a straight draw. Of course, advantage Chidwick, given his is open-ended, but Jesse with the best hand right now.
And board texture also feeling like advantage Chidwick. The pocket pairs that make sets on this flop and also pocket 10s. All potentially flatting combos from the small blind. Very few pure misses with his range on this board. Jesse's going to have more of those. Not surprised to see Stevie starting with a lead, especially considering he now covers Lonis. Good price for Lonis. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The ace-jack can continue in some way.
It's just curious because, again, he's confronted with this break in protocol, this
1.3.
deviation from the flow. And this time,
1.3.
he's going to ask questions of the decision, raising it up to 1.3. And I think had the prior pot not gone down the way that it did, maybe he's not as motivated to do this.
I have to agree, and I wonder if Chidwick reads into that dynamic at all. It's easy from the booth to say Jesse's going to bluff this time because he doesn't believe the 2 leads in a row, but he has to ask if Lonis would be willing to raise and get it in on this flop with an overpair. It's uncomfortable. If you've got pocket queens in this stack distribution as Lonis to raise and stack it off, does Stevie believe that he's just run into a straight or a set here? Ace-10 suited is a pretty big draw. Wonder if he ever comes over the top.
5 seconds.
Just calling.
Now they're playing for 4.3. By the way, Suvarna's getting ever more excited at the prospects of maybe these two colliding in incendiary fashion. Queen doesn't change a thing. Let's see now. Jesse has breathed life into this thing.
I think if Jesse wants to bluff at this pot, he knows he needs to go for all of it. And I don't mean a jam right now, but a turn and river barrel most likely necessary to clear hands like 9-10 suited, pocket 10s,
Sure.
pocket 6s potentially. If he doesn't want to do that, then checking behind makes sense.
Wow. And the 10 on the end might make some dollars. Queen high straight, Chidwick with just 10s and an ace kick.
How do we proceed as Chidwick? It's quite hard to just have one pair. Maybe ace-8 suited, ace-9 suited, these hands also arrive here. Don't know if he continues a hand as light as king-9 suited pre-flop.
It's difficult for Chidwick to have one pair in this situation, and as such he's cognizant of that and perhaps looking to leverage, you suggesting?
Yeah, I don't think that Chidwick believes that Jesse is short on potential straights, but he's always going to be one to break down his own range and think about the need to value bet with straights, the need to value bet potentially with rivered 2-pair or rivered sets. And how do we find bluffs?
And we're back here in Montenegro, Triton Poker Super High Roller Series 100K main event action at long last, down to heads up. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, stage set now. And Randy, it was about a 15-minute break, but there was a reason for that.
Yeah, the two players did try to make a deal, but unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, we are going to play for the 1.25 heads-up match.
Well, listen, if they were trying to make a deal, that suggests that at least one of the parties was motivated to maybe take some of the variance out of this spot. This is an incredible amount of money for a professional poker player. Jesse Lonis has a lot of results, but obviously this is a lot of pressure. And so I'm not sure who it was that was driving things. You know, Vasco Boynicao, a VIP, ultimately no dice. So that means we're going to play, and we're going to play for the full $1.25 million difference between second and first. 7-figure sit and go. That's what we're dealing with here.
Here we go. Mikolai only has 8 big blinds, but remember, we saw Seth Davies give Pavi a run for his money when he doubled up the short stack and had a lengthy heads-up match.
That's right. Ultimately, Pavicevic would claim glory in the Invitational versus Davies, but the start of it was very similar to this. People may have written Davies off, much like they might be writing Vasco Boynicao off, based on the sub-10 big blind state. But Davies fought his way back. Ultimately, couldn't claim victory, but made a match of it. Let's see whether or not Mikolai can do the same. Ace-deuce suited here. Lonis rips it in. Jack-6 of hearts for Mikolai.
He's already put a big blind ante in there. He's expecting Lonis to jam very wide. He might feel committed with the suited jack.
Are you clicking call with this hand here?
It's very close.
Time is.
It's the suited properties that help give you that few extra % of equity that you need. If it's Queen-6 of hearts, I certainly would be calling.
Well, the important thing is that there are some holdings, as you mentioned, that Lonis would just attack with that the jack high is good against pre.
That's true. The problem is if he folds this hand, he loses 2 million, right? 1 million for the big blind, 1 million for the big blind ante.
Let's go.
Wow.
Run it.
A shrug after a couple of time banks, and we are going to gamble.
I told you I will win. The third one is mine.
14.6 million chip pot. Lonis, the favorite, nearly 3-2. Already a title in the 40K here. A title before that on his resume. Might the second of the festival be his? Or is the reigning main event champ from Montenegro going to find the double?
Oh,
2 hearts.
man.
Big flop.
And a deuce.
Yeah.
Vasco Boynicao with the flush draw. Jackson 6s would do the trick as well. Plenty of outs, and now he's the favorite with 2 to come. Jack on the turn. Lonis needs an ace or a deuce to close it out. Just 3 outs from the double is Mikolai. And 3 jacks for good measure.
7.8.
As it looks like the Belarusian wants to make a battle out of this one.
Yeah, the ascent has begun.
This will be 16 bigs playing 29 roughly. Once the accounting is complete here. Obviously a disappointing moment for Jesse. Denied main event glory.
What do you think? How much is now ACM? If 3 million, I can take it. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I said I'm not sure.
You want to check? If it's now 3 million for me, I'm taking this.
I don't know if they'll let us look.
Huh?
I don't know if they'll let us look.
Yes, 1 second. Yes, but why not? Look, we're
course.
paying big money here. You
I
know,
know.
why not? You know, it's.
Yeah, the first one, I just can't take less, obviously.
No. If it's, I tell you, if it's 3 million now, I take it, or more.
We could probably look.
Sounds like Mikolai's made an offer.
And then we continue to play.
And provided that an ICM chop would give him 3 million or more, it sounds like he would be willing to do a deal. The boys on their feet, abandoning the feature here, as all of a sudden the deal that they were unable to strike previous to that double appears to be back on the table. Some pursuits, some discussions. It sounds like we're going to need another minute. So a 2-1 chip lead for Lonis. Stay close. Oh, hang on. I guess we're back at the desk. I thought we were going to be going to a commercial. But Randy, a little bit interesting, and it makes you understand and realize that every pot, when it comes down to this stage, all of the equity, all the ice, it changes wildly to the point perhaps that now Jesse's thinking, okay, this guy could spin through me and flip the script. Maybe I need to have a chat.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that right after the double, with some more play, that he's willing to look again.
All right, listen, we're going to throw you to that break that I teased before we came up here, but we'll come right back and we'll revisit things. Let's see whether or not a deal is struck. Don't go anywhere. Final table action comes your way after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
And welcome back to the final table of the 100K main, just a few minutes removed from the very first hand of play. Ali and Randy back with you. Mikolai and Jesse were talking a deal, and I'm told that a deal has been struck. Producer James has just sent the following into our chat. He writes that the deal is Jesse, 3.321 million, Mikolai, 2.927, so a little bit shy of the 3 million he was asking for, but we're enough into the neighborhood that he agreed to terms, and that means they're going to be playing for a lot less than the 1.5 1.25 million that they were playing for, just 125,000 now. That's a little bit less pressure.
Yeah, a lot less pressure, you know, and it's still the opportunity to win this heads up, get that trophy, and free roll your buy-in into this event, right? 125K. So, you know, it's not something you can just close your eyes and just jam and hope for the best. You know, there's a lot of glory to be had here.
Okay, 15 big blinds deep now. I'm putting you in Vasco Boinacal's camp, and I'm tasking you with explaining how he should approach things from this point forward. He found the double with the Jack-6, was fortunate to do so. What are you whispering in that ear?
I mean, I like the way he approached three-handed. He went all in quite a bit, you know, kind of put a lot of pressure on Lonis, who likes to raise a lot, and just shut out the post-flop play as much as you can.
Yeah, the more decisions I think that you give Jesse, the more perhaps the fact that this is an accomplished tournament professional will begin to surface and benefit him. If you had to give Jesse any advice, what would it be?
Play your game. You're doing great.
Yeah, he really is. So back to the arena we're going to go. 14.6 in front of Mikolaj, 30.4 in front of Jesse. 500, 1 million stratospheric blinds, and they're not going to be giving any relief as every 13 hands, they're going to go up yet again and thin the stacks even further. The bulk of the prize pool already divvied up, but 125,000 still nothing to scoff at, nor is the Epic X Watch and the trophy. So let's get right back to it then, shall we? Maestral Resort and Casino resuming coverage of this main event. Frame brought to you by WPT Global. There it is, the official look. 2-1 chip lead for Jesse. Looking to close this one out. He's going to be more incentivized to take his time here, though, because obviously a misstep in an all-in spot here and the script is flipped, and he's the dog.
Well, these are hands that could collide, even pre-flop.
Well, Mikolaj now with 15 bigs, choosing to limp. Jesse jams, Mikolaj calls. King high versus queen high for all of it.
That got in quick.
Feel like
Jesse smiling.
You think the fourth is yours?
Too beautiful hand, you know?
They are. And the pressure is least off for it, you know?
No, for me there is a pressure to defend the...
Yeah.
Jack-6 wiped a smile off of Jesse's face moments ago. My queen jack suited. Do the same and leave him the 2-1 dog in chips. Or will the favorite hold? We take our first steps toward that answer, and they are 6, 7, 8. No club on board.
What do you think?
I think Jack coming.
Oh, I don't think that's the answer Jesse was hoping to get.
Let's see.
No deuce coming.
Maybe
and now one of 6 outs needs to come. Otherwise, it's going to be a second title here in Montenegro for Jesse Lonis. Can King High hold?
No.
Yes!
Okay, bro.
Good job. Good game.
So we
defending
speak after,
champion.
yeah?
Huh?
We speak after.
About
You killed defending champion. How it's possible?
2 years. I didn't lose. Took 2 years for him to lose this tournament.
Fairy tale didn't come, but it's okay. Congrats. You deserve it.
Obviously, plenty to smile about for both of the boys, Randy. Just given most of the pressure was relieved, courtesy of the deal. An extra 125K going to go to Jesse, along with the watch, the big trophy, and a third ever Triton title for him. 3.426 and a tickle, the final tally. Look out, world. Jesse Lonis has put you on notice.
Oh, he's made his presence known here in Montenegro. 2 titles at this stop.
And look who he beat. The defending champ of the main event here in Montenegro, Mikolaj, somehow has decoded this particular event. But he is dispatched in second. Near 3 million the haul for Mikolaj. And heads up didn't last. I think heads up, the negotiating lasted longer than the actual poker, Randy.
That's true. It was just 2 all-ins.
There's the official look at how it broke down after Kiat Lee was forced out in third for the scheduled 1.8. Hell of a final table we had.
Oh, it was amazing. And that three-handed battle was very epic, lots of all-ins. Jesse Lonis, the champion.
I mean, deja vu. We were just saying those words a few days back in the mystery bounties, 619 the haul there, plus the 800 in bounties. Now this pickup, and he's cleared 5 million with more festival remaining.
It's amazing. You know, Jesse Lonis, I was saying, like, I've been so impressed with his play. I've heard good things about him. He shows up at Triton, hasn't been playing there earlier, few years ago, right? But now he is 3 titles, I believe, right? 2 at this festival. Amazing player. He deserves it.
Yeah, look out if you get Jesse at your table draw during the World Series because he's got the wind at his back. What we've got is Marianela Pereira standing by with him, as well as coverage of the 150K, which has been going down in the background, so don't go anywhere. More Triton poker coverage comes your way, but for now, let's send it down to Marianela, who's standing by with your champ in the main.
I'm standing alongside our main event champion, Jesse Lonis, who's like, I hear a lot of deep breaths there, brother. Well, it seems like, I don't know, 1 title per stop just wasn't enough for you. 4 final table appearances, 2 titles, 1 stop. You're a main event champion now. You're taking home over 3.4 million to be exact. It's got to feel amazing, Jesse.
Yeah, it's emotional. Trying to hold the tears back, you know, not get too emotional. Yeah, I wanted to come out here and perform. I was away from my family for a long time, so I told them I was going to make it worth it. So it just feels good to clinch the main event.
It's beautiful. Yeah, you're always so humble. And I got to say, like the Triton Tour, you're a newcomer to it, but man, it really brings out the best of you. And that was going to be my follow-up question. You're a dad. You've got 3 beautiful little ones. It's okay, man. It's okay. It's a big moment. And it was a really intense battle. We'll get into that as well. But yeah, I was going to say it's not easy. It must not be easy to leave them at home. But what is it about the Triton Tour that makes it like just a can't miss for you?
Yeah, ever since I got into poker and started watching it, I was dreaming of being on the stage, playing in these big buy-ins, and just having that pressure and being here. It's like unreal, you know. It's like any moment I think I'm gonna wake up from the dream. So the fact that it's, you know, happening, it's crazy, and I hope that anyone out there playing, you know, strives to try to get to this point too.
And it's understandable that you're feeling a lot of emotions because ever since Fogelsang's exit, that was a pretty intense 3-handed battle there. I think 49 hands to be exact. Just walk us through that battle.
Yeah, the stakes we're playing is like, it's, you know, unbelievably high and so much pressure. But in the moment when I'm playing, it's just a card game. Feels like I'm playing 2-5 no limit. You know, just like at the end of the day, it's just poker. So just trying to make the right decisions and get it done.
Yeah, and it was very swinging there for such a long time. How do you keep calm?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been in, you know, I've been in the spot a bunch of times. So I've been the short stack, I've been the big stack. You just gotta stay level-headed and just focus on making the right decision. You can't, you know, you can't think about I'm short now, let me get, you know, aggravated. You just gotta stay level and keep playing.
Well, I saw that big smile when you finally clinched it. And apart from receiving this beautiful hardware and the 2nd title, I know you were eyeing that watch. Yeah. You were actually quite excited about being able to sport that.
Yeah, when I got into poker, I made enough money to buy a really nice watch, but I always seen the watches for trophies, and I told myself that I didn't want to buy a nice watch until I won one. So this is going to be my first nice watch. You know, the most I've spent on a watch before was probably like $300. So the fact, you know, I wanted to earn it, so it feels good.
That's beautiful because not only is it a beautiful watch, but only main event champions can sport it. This beautiful Epic X Jacob & Co. watch. Yeah. It's getting emotional up here. You're going to make me cry. So let's get on with it. Let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Look at that shiny, beautiful main event trophy title for you, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at your main event champion, Jesse Lonis.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Kind of returns in that respect, and you feel as though there isn't so much left for you to accomplish. This in part perhaps why Fedor took the break that he did, retired, then came out, you know, but refreshed. Even you look at Alex Foxen in terms of taking a break from Triton and then showing up again, as we see Suvarna finding one to go with. Ace, 8 of diamonds, all in declared, another 900, and Jesse is going to hunt a ladder for the field. 3.5 million. Santosh getting it in good. Near 3-2 favorite. The deck has lacked mercy on the day for some. Just ask Fedor Holtz. Will it prove to be wicked once more? Well, for the time being, it is advantage Jesse with the 9s. However, the 2 diamonds keeping things interesting. Flush draw. Or an ace. Now add the 8s. Suvarna needs the help. Can he fight on? No. Respect to Suvarna for making it as far as he did, Kevin. It could have come undone in some other spots. Gave it all the discipline and ultimately got his money in good. Very live is what I can tell you.
All right, 6 remaining. Main event. I'm ready.
Pocket queens and Chidwick. He's going to be ready as well. $550.
Deuces for Basketball Nickel. Easy defense. Looking for that ugly duckling.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. He found it.
Nikolai with the Peking duck. Bottom set. 10 high board texture. No diamond in hand for Stevie, but no reason to get bashful with 1.5 million in the middle.
He's going to want to build a pot now. He often has the best hand. He really just loses 2 sets and only sets. There shouldn't be any 2-pair combos in Nikolai's big blind defense range. If Nikolai plays this hand fast, there's a chance chips just fly in.
1.1.
Oh no, this is bad for Chidwick.
Check raise to 1.1.
See, the problem here for Chidwick is that Nikolai is probably check raising some 10x's for value, and he wants to get in chips against 10x. Sure, he loses to deuces and fours. Probably not tens. Tens would have re-raised pre. Queens is just a monster hand right now. Plus, he unblocks diamonds with his 2 queens, which he wants to charge.
Tense moments for Chidwick.
2.5.
He does play back to 2.5, and this is precisely what Mikolai was hoping for, as a chance maybe to get even more into this one before we even take a turn.
At this point, I would be ripping into deuces. Chidwick has committed almost half of his stack on the flop. He looks very committed. There's the all-in.
Cool.
Here we go.
Well, the writing was on the wall. And unfortunately, pre-flop, it looked like the scribble said Chidwick wins chips. Instead, it's Chidwick at risk. 12.75 million chip pot. Massive collision here. Top of the frame. Mikolai has been hot as the surface of the sun. And it's going to take a queen to cool him off. Unavailable on the turn. 2 outs. 1 time. For one of poker's all-time winningest players. Can Chidwick fight on? No.
Another great has fallen.
Cold, cold world.
Thank you. My number.
Randy.
There's nothing he can do.
It's, you know,
Overpaired on that board. You're just out sometimes.
At one point, do we begin to feel as though destiny or
Finally, a hand for Hajiev. Rips it. It's a bit too much, I would think. No, he's calling with ace-5 off. He's falling apart.
You know, I hesitate to hold him accountable entirely, but some clear concerns at present for Mikolai. Ace-5 against the 2-9, 6.8 and change in the middle. Hajiev looking to hold. 3, 4, 5, sweaty one.
Okay, let's start calling the cards. 8 of
deuces
clubs.
and 5s. These are the issues
Or jack of
facing
diamonds.
Ramin.
That seems more likely.
Eight of
Pairing
clubs.
the 3 is okay.
Or jack of diamonds.
Will this river bring us to four-handed action, or will it double Hajiev? Oh, no.
You feel the pain.
He got it in good. He didn't do a thing wrong. And I got to tell you, Randy, if that pot goes Ramin's way, this would have been an epic unraveling for Mikolai. Such an important pot for him to win to keep himself stable. But to be fair, it was far more important for Hajiev. Shower. King, queen on the button for Vogelsang as the short stack. He knows that the pressure is going to be on him, especially with Kiatli sat there 2-1 leading over him.
I like ripping here for Vogel. rather than raising smaller. Yes, this is nice. You want to cut out the play for your opponent to reshove on you, but Kiat has ace king. Looking grim.
4 million of 4.8. And Vogel saying didn't do this to get away from the impending request for the rest.
Raise.
10-5 out of the way promptly. And perhaps Vogel saying will be out of the way as well when this one's said and done. Over 10 million in the pot.
So many chips in the middle.
3-1 favorite, let's call it, is Kiat right now. Christoph needs something special. That doesn't rate to be it. 6-4 deuce as he slips to 11% equity with 2 to come. Can he avoid a 4th place fate? We look to the turn for some clarity. And that fate brought further into focus by the 8 of clubs. Can Christoph find the needed queen? What say you, River? 9.
No ladies here.
That's going to do it for Christoph. Hell of an effort from him.
JC,
yeah.
You remember what you promised me?
Maybe some would suggest that if normalcy had been upon us in a situation, his time would have come prior to this moment.
Yeah.
This guy tried to trap me.
Jesse looking right at home, by the way. He's got the chair flipped. He's riding such a high. You can just feel the confidence. Not second-guessing his decisions. Very much in that flow state. King 9 of clubs, 1 million flows from the button. Queen 8 off here for Lonis.
Typically displays as a flat from the big blind. Above average cards, loosely connected.
3.5.
Oh, but typical is not how Lonis is going to play.
3.5, unexpectedly. It's a good bit of hand, 3-handed though, on the button.
Especially against a player like Lonis who gets out of line from time to time. Hence the call from Kiat Lee.
Jack Queen, Kiat flops it versus top pair and the wrong side of a gutter. 7.75 in there already.
This is interesting because Lonis has all the ace kings. Kiat does not. Lonis is going to feel like he needs to bet this flop because if he did have ace king, he would want to bet.
$1.8.
I like calling in this spot for Kiat because his range is so capped and his opponent might just blast off trying to represent ace king, and you can easily call down 3 barrels with king 9, of course.
9 on the turn, 3rd heart. Lonis has made a queen high straight. I don't know that he's thrilled to have done so. Any king X is there. As we know, Lee was already there. And of course, front door flush.
So Lonis checking back his whole cards. See, he doesn't have a heart in hand, which may make him want to protect his hand a little more. As you can see him push out 2.2. if he was holding the 8 of hearts, he certainly would go for a check instead. Board's getting a bit dangerous for Kiat, but
Yeah, it is.
His hand is not even close to nutted. Like calling this spot and just try to fade the heart.
Another 4.4 into the middle. Lonis at this point has to be a little bit worried about firing again. Pot already up to 15.75.
I think he needs to check here now and just hope that Kiat's got a hand like ace queen with ace of hearts, ace jack with ace of hearts, something like this. There's some 2 pairs in Kiat's range as well that he beats. I'm sure Kiat's relieved to see the check from Lonis. Probably just check this one back, just in case you value own yourself.
Straight.
That's a better straight over there.
Yeah, shutdown from both players. Kiat hauling in a very healthy one. Pricey exchange for Lonis. Queen 8 suited now.
He's not the
Kiat?
table captain anymore.
I mean, he's folding also because he's looking over at a 2-1 chip lead. He holds over Jesse. Vaska Boynikau again. The sun shining down ace-king. We're going to get ourselves a call this time as Jesse has jacks. Vulnerable, but poised to double. 56-43 the advantage. Are we going to book a trip to heads-up play? Or is Jesse going to pull level with Kiat?
This hand plays itself.
13.75 million in the middle. No ace, no king. No drama either on this board texture for the jacks. Lonis channeling all the anti-ace and king energy he can muster successfully as of the turn. Another dose of it going to be required to clear this river. Job done.
It's tug of war out there. And Lonis pulled that one in.
Wasn't tug of war another one of the Squid Games?
Yeah, but the thing is, in that tug of war, someone gets eliminated
2.45
permanently.
Who was your support team this hand?
I wish you guys could see the look on Randy's face when he said that. You might be frontman, bro. I mean, the outfit, too, a little bit, you know, I could see it.
Hey, you know how they're picking teams in tug of war? I wouldn't pick you.
Why?
Because I want to
Remember
end
the
you.
old dude was the one that was freaking slick, man. He told him, like, you just, everybody lay down, let the other team fall, right? And then, all of a sudden.
Imagine I let you fall. I don't have to hear you anymore when we do these gigs. It's a pretty good deal.
Wow, Randy. Really
Wait, am I
taking
speaking
aim.
this out loud?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Queen 10.
Oh, ace queen for Lonis. Has to call. And he's in a great spot to double against the tournament chip leader.
Yep, announces call. Of course, Kiat ready to fold just about anything there. And Mikolai finally running into someone that has the medicine. He covers by a decent margin, but this is a whopping 25 million chip pot. This will be good for the lead if Jesse can hold.
Oh, he's looking like he's going to hold here.
Very much so on the ace-9-6 board. Straight sweat or a 10. That's what Mikolaj needs. It's a wrap. Icing it on the turn with the deuce and emerging on the back end of it as the new chip leader.
8, 10.
Will
4-3 offsuit for the American. Not this time. I think the queen 3 has to go here. Hope to take it down pre.
Oh,
but
no.
Queen 10, that's got to call, especially for that stack.
Call.
Here we go.
Might this be the end of the road for Kiat Lee, Randy? Certainly rates to be just 22% equity, dominated. Had to make a move sooner than later.
He's done nothing wrong. But he got called and he needs to find a 3 very soon, or he's going to be out in third.
13.5 million in the middle. 7-6 deuce, queen 10. Firmly in front. Heart coverage for Mikolaj as well. Kiat's got to go deadly as catch here and haul in a crab.
Oh! It's crab season.
My goodness. I confess, you feel silly building any drama whatsoever in a situation.
I was fine with you two colliding. I was okay. I was sitting aside. What the hell? I don't know.
Jack 6 offsuit on the button, folding. 10-8 suited looks like a jam. As the chip leader into Kiat, who's second in chips. He rips it. Kiat's got ace-7. Looks like enough to me.
$750K though, and he's 5 blinds clear of Mikolaj. This would be so brutal for Lee if he managed to exit as a result of this call, but you can see he's the favorite. Can he double again?
This is a chip lead pot. Slight edge to Kiat Lee. Ace-7 versus 10-8 of hearts onto a flop.
26 million in the middle.
Oh, it's an 8.
All Jesse. Now, the heart taking an out off the board for Kiat. He hit a 3-outer moments ago. Can he hit the 2-outer here and stay alive? Not this time. Took the best of it after getting lucky with the worst of it.
Good game, bro.
But the spin comes to an end as Jesse promptly comes over to pay respect.
Let's go on a break and talk.
To Kiat Lee.
Okay. We're going to go on a break. You guys go.
Title number 3 of his career.
Well, Kevin, how much of a roller coaster was that 3-handed battle to eventually see Jesse Lonis coming out on top? But it honestly feels like another day, another roll of the dice. It goes Kiat's way, it goes Mikolaj's way. It really could have been anyone's tournament.
Did I hear that it was 50 hands of 3-handed play?
Thereabouts.
Do I have that right, or
Yeah.
49? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what you expect when Jesse Lonis is in there.
Yeah.
Gambling on both sides of it. Some good, some bad, but just enough.
Yeah, he started the day off with a bang. I mean, jammed, I think, hand one, eliminating Espen Jorstad, and then it was just one of those days, ups, downs, 3-handed, though. I mean, it's one of those where you look back, and if you're in Mikolai's shoes, if you're in Kiet's shoes, you just think, Jesus, like that could have been me. And it's what we sign up for, right? When we play these kind of high-stakes tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, you get a 7-figure score out of it, you're not going to be too upset about that day at the office. But of course, once you're that close, everyone wants the title and the watch.
Well, we've currently got 79 people who have signed up for even higher stakes. I'm talking about the 150K here, the last No Limit Hold'em event of the series. And I spy certain Patrick Antonius, currently chip leading the field, 745K, good for 124 bigs. Late reg in this one, Kev, open until the start of day 2, which is going to be tomorrow. So it wouldn't surprise me if we eclipse that 100 runner mark and yeah, have another massive prize pool here.
Yeah, you would expect so. I mean, obviously, players unafraid. We remember early in this, before coverage gets picked up, when we saw a few bullets getting thrown in to the 150. Talks of some spicy early level play off camera from Corzin and the likes.
There was some...
That prize pool is going to grow quickly when you've got someone in the mix firing.
It felt like everyone I bumped into today, they were keeping a close eye on the Triton Poker Plus app, and they would say, "Hey Henry, how's it going?" And then the first thing that would come out of their mouth was like, "Have you seen this 150K?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to be covering it later on today." 51 remain. Zhao Samao was one of those, by the way. Saw him by the sea with the likes of Elis and Yoni, one of our favorite fish restaurants. I bumped into them, went and said hello. He was like...
They were running the app, weren't they?
They were running, bro, they were running the app, and they all of them were like, yeah, we're going to go fire this 150K.
That's
and
how
now
it
here he
starts.
is. Here he is.
Word gets around.
Yeah, here he is. Here is Wang Wenji, main event champ from Jeju. We've got the likes of Savannah, Martiroshin, fresh off that final table of the 100K main. I say fresh, I mean disappointment for Artur, of course. 9th place finish in that one.
50.
Markus Ladev. And from Estonia. Had a cup of coffee with him as well today. He was talking about the stretch he's been on at Triton. 0 for 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you ask him what he had in that big bluff against Fedor that we didn't get to see shown down? Because that we haven't seen much of him. Glad to see him on the stage now, but that's what sticks in my mind from the series, and not really the way you want to be remembered.
I do know what he had.
Stack. Yeah.
I do know what he had.
You don't have to put him on blast. That's okay.
I was about to say, thanks, Kevin, for leading us there, because now I feel inclined to put him on blast.
Well, your choice.
No,
you know.
no.
No one's going to remember anyways. It's fine.
I think
That's
he
true.
can still chase you, right? He has 2.2 now, and if you would, like, basically his win is probably worth 900.
Not 2.2, 2,000.
No, 2.2.
2.2?
Yes. So with 900, and
They
then
can.
player of the series, 1K maybe, so he's like on 3.2 already, and you're on 3.5, right? It's
Wow.
realistic at least.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I heard
Danny Tang.
he won't play PLO this series. I told you.
Danny Tang talking about the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, and
He
again,
loves
allegedly.
PLA.
Yeah.
He loves PLA.
He loves
Is this a
singing it.
Lonus discussion?
Yeah, Lonus has picked up the better part of 1,000
He loves
points
to
here, and
play.
Danny's saying that that now puts him within like a
Possible.
300-400
Also has like
300-400 point
600 or 700
difference.
to me.
Let's have a look.
I do see
Kind
him
of.
listed in
Did you play
third
JJ
currently in
Shot
the
Net?
app. Not sure if that
I
main
played
event score is
all of them?
reflected.
Yeah, but I didn't.
I think it is. Fairly sure it is.
Thank you.
I guess we'll see tomorrow, but
Sure that? I don't want, but if I need
As
to,
it
I will.
stands, Jesse just 45 points behind Alex Foxen, who's in second.
If I have
Still
700 points to second place, I won't play. If I have 300 points, it's complicated.
Well, Savannah taking the jam spot. It's going to get snapped off by the Brazilian, who has him dominated.
But Alex Foxen doesn't play top deck.
He could.
And Lonis too.
But he could. Both of them could. They know. Yeah, they know. Everyone knows.
The Warriors and Chidi play.
Yes.
Well, 13. Big blind spin of the wheel. Jack and a jack only needed for Savannah.
Will you talk if you win? Will you talk if you win?
Yeah.
Doesn't find it. GG's, mate.
I don't know. You don't seem like that guy.
I will
Fresh off that FT in the main event. We'll have to re-enter into this one. Yeah, this is a really interesting conversation. So Artur, and again, not 100% sure whether everything has been updated, but I would like to think it has been. Artur is 700 points ahead of Jesse. Jesse's got to get an additional like 100 for player of the series. It's going to make it really interesting. It's going to make it really interesting. I'd love to be able to plug it into the #1 learning app for poker players, GTO Wizard, but I can't. But you viewers at home can plug your own spots and start crushing now using GTO Wizard, the same app that elite players such as Espen Jorstad, Jungleman Dan, Kevin Rabichow all use. Get involved on socials, join the giveaways, win yourself annual subscriptions over on IG and X, and I see producer James Dempsey chomping at the bit to tell me something.
With 5 big blinds, and I eliminate all final.
So I'm being told that the POY ranking is up to date. So the only additional points that Jesse is going to get is obviously 4 player of the series. So I mean, let's see. Let's see what happens in the PLO. Let's see what happens in this 150k.
At that point, he didn't have bounce. Probably then he has, right?
Before final table, I had 0 bounce.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I was short stack all the way.
Yeah. You will go to Vegas directly or play online first?
Directly. Probably won't play online. We'll see. Because on 25, you go this year?
25.
You go to Vegas?
From here, yes.
Yeah. Because 25k on 2nd of June, mixed PLO and L. Very good.
Good to see Marcus Ladov in the mix.
I keep online stuff.
Yeah.
28.
Saying earlier on, he's telling me how he's 0 for 5, and it was promptly met with a chuckle from Michael Soiser. He was like, Marcus, mate, welcome to the big leagues. It's like, it's very easy to go 18, 19, 20 bullets in these without cashing.
Never.
0 for 5 is...
0 for 5 is...
getting away easy.
Really? One tournament, maybe? Maybe
the
1
stakes
or
are
2
high.
a year?
This year, no.
That
And I
might just
cashed.
be like
I think I final tabled.
a median
Really?
outcome.
It must be, yeah.
Just losing 5 bullets.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
just choose not to play online.
you might be 50th
No,
percentile
I
in
can't.
the
I
room.
don't think I win online.
Agreed.
Really?
Kiat is grinding online.
Yeah, a lot.
0 for 5 is a good day in the office, bro.
Yeah, losing to you.
Well,
no, that's a great day in the office.
A good
man.
week.
A good, good week. You knew
day,
what I meant.
it's a little rough for a day.
Even online, you play from hand #1, huh? So sick.
From what?
You play from start, even for online. Yeah, so sick. Like, you really just poker, paddle. Watch UFC. Poker, watch tennis. Right? Go to the pool. Poker, so on.
No.
How about this for a flop?
You think
Top
you
and
will go
bottom
Jersey in Vegas?
for Zhao. Flush draw for
There is
Huang
no announce
Wenji.
who will fight.
Yeah. Ilia de Poirier against Charles Oliveira.
Oh yeah, it's confirmed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh wow, you're not a fan.
That's a nice fight.
Yeah.
No, I just checked like 1 or 2 weeks ago. It was no information.
Yeah. Announced Ilia de Poirier, Charles Oliveira.
I don't know how good of a fight that is, personally.
And then the co-main event.
Could be wrong.
Pau France against.
As Wenji turns the flush.
Pantoja.
Pantoja
against Pau France.
Not as good as this matchup here. 7 high flush against top and bottom.
Yes.
I just think Tapura is going to win.
Yeah. No. No. Flyweight. Flyweight.
After leading,
Flyweight.
Huang Wenji slows down. He's made a flush.
Why you laugh, bro? They kill us.
His hand's strong enough to go for turn check raise.
Pau fans would kill me in 1 minute. Less than 1 minute. Kill me. I'm dead.
I have to think that
You don't agree?
Samao is going to size up something here. Blind versus blind. Oh. Dodges what was presumably a very tough turn spot.
100%. I'll skip an event just so
Making a disciplined check back.
End of June. I don't know the actual.
But
end of June.
Huang Wenji is going to keep checking.
Main event.
Yeah.
During the main event.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll probably, yeah, I'll probably play.
Surely Zhao's going to look to extract some value here.
Oh, no question. And quite a good.
Oh, overbet.
Are you sure? Not the beginning of July?
No.
Making up for missed value on the turn. Wonder if this ever leans Huang Wenji to change course here. Normally wanting to check raise the river. But there's just too many ways, I think, for Samao to have rivered a weaker hand than a flush and still bet this big. I think we got to go for check raise. Queen 10 can be here. Jack 9. Surprised to see the flop 2 pair arriving, but just 2 pair in general, not that uncommon on the Jack River. Does introduce some doubt, though, around whether you were being trapped on the turn. Can be tough to still find a raise in these spots.
All in?
Oh, that's just...
Apparently it's not tough at all for Huang Wenji, because he goes for all of it.
60 big blind jam? Like, are you ever getting called by worse?
Well, if he deduces, which he seems to have correctly, that a flush is the effective nuts, why not just ask for all of it? Leave the ball in your opponent's court.
Radisco saying it's always fun in blind v blind spots where the polar range and value range is a lot wider, especially after turn goes check check.
Holloway versus Poirier.
No, but this is not in Vegas.
Oh, yeah,
This is a brutal spot for Zhao.
353, but still, WSOP ends at 16 or 17 of July.
Somehow staring.
Right there.
Wenji down. Trying to get a read.
Would you? Would you? Me too. Because I like.
Fair play to Wenji for finding this. The fact that he's got Samao in the tank for all of it.
They're both legends.
I mean, it takes a lot of discipline to have checked the flush on the turn and river. Samao is going to recognize that this is at least what he needs to go for value. I was even surprised that he found this with a 7 high flush. It looks like he's representing a king high flush or an ace high flush, maybe something a little weaker than this. But it's not that hard to just arrive here with the ace of hearts by itself.
The fact that he's done this against an overbet as well. It's pretty sick, but Zhao does find the fold. preserves an additional 310K or so.
I give you a note. Huh?
Well, well, well.
Okay.
Big pot poker being played over here, boys.
Are you bluffing? Or you just check the ace of cards on the turn?
A bigger hand.
Big bluff. Actually, I was trapping you.
Yep, coming. How much? 6.
Already still saying go Estonia and Marcos.
13.
Yeah, I'm rooting for a Marcos deep run. J&T in the mix with the King 10 of Hearts. You much of a UFC guy,
Okay,
Kev?
right?
No, I don't know who anyone is.
That ends that conversation.
I was just pretending to when the players brought it up briefly.
100.
Threw it over your direction.
J&T is like, guys, you forget about me? I've opened from under the gun. I'm allowed to have a hand as well.
Just 30 big blinds to start for J&T. Players not as concerned about the potential downside. Huang Wenji gets away from the ace-queen offsuit. Not enough hand in that spot.
You really have the balls.
Really?
60 blinds. Have to give respect.
Registration is still open, isn't it? Rich.
Yeah, I know.
Gamble.
If you
Some
are
respect
flush?
there.
Good luck.
No, no, flush, come on. Just straight.
Even
You have straight.
Kind of same
I mean,
shit.
even flush is same thing, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's a big blind, so
Small blind.
small
Straight and a flush are the same thing now?
then changes a little bit.
But you know,
Wow.
I have a rule that if you are a bluffer, you have to accept the bluffs. If everyone starts to call, you are a bluffer, your strategy is down, right? So he deserves it. How much you play?
45 each.
Thank you.
Noted. Putting that one in my diary. Straight and a flush.
On the river.
Sorry?
Check a king on the river. Check
Yeah,
your
but
king.
the problem is that I wasn't king.
Yeah.
Better than that.
Long time ago.
J&T
Good hand. You are the one doing the big.
gonna defend the 9-3 suited.
You are the one doing the big.
Oh wow, he's gonna flop a flush draw. Ladev with middle pair.
Good card.
Why did you say I have big bluff? You say my favorite shape?
Sorry? Why do I think you bluff?
Yeah.
I mean, you deserve the credit, but I'm not sure if I was sure I would call, right?
Nice defense there from Ladev. Gives him the ability to absorb aggression on the turn with a medium strength hand.
Yeah, I do like this. Easy to get caught into routine strategies of just like stab small every time on boards like this. J&T, we know, liable to be quite aggressive. Queen 10 not a hand that wants a huge pot. Nothing wrong with checking back in position. Let's check 3 times. Certainly feels like the time to get value.
Agreed.
Even a large size available.
Yeah,
10 just very likely to be good.
No dice. JNT given 2 free pulls. Out of flush. Then folds the 5th pair. Sabin saying, is Antonius and Gambledor still in? Patrick Antonius is currently the chip leader. Gambledor, Mr. Vladimir Korzenen, has fired a few bullets and is no longer in. Estonian players are getting better and better. Agreed. Shout out Targo Tam, one of the best Estonian players out there. Kevin talking about the UFC. Yeah, well, my Kevin Rabichow, isn't a fan, but TLDR, Ilia Topuria, one of the most exciting fighters to have emerged in the last, I'd say, 3 years.
Okay.
Just an all-round badass.
Yeah.
You would not want to cross him. And yeah, he's coming up against Charles Oliveira. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, chat. Maybe it could be an interesting fight, but I feel like Topuria just wins that.
Martirosian probably gonna take down this bout. 22 blinds to start the hand. Ace Queen offsuit against a 3-bet. Has to go in. Huang Wenji's pretty active. Day 1.
I mean,
biggest stakes.
He's a main event champ. He knows what he's doing.
Clearly. It's a good find as well. King 9 suited in the hijack. Tempting to fold. But it's a qualifier.
People asking about Antonius, Jason Kuhn. I would highly recommend downloading the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see both of them at their respective tables. Patrick Antonius is currently in 4th. Jason Kuhn is currently in 5th. They're both cruising along in this tournament. Pernat Punsri is the overall tournament chip leader.
Nobody too excited about this flop. Advantage Martirosian. Already had the best board texture out of the big blind, but turns top pair. Perhaps a spot to seek value. Although, under the gun, Huang Wenji could still have some good hands. Martirosian's going for a big size as well. 3-way pot. Betting 2/3. Seems when playing this short, he's just more willing to stack it off and increase his size accordingly.
Remember the "you can't punt without punat" joke?
Yeah.
Who's laughing now?
Which is because he's chip leader.
I mean,
on day 1.
Wow, Kevin.
Henry hasn't.
When was the last time you were chip leader on day 1 of a Triton event?
He hasn't even made the money.
That is true. Calm down, guys. Don't get too excited. Last of the No Limit Hold'em events of this series. Marcus with a suited king. Thinks better of it.
Was that during the sequence when Punat bluff raised Hajiev on the river twice in a row that we got the can't spell Punat without punt? That was a punty sequence. It was great though.
Artur and Huang sharing the same open-ender.
Nobody feeling great about this board. Advantage probably towards the small blind flatter on average. Not surprised to see Danny seek showdown. Maybe another spot for Martirosian to take the betting lead multi-way.
Yeah, 45,000 in the middle. Has equity in the form of a straight draw plus that overcard. Especially given the small blind range as well, he's going to have a lot of hands that interfere with this. That might push Wen Ji out the way.
Yeah, it's an awkward one for the ace-7. You've got an open-ender, but it's sometimes covered. Yeah, you've got Danny behind, who's relatively uncapped, even after checking the flop. Just kind of standard play to check a lot on that flop.
Artur back up to above starting stack.
My French is too bad or it's too late for bonjour?
Sorry?
My French is too bad or it's too late for bonjour?
No, because he was looking at me and I want. Oh, no, they have not claimed he knows it's me. Hello, everyone.
You see your stack, please?
Marcus seems interested. People ask about that light for J&T. It's something that Luca and the team provided J&T with a couple of occasions. Unfortunately, just unable to see what he's holding or read the board. Just makes his life a whole lot easier.
That's nice. It's pretty subtle too. I didn't even notice it at first.
Yeah, it's cool.
A little extra lighting for his hole cards. Probably makes his vlogs come out in really high quality. You think?
He's grinding on the side, bro.
I saw that.
Multi-tabling. No, yeah, that was the Triton poker plus out. But still. Look at this from Danny. +1 open. King 7-6 ball, that Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Hearts, just coming with a relatively big bet.
Yeah, I do like this. We don't often want to bet, but still have that top end advantage. Ace King, aces, never in Ladev's range. So every now and then, come out with a big bet, mostly checking.
Fun card.
Somewhat perfect card to continue to aggress for Tang, although we probably want to reduce bet sizing, given that Ladev has a fair number of flushes in this setup, as well as some ace-x suited 2 pairs.
Same size, 2/3. Kind of go Geo.
I would think even smaller, but Danny seems to agree.
Kevin, what's that? I'm 5 for 5 now. When are you gonna just start believing in me and put me in some of these events?
I've believed in you from day one, but I'm not going to put you in one of these events.
Ladev lets it go. Danny Tang applying pressure across flop and turn. Perfect run out for him to get the 10s to fold. You got Joey Ganglehoff saying, we got to get these likes up for Triton chat. Best high stakes content out there. I agree. If you haven't already taken a couple of seconds out of your day to just drop us a quick like over on YouTube, please do. It really helps grow the stream, grow the platform, push our content to a wider audience. And who wouldn't want this world-class content to reach more people worldwide, have the best players, the highest stakes,
14.
Cash games, tournaments, you name it. Free of charge, by the way. Always has been. Always will be. Drop us a like. Rant over. Arthur looks interested.
For good reason. With the ace-king offsuit. JNT getting away quickly from the suited ace. Nice fold there after an early position open.
Ça, ouais, les deux, c'est 5000. Oui. Et celui qui est l'autre, c'est 1000. Okay, ouais, c'est ça.
What's Ladev got? 40 bigs?
Nice try. 39.8 bigs.
You are right. He's going to run into the blades. Artur Martirosyan, one of the most informed players on tour.
Doubt his image will be strong enough to get additional action from the king-jack offsuit, however.
You never know. He's not going to get any action from behind. And a snap fold from Marcus as well. This is a fun top 10. Put up Punsri in first, bring Kenny in second, Antonius in third, Zhao Samao in fourth, Jason Kuhn in fifth, Biao Ding, someone we haven't seen too much of this series. It's currently in sixth. Ike Haxton in seventh, Forrest in eighth. Okay. 87 runners in this one now. Late reg open until the start of day 2. Dan's using the Triton Poker Plus. Like we said, Bazikowski lasted 2 hands and is out again. Wow, that's That's a rough one.
Sometimes that's how it goes. Even for the goats. Or maybe it's just that he watches our stream and hasn't yet pressed the like button.
Turning on the heat, man.
JF MGC was saying people who watch the stream and don't press like have 5% less equity in all ins.
It's a big deal in 150K, you know, especially if you're going to fire a couple times. You should really consider pressing that like button first.
I like it. I do like it. Three-way affair here. Artur could get in trouble on king high boards as Zhao had him dominated pre-flop, but this is all J&T, baby. Give that man some chips. It's been a while since we've had a J&T deep run.
Hi. Hi.
Who did we get him? Oh, it's the guy you almost ran over today, Kevin. Triton
Like,
co-founder.
On foot.
Richard Young. I
You're
mean,
making
I
it
just
sound like I was driving through the casino, Henry.
Look.
Chasing down Triton co-founders. This was not the case.
Jal's turned the best hand, but I was sat here at the break desk and I look up and I just see you almost run Richard Young over as you were kind of, you know, head to the ground. Richard,
it's true.
Respectfully.
Apologies again, Richard.
Hand behind his back, just like slowly walking, managed to avoid disaster. And here we go, Artur coming in with a big bet.
3K, 6K.
3K, 6K.
Yeah, after opening +1, Martirosian feeling like this board's his to represent. I would agree on average. I get continued in both spots here. King-Queen feels close. Don't blame Samau for passing on that one with J&T behind. Wonder if he was already reaching for those chips as well. 7-5 of clubs was never going anywhere. And somehow Martirosian finds his way to winning this one. You're right, by the way, Henry. It has been a while since a J&T deep run. No caches here in Montenegro. Couple of small ones in Jeju. But I had to go back to Jeju of 2024 to find his last final table.
Yeah, I think he got heads up in one of the bigger buy-in ones, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the 100K main.
That's it.
Came second to Roman Hrabic.
That's right. Man, it's just like every time Artur is at a feature table, he's just running up a stack.
Raise 40,000.
Just as I say that, Samal says, hang on a minute, pal. Getting a bit too active for my liking. Kenny Antonius Kuhn in the top 5. That is true.
No, 5 seconds. Fold.
Archer's going to peel. These are day 1 ranges. Nothing wrong with a little 3-bet pot out of position from first in.
Day 1, I like that. I'm going to steal that. And day 1 ranges here in this 4-bet pot. As both players get 70 big blinds in apiece. With some, you know, speculative holdings.
Like 6-5 suited and ace-10 off. These almost premium day 1s. Uncomfortable for Samau. He's got a little bit of equity. It's a board that rates to connect well with under the gun. You also just get the sense that if you check, Martirosian's going to put money in the pot, which is not a good feeling when you've got ace-8 of diamonds. Turn 9 of hearts, by the way. Not showing on screen at the moment. There it is.
$95K in the middle.
It's almost concerning once Martirosian doesn't bet. You know, it's one of those textures you'd think he's going to represent this with basically any bluff candidate. Probably continuing to seek showdown here. 9s and 5s quite good on this run out. Hope to run into ace-king, or in this case a weaker ace-high. Less Samau thinks now is the time to bluff.
B150 for the boys.
I think any size looks credible. You've got king-jack, pocket 10s. He does check though.
I'm a big fan of Zhao's table presence.
Yeah, you can tell he's paying attention.
We got Maher Noira. Just joined the table, Richard Young. I'm sure someone else did as well.
Cheetah, man. Right? Poker is strange like that. Suddenly you get the win.
Danny referring to Jesse Lonis and the run he's on. Tanarat asking if this is the last event in Montenegro. It's the last Hold'em event. And then we've got 4 days of PLO. Oh, sorry, no. Say 4 days. We've got this tomorrow playing down to a winner. And then from 25th, 26th, 27th, we got PLO.
Yeah. 3 days of coverage, 4 events happening.
Wow.
Look at this man. Arthur with the 3-bet out the big against the under the gun open.
Yeah. No. So you're not on a heater, you're creating your own heater.
Oh, you are leaving?
Yeah,
that's fine.
I know, I saw. I can see, man.
6-5-6.
Really?
Dangerous man, Martirosian.
Thank you.
can see, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. First.
Huh? What happened?
I should be taking notes, Henry.
What,
I heard
the big one?
Martirosian's headed straight to Vegas.
7-5
From here.
clubs.
Yeah.
I might be looking across the table at him in like a week. What am I doing?
That's very likely.
Fortunately, he hasn't had the chance to watch me.
It's true, I forgot how close we are to WSOP.
Registration open, maybe players come in. Yeah.
I think I'll get the gist of it.
If 5, I think we'll definitely stop and wait. But 6, normally continue.
Anytime he bets, he has anything.
I think he might kick himself a bit from that main event run last night, late last night. Like final 14 players, final 15 players. He was in a fantastic spot. It was overwhelming chip leader at one point with 14 left, and then to bust in 9th. That's yeah, bittersweet.
Bust out was nothing but kings versus ace king pre-flop going against him, right? But
yeah,
not sure if there were any regrettable decisions made in the lead up there. Look at Maher checking behind aces and 10s.
He knows who he's up against.
And also the board texture, monotone. Not that exciting to try to put a bunch of money in with 2 pair when you can have a 4th spade roll off on turn or river. Martirosian just taking absolute dust. Kind of bluff you usually see in position. Now Noira likes this turn development. Tries to get protection. Not realizing he was 100% there. Can't blame him. That's a pretty atypical combo choice, even from someone like Martirosian.
Ah, can break it.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
You take a note of some of the... Are you starstruck, Henry? Having a glance around the room at some of the folks walking.
By who? The person that walked in that direction or the person that walked in that direction?
Oh, I may have only seen 1 out of 2.
Okay. Yeah, certain Jungle Man Dan is in the building.
Don't dox it. It might be private.
Didn't he put out some tweet the other day saying like Galfond and was it Galfond and Ivy that he was like calling out to come here and play some PLO?
I didn't see that.
Oh, and let me find it. It's just it was a classic Jungle Man rant. Let me find it.
Don't scroll back too far because his page can get pretty unhinged if you go like...
It's one of the most unhinged.
2-3 days, but yesterday I didn't see.
Jungle Man Dan. Hold on, let's just have a... this is a nothing hand. This hand's over. So he said the biggest reason people suck at poker is actually from not seeing truth, i.e. from lack of critical and analytical analysis. Big reason, all in caps, big reason why they suck in the real world too. This is his most recent tweet.
Who do you think he's referring to?
I think he's probably referring to... No, I'm not going to say who.
It was just meant to be a layup for you to say me. But
I was going to say you, but then I was also going to say Ali Najad.
You think he's looking for a heads-up match?
I do believe so. Wow, Noira's
Oh, this is...
I just assumed this hand was over and done with.
I admit I was on the same page. This was looking pretty credible. 30 big blinds here after the small blind flat. Neura just a non-believer of this squeeze from Samau. Runs into it.
Wow. I would definitely wouldn't be reading out Jungle Man tweets if I thought the money was going to go in. But here we are. Mahar. See if he's continuing to run good. He is. From that 200K Invitational. Ace 10-7, Zhao.
How do you know? Looking at my thumb. Didn't expect.
Drawing to 2 ounce once. GG's. Mahar is going to double up. That is a huge pot. 470K pot.
222.
Do you want to hear Jungle Man's tweet before that? And then I'll get to the Phil Galfon, Phil Ivey one.
Go on.
So today, someone drinking a Coke with sugar, who does not go to the gym,
I saw this one,
and is in worse shape than me, commented on my Diet Pepsi, in brackets, which apparently does not even spike insulin levels, being bad for me, right after I came from the gym. WTF. I've gotten wildly more critique from people unqualified to do so than actual people in better shape than me. Shout out Jungle Man. I mean, his Twitter feed is quite entertaining. But the one that I saw was, yo, Phil Galfon, Phil Ivey, you in Montenegro? I'm trying to play the best in the world for big money on stream. This one is for the love of the game. Phil Ivey, just like you're always talking about. I say we make it happen. I say we don't even cover this event tomorrow. We just get Ivy and Jungle. Little 501K heads up PLO.
I mean, they're both here.
They're both here.
They're both in the room. If you want to just go set it up now, I'll cover this. That's important business. Martirosian. 3 betting. JNT just 8 blinds to start this hand. I have a feeling the intent was to go with this one. Just a call for now. But note how little is behind. 30K. 120 already committed. Flopped a little something. So we're going to spin it for the rest.
Good jack.
JNT calling for the jack. A good jack. All running spades. Would like to see him spin it up a bit here, but he's just dead.
Oh, I would have had a big pot.
On the turn.
It's Arthur, man.
Right?
He's lucky. Everything.
Nothing.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Straight or super?
No, I would have been stacked.
Oh,
Yeah, pocket fives.
Oh,
Mr. Richard, I pocket fives. So if he doesn't free bet, I flat GG me. But I think he always free bets, so it's okay.
I also cannot.
How it's possible to not free bet my
Free bet is all in. I do anything wrong. Also no use. I call.
No.
Free bet.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to do.
Okay, so I cannot lose. It's okay.
Yeah, you cannot lose.
Fold also.
Yeah, fold. Happy fold.
Happy fold.
That's a little bit far away.
Huh.
You don't want to build it.
I got excited when I see that.
Because I know
Next to him
Arthur
is
behind
good.
me a
Yeah,
lot.
he doesn't care.
Then I pocket five a fold. I know this thing I do call.
Oh, gamble, push. Let him call.
It's a gamble.
He's
I
on
double
a
up.
heater. He's on a heater.
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah, he's.
Because I see, oh, yeah, he's behind of me. Better don't simply call.
Wow, you have.
Waiting my 20,000.
Raise 17,000. Pass.
God, that's so long.
I know I called 20,000. You look the 3-bet, so need to fold.
Oh, we got Poseidon Ho in the mix. Love seeing him at the feature table.
Yeah, all gamble.
All gamble, no future. You gamble, Kev?
Bet 15,000.
What's the biggest gamble you've taken recently?
Occasionally I've jaywalked during midday traffic.
Wow, that's
that was a big one.
You're a wild man.
You get 700
The other day I
yeah.
didn't set an alarm,
That's
even though I knew that I had a commentary shift at 2 p.m.
That's insane.
That was a big gamble.
You get like 500 points or 500 something for just 25k with 130 entries.
Played tennis 2 days ago without contacts.
Did they count it right?
You want to complain and recheck the point?
No, no, no. It's good, it's good.
I help you ask. I help you double check.
I heard that once the buy-in is over 25k, it's considered the same, and then
Yeah,
the field becomes another parameter.
Tough fold here for Richard.
Yeah. And cost per
On
tournament,
this run out.
more points, more
How much?
multiplier.
38.
58. Ah, 58 to 1.
No, 38. 38, not 38.
Huh?
38, 38.
Wow.
Good.
Maher feels like he just got scammed.
Why you announce so much?
I did say 38.
No, I am joking. No.
It's like,
wow.
No, I wanted the call.
Wow.
Tell him the better price.
That's insane. He was literally going to call that he was like, oh, I have to add. No, I fold. Wow. That was strong.
When you're here, right, do you wish to see more Taiwanese to be here?
Yeah. So.
Would you feel you're responsible to try make that happen, do you think? To try promote that, do you think?
As a newbie in poker, I don't think like,
Raise 18,000.
I don't think I can well represent Taiwan at this moment.
Right.
But I really wish.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I'm responsible. But I personally would definitely want to see more Taiwanese fellows.
Raise 55,000. Pass.
Poseidon Ho has a lot of love for the game, obviously.
Fast and Furious.
Play all in.
Jack, huh?
Sit down.
We don't love calling it off with queens
Can we chop?
when it goes in that fast, but
Ace queen.
Samau's going to be happy to see this one.
Why are you not happy?
Why? It's being hard to
Should have been happy.
with this guy. Man.
Oh my God, you should feel confident.
All right, thank you.
I mean,
I don't care. I don't care.
I mean,
I end my
indifferent about
conversation
this.
here. I don't want to change it.
I'm indifferent right now. Good luck to the best man.
Thank you. Oh.
King of Spades window card with a queen tucked behind.
Can you believe that I'm not feeling that good?
Oh my God, you jinxed it.
Wow.
You jinxed it, man.
Wow.
Put a 5 there.
Is Jalbid running that bad?
GG.
King Queen 3, no heart, and he's like, you know, I don't feel that good about the run out.
He started this feature with 700k.
I think energy is something really big in poker.
Huh?
I think energy is...
Yeah, that's why you're like, you look like you had ace queen, bro.
I think ace queen.
He just had
I don't
that
think you called.
upstuck feeling.
How much did you
But I mean, like,
It's like, when will it
I
end?
was thinking about the hand that he put me away on the river.
Oh.
I
It
had
wasn't
two.
even the same guy.
I know, wait. I had 2 pairs. Someone messaged me that he had the flush.
Okay, good
But
fold.
I didn't know yet. When I had kings against ace-6, I didn't know I was kind of bad energy, you know, like thinking about that hand, you know. So I lost the king to ace-6. Then I figured out he had flush, my energy went up again. Then I found the queen out.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you did not win because of your energy. You win
No,
because
no, no.
of
Thank
me.
you so much.
I change your energy after I see queen. My thank you me.
Thank you.
Just joking. Just joking.
Poseidon will be mad
I'm
with
kidding,
you.
man. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I think I'm going to need an energy flow chart to follow that, Henry.
I'm going to need therapy. That's what I'm going to need.
It's unclear to me like how much energy there is at the start,
Mark, know that my energy is high.
where it's gone. A point system perhaps could help.
Sounds like Zhao got fed the information. He made a good fold. I'm so impressed with Zhao's table presence during hands. He's very intense. Very uncomfortable to play against. But he's also one of the nicest guys as well. It's strange how that happens.
I get that sense from a lot of the Brazilian players.
Yeah.
I know we don't see as many of them at Triton, but played with a good number.
Yeah, Yuri
Brazilian.
comes to mind, Yuri Zivalevsky.
There's just like, there's such a culture of competition. The one time I played poker in Brazil, it was very different atmosphere, you know?
Yeah.
Just like more intensity in general, more excitement while playing in general.
You didn't see, right?
You didn't 3-bet because you think I see? Or
It was in like a sleepy hotel as well. It's not a casino with all the lights and the sounds. They bring their own energy.
It was in a sleepy casino, did you say?
No, like a hotel. I believe things have changed recently in the legal situation.
When were you
for
out
poker
there?
in Brazil? But this was 2019 that I went. And at the time, gambling was just like a hard no.
Mm.
And poker events were kind of gray area. You got to do it in a private venue. Maybe like a special sport license kind of situation. So it was only poker happening. No other games.
Yeah, I've got a lot of love for the Brazilians. They do bring their own energy, their own flair and flavor to the game. I guess it's similar to their football as well.
Sure.
Similar to their mixed martial arts. Yeah, shout out Brazil, man. When are we going over there, Kev?
When do you want to go?
Let's go next week. I actually
Might
have
have to
been
change some flights.
Been invited out there. Been invited out there. Danny Tang's gonna make the call.
Yeah, this one went check call flop by Samau. Low flush completer on the turn. He stole the lead from Danny. Betting just 30% pot or so on the turn. Danny floating the low open ender.
Oh, this is sexy.
Oh. I mean, just no way that we can avoid bluffing this. 0% against anything. 5 high. 4 hearts on board. Plenty of nut flushes in Danny's range after opening the hijack and calling this turn lead. I wouldn't blame him for betting big. Does feel like a spot where we want to represent a strong flush. It's quite easy for Samau to have a low one arrive here in Czech River. We want to make that hand class indifferent. Yeah.
5 seconds.
Fortunately, he's going to get snapped once Samao confirms the presence of the King of Hearts in his hand.
Snap. Oh, this is one of those courtesy tanks that we've spoken about, right?
Perhaps. It's respectful, to say the least, but inevitably you know this hand is just too good to fold. Barring some kind of extreme read.
5 seconds.
160, right?
Good energy.
Good energy indeed. Chow up to 900k. Vamos!
That's annoying. That's very annoying.
Why?
Doing why?
What? Time bank?
No.
Oh yeah, for 1 time.
Soys are asking why it's annoying. So you got caught bluffing, that's why. Yeah, Felipe Ramos invited me out. I'm gonna fly out.
Yeah.
Nothing's confirmed yet, but end of the year. End of the year to go and do some charity stuff over there. He's been doing some really cool charity projects rather.
Yep.
So he said, why don't I come on out, experience the culture, play some poker. They love their poker, as we know. And then potentially collab on some charity initiative out there.
It's okay, you still got more than me.
You ever been?
Never been, no. Rusty invited me. Rusty's got a house there as well. He's invited me.
It was fun. I would definitely go back. I only went to Rio. Plenty more to see.
Richard opening off of sub 20 bigs. With that pot, Zhao Samao the chip leader, by the way. Bring Kenny's in third. Dejan Karadžorđević is in fourth. King deuce. See if Richard can find a C-bet here. Does fire out the C-bet, takes it down. So tomorrow we've got
one double up, okay?
25k PLO.
JTT open on the under the gun.
Service.
Pocket five.
Okay. Jam.
No, it's a gamble arena. After got ace queen.
Oh.
But I cannot call. I say I call other behind me.
I think that's a one-day event, you know.
Yep.
30-minute clock.
Save by 20,000. After the race, yeah. Jack queen, ace queen. Only my gamble is sure call one. James will call one. Only got another. It caught 20, another 30 behind.
But you
being told it's a two-day event.
I know I didn't play.
You didn't play lah, but
I didn't play. I can play.
Yeah, but if you play, you win or not?
100%.
Oh,
Block 457.
Oh,
thank you. The ace queen, after that 8, turn the 8, and river 4.
Before like.
Actually 4. If just now the time is like that, I will shout with you.
Just can we buy tomorrow last one?
I will shout on pocket five. I will gamble.
Stephen Chidwick, fresh off that main event final table.
592.
That was a pretty disappointing bust out for him as well, wasn't it? Do you remember the hand? It was like...
Stevie, was that the...
Queens against deuces.
Oh, yeah. I did see that one.
What was
yeah.
it 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds?
Yeah, he just got it in on the flop, right?
Yeah. That was huge as well. That was like massive chip lead pot at the time. Yeah. Oh. Here is Stevie. That's 2 pair.
I'll do my best mystery hand analysis here for Joe Samao. He's got the queen of clubs. He's flatted the button pre-flop. There's 2 clubs on the board. I think he's got the 9 of clubs as his other card.
And never the king of hearts.
No, it could be the king of hearts.
All right, which one are you going for?
Do you want to do that head-to-head?
Yep.
Feels fair. I'll take either one. Choose your side.
Well, it's for 100, so, you know. I'm going... It's definitely not the 10 of hearts. Oh, man. I'm going to say...
Pick fast before he acts.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to say... Oh, you choose. Go on, choose for 100.
Okay, 9 of clubs.
Okay. Damn, I wanted the 9 of clubs. All right, we're booked
So
for 100, yeah?
You have king of hearts.
I have king of hearts, you have 9 of clubs. Okay. If he checks, I'm so screwed.
It's actually so sick if he has king of diamonds, like, because it's same, you know? But, like, of course, the 9 of clubs can't, it's never the 9 of diamonds. Like,
oh, he's betting. Wait, hang on, no, because when he overbets, it's not the king of hearts, is it?
Well,
So
you can't change it. That's the whole point. That's why we booked the bet before he acted.
I'm screwed. So you've just won the bet, basically. You just scammed me out of 100.
I mean, king queen is a very strong hand here. I don't know if it would bet 125 with Stephen Chidwick, 200K effective. Maybe.
Oh man, please be the jack of clubs.
It's not totally out there. It could just be the jack of diamonds. That's a reasonable hand to play this way as well.
Please. If there's a god, please just don't have the 9 of clubs. Can't.
What if we don't get... You know what would be the worst scam? Is if they just both fold and I never find out that he had...
Which is about to happen, by the way.
He's just going to have... Are we off if we don't get to see the card?
I mean, obviously. How else are you going to...
I'll just go ask him.
How else are you going to know?
Oh, that's brutal. What do you think, chat?
Wow.
Come on. One-time RFID. Update it.
If I don't put in time enough, if you don't mind to wait just the hand and finish and to do, because I was just in the middle of...
I need to see your hand.
You what?
So
I need to see your hand.
No, I mean...
If the hand is finished,
oh.
doesn't make any more sense.
That's true. My mistake. That's why you easy fold this hand, huh?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, you have access.
Hmm?
You have access.
Yeah, I didn't have access to the fold.
You forgot to access that when I had kings, huh? Was kind of early, right?
If I jam this, it means I respect you. You want me to disrespect you?
I agree. I'm not saying about your playing.
Getting a lot of love from the Brazilians.
You respected him.
I respect everyone here. I'm here to respect and get respect.
Let's do that.
Justin saying, hey, can you ask them to pause the tournament? I'm at work and need to take care of something urgently. Sorry, Justin, but those spreadsheets should have been delivered a week ago. You should have thought about that. Then you would have had time to watch the stream. Pam saying, Henry, how you doing, mate? Doing great. Doing great. How can I not be? Everything we got going on. Everyone's saying King of Hearts in the chat. I think you owe me 100. Wait, is there a way to see if any of our cards were folded?
That would be.
I'm going back through all of the hands now.
40. Thank you.
I mean, unless you can go back and confirm that
Dude,
every other card in the deck was folded.
Dude,
then
if
we're
I
just
see
not
the
gonna
nine,
know.
if I see the 9 of clubs, mate, get folded.
I'm the one who got scammed here, Henry. Why are you trying to change the narrative? There's no way it was the king of whatever you said. Hearts.
$60.
Oh man, this is so vexing. It definitely wasn't the Jack of Diamonds. The Jack of Diamonds was folded.
So is a leading flop here. Might have run into one of the only hands that somehow is going to fold to this size. Pretty tough one to continue.
Thanks to say that. I was going to raise, but you say that I remember. So yeah, with this deck, it's just right to go for it.
Yes, that's the plan.
Not a good idea to bluff rich people close to the end of registration.
No, it's not rich, desperate. Have to make some chips, you know. Last few hands.
How many hands? Don't know.
Last
Hidden rich.
soon.
Hidden rich, right?
Yeah, hidden rich.
What?
To still have your money in front of you.
What rumors are you spreading, Danny?
Pretends to
Stop
be
spreading
poor, you
rumors.
know. Wears the same jacket every day, but pretends to be poor.
It's Uniqlo, bro. It's the best.
Yeah. Buy lens.
Famous Japanese designer.
You rather buy lens and like.
Smart. That's why he's rich.
Your outfit
I
can
don't-
probably buy the lens that I'm buying.
I don't know if this is the
Your
flex
outfit can
Danny
probably
thinks
buy
it
the
is.
That's not true. Everyone.
Wasn't the
this is
Jack
fun.
of Clubs,
Player
by
of
the way.
series, shit.
Jack of Clubs, Jack of Diamonds confirmed weren't in the hand.
TQ poker logo very expensive. Huh?
What do you mean?
What would you rather, buy land or buy a Dior jacket or whatever it is? That's what Soys is getting needled for, by the way, for being a reasonable investor with his money.
No, him.
Oh, him. Oh, okay. Yes.
I mean,
Both
you
is,
can get
average range, I guess.
a lot of
Jack 10 off or
Uniqlo
Jacket suited. It's one of them.
for the price of a plot of land.
Yeah,
Why not
all
skip
day,
both? Just buy out an entire Uniqlo store.
Thank you.
I think some people would have folded your hand against me.
On the river?
Yeah. Really? No joke.
This guy's just a lifetime troll.
I think Danny's still sour that
he is.
Somehow took like 15 seconds to make the call.
And deal one more hand.
No, one more hand. I did 3 to 5.
Yeah.
18. 5.
So we had no
1,
chance.
2, 5.
Raise 18.
Nah, 5 is the worst for me. 3 is the best now.
3 you big blind.
Yeah, but 5 then I'm just playing big blind and small blind.
And
yeah. I'm
Good.
5 is good for me as well.
5 is good.
Yeah, I keep right here.
How much is the red? Raise
Four.
Worse.
4 more hands at the end of this hand.
Yeah. 5 you play
like,
but
like you did to me. Good energy.
18 is the raise.
Sick, I wish I was thinking about raising turn as well. Raise turn, then it would have worked maybe. Yeah. Raise turn, you called, and then river do it.
18?
It might work. I don't know. Maybe not.
Maybe I fold turn.
Huh?
Maybe I fold turn.
I'll let you buy out for $80, Kev.
How about you give me 50?
Uh-huh.
And I don't take this to arbitration.
16.
I love it. Love it.
Final offer.
If I imply that I'm gonna spike some of your food in the fridge, could I actually get in legal problems?
Yeah.
Okay, alright then. Well, I definitely won't insinuate any of those things. Artur came out leading. He's turned third pair. That's the best hand. Now that the four-line is on board, how does Nora want to proceed? Ace Jack.
What does being an affiliate to that mean?
Of all the potential bluffing hands, he's got quite a good one. He's occasionally going to have the top end of the straight, either Jack 10 or Ace 10, King 10. I like that he's going after this and just representing 10x, nothing marginal. It's really all you can do from under the gun.
Nice little pick up there from Nora. Been very impressed with his table presence and play.
One of the bosses.
Danny's always being nosy, bro. He's always trying to get information out of people. I love it. Just ask the most unhinged questions. So what's your entire subscription model like, Stevie? For Octopi? You an affiliate? How much money do you get per sign up? Well, this conversation could be had elsewhere.
I think he's just trying to make Chidwick uncomfortable for 3 more hands.
I mean, Chidwick literally said, probably best we don't talk about this right here. I had flops bottom set.
Martirosian limping in, blind versus blind. Ace Jack, a pretty strong one. Showing Martirosian bet, but he's checked and Neura bet the 16K. He's going to call.
Yeah, good catch, by the way. It was check, bet, call, not bet. Bet, call.
Pretty safe turn card for Martirosian.
Arthur might be in trouble here, you know.
PM.
Yeah.
12 p.m. tomorrow, so 1 p.m. local time for us.
Feels very AM.
Even against a big size like this, Ace Jack. Quite a reasonable hand to bluff catch with. Don't really expect your pair outs to be live. This sizing starting to represent trips plus. Maybe the occasional 5-6 or 5x of clubs.
150K in the middle Going to the river. It's a double paired board.
I mean, it might just go check, check now. This is such a bizarre board development.
It's got 3 full houses, right?
It's 2 full houses, Henry. We've been through this.
We finally figured it out.
By the way, Martirosian perhaps considering very small lead. Ace high all of a sudden just quite good.
Oh, 15% snap call. It was 22k, not 42k.
Damn. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Damn.
Okay, turn is okay.
Yeah, turn is okay.
But what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, what a run Nora's on. So, 3 more hands.
That's a cool line from Martirosian, by the way. I like that hand. End of a long day.
Sorry.
I just thought of something.
Ah, okay.
Pass. Pass.
It's very confusing.
Huh?
It's very confusing.
Pass.
I pass.
Pass.
Where do you live, Maya?
What?
Where do you live?
I live in Dubai now.
In Dubai?
Yeah.
Okay. You going back after this?
I'm going to my country after this, to Tunisia.
Tunisia, okay.
Tunisia, for maybe like 3 weeks.
Okay.
And after I will be going to Dubai.
Okay.
But for a week or 2 max, then vacation. And you?
Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Malaysia. Tunisia.
You're not going to Vegas?
Going after. I'm going to Vegas, okay?
Just for the 100 and 250, right?
No. I can't
Only
play.
for 250.
Texas. American Texas is a problem.
Oh,
yeah. So I play 10k main event.
How many
that's all.
hands left?
And then holiday. Holiday with my friends.
Oh, okay.
Buy halfway across the world holiday.
Yeah, my friends haven't been, so we go together. It's fun.
Must be good.
Work-life balance.
Pass.
Last hand?
Next one is the last hand.
Good try.
Pass. Good try. Pass. Happy.
Talks of where everyone's going to be spending their summer. Kev, you going to be joining most of these guys stateside?
Yeah.
Sin City.
Last hand.
One more.
One more after this one and then we're done.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Zhao find a 3-bet here. He's just going to come with call. Keep in the weaker ace-x, weaker jack-x. Hearts he has dominated.
I wouldn't have minded a 3-bet. I agree. It's feels kind of thin to potentially put in 40 big blinds, small blind versus cutoff, but don't think it's too thin against a player like Martirosian.
Easy. Easy, Zhao. Trying to bag the chip lead. Artur firing out, what's this, like 20%? It's never going to work. Spade for a sweat, 10 of spades for entertainment value. 4 of diamonds. Kevin, I assume this hand is over and done with and no more money is going to be going in?
Every time I say that about a hand involving Martirosian, I've been wrong.
I feel you.
But yes, I believe this is the time. Samao, by the way, might even lead the turn. Calling small blind ahead of the big blind. Pretty strong play. Flush completes a lot of his weakest holdings. After checking. Seems like the time to bet big. Hope to get value from a queen, a weak ace. Very rare that Martirosian can beat this hand.
Is Artur sick enough to turn this hand into a bluff?
It crossed my mind as soon as the betting discs crossed the line. If there's anything he can represent that's really big in this spot, it's pocket nines. Why not consider using this 9 as a bluff card? Feels like Samao could have a queen even with this size.
Oh, man. Artur Martirosian really is a sicko.
He's gone for all of it as well, making ace-jack clearly a bluff catcher.
Oh my word.
He's sick.
This guy's just something else. I mean, regardless of the result of this hand.
Oh, this hand looks so strange. Flat 3.
Zhao's just bamboozled by this. He's like, hang on a minute.
I just lost my concentration because of it. I'm just fooled.
Wow.
Don't blame him.
He shows it as well.
He's proud of that one. Knows he got away with it.
He never shows.
Yeah.
What a player.
Folded a hand that I should never fold.
I don't know if that's true.
Something in my head. Brief of that. Made me lost all the concentration.
Yep. No queen, no pocket queen, no ace queen. Yeah. You beat the chance of A10, you call small blind.
Is king with a king of diamond?
No, not that big. Kind of.
I don't know.
He just flipped pretty close.
That's why I don't know. He's saying I should have 3-bet this hand or something, so I don't know like how
10, 10 of diamond.
how far off, you know.
No, just jack.
It's 9 of diamond.
With diamond.
Jacks.
How about it? What a way to end the day. Just a savage Artur Martirosian bluff.
Artur Martirosian.
Don't gamble this hand.
Don't gamble. No. Still okay, actually.
Still okay.
Yeah. That one is worth almost 100,000.
Fuck.
Yeah, check.
No more hand.
No more.
Yeah.
Check.
You are a lucky
and,
man, Artur, I tell you.
Gangster man.
Zhao would have won it.
I mean, I was gonna save me the time from watching the stream. I was going to watch this hand. I was like, oh, this hand I have to see. What is he doing? Save us the time.
It's got a little pot between DT and Chidwick. Final hand of the night. Looks like it's developing into a nothing burger.
Does rate to be a quiet one. Couple of check down hand strengths. Samao, by the way, I think being hard on himself for that river fold.
I don't think it's about the fold. He was saying that there was something pre-flop that threw him off. He kind of perhaps wasn't as dialed in as he normally would be. End of day, some conversations going on.
Yeah.
And that then kind of affected his future game decisions on turn and river. And look, we've all been there. It's been a long.
I busted 10th place, 14th place, 13th place.
It's been 12 days, 11 days. It's been a grind for the boys.
Yeah.
Ace high is going to be good for the 5-time champ. I think it's likely that Stevie takes his King High Showdown. So there we have it. Good news is the boys can get an early night. They don't have to watch the stream back because Artur showed them the bluff. Artur's just like, here, have some of this. Is that a, does that qualify as a get wrecked spot, Kev?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
No.
That was
missed. Not missed at all.
That was get wrecked.
It was done without the words being needed.
Yeah.
Him just showing the King 9 in very get wrecked fashion. As Artur bags up 40 bigs. Zhao Samao is going to bag up 88, finishing third overall. 41 players left in this field. It's, wow, a certain Jason Kuhn bagging the chip lead here in the final No Limit Hold'em event of the series. Been a rough trip for JK, Kev, but that perseverance that he was praising his good friend Seth Davies about, how, you know, Seth has just shown up for the last 3 years, got put through the blender on time, you know, series after series with no runs, and then finally it's all come into shape in the space of a week for Seth winning the 50K, and then obviously that runner-up finish in the 200K. Now Jason Kuhn on the back end of a rough series, still showing up, getting it done, bagging the chip lead, and yeah, going to come back tomorrow and play for 7 figures.
Yeah, chance to really save the series in this one. Biggest event of the series in terms of buy-in, non-invitational, of course. And number 2, by the way, the winningest Triton player of all time, Bryn Kenny.
We got a
How
really,
about that for a 1-2?
Yeah, we got a really fun top 5. Jason Kuhn in first, Bryn Kenny in second, Zhao Samao in third, Put Up Punsri in fourth, and Ding Biao in fifth. Kevin and I gonna call it a night. Obviously, shout out to our entire crew, Arlene Najard and Randy Liu. We're gonna be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time, taking this all the way down to a champion from us here in the booth. Good night.